Luckily, Hisashi managed to stop the assassin with a thunder-enchanted kick. Seiji felt that could be called a golden, no, a diamond kick. This was an inner world, a place where the law had no hold over. Anyone they met here might attack them for no apparent reason at all. Seiji etched this lesson firmly in his mind. We could have interrogated them if any had survived, Hisashi stated. But there's no helping it. Hisashi was quite cold and calm, with no traces of pitying the enemy at all. He simply regretted not being able to obtain any information. Seiji and his friends all had zero clue why these people had attacked them. Seiji's original guess was that these people wanted to kill them in order to escape from the inner world. However, this guess had obviously been proved wrong. The enemy already had a method capable of teleporting them out of the inner world. They didn't need to kill others at all in order to leave. And since 3 people died here, while Seiji and his friends still remained, that meant this inner world didn't have the natural law of teleporting everyone out if someone died. They would discuss that issue later. Since these people didn't attack them for the purpose of leaving, then could it have been the opposite? Did these people attack Seiji and his friends because they wanted to take over this district? Seiji thought about it from another angle. This flower garden had 0 spiritual creatures appearing in it. It was an excellent place to rest safely. That meant it could be used as a base. A base, right. Not only could this be an excellent resting spot, it would be an excellent location to cultivate in. Cultivating would be much easier in a spirit world. Inner worlds were part of spirit worlds, so... Wait a moment, was this place really an inner world? Could this place actually be the spirit world of Forest Palace's surface world? Seiji felt like he had realized everything after having this idea. If this was the Forest Palace's surface world, or the portion of the inner world close to the surface world, that would explain why there was no natural law of a human dying kicking everyone else out of the world. It would also explain why this place was so huge. Seiji felt like he had discovered the answer. If other factions also possessed the ability to enter this wide location, which might either be a surface or inner world, then a safe zone where no spiritual creatures would appear would have incredible value. It would be so valuable that people would be willing to fight over it. A small squadron from a certain faction with sufficient power might have located such a valuable location. But they saw that someone else was in it already, and misunderstood them to be competitors. And so, this squadron launched an attack without so much as a warning. Yep, I think this is a good guess. Seiji felt that his inference was likely to be on the mark. It was quite common for humans to kill others all for the sake of obtaining more territory. The entire history of human warfare was the best evidence of this. The only problem was, these people misunderstood what Seiji was here for. Seiji and his friends had 0 intentions whatsoever of claiming this district as their own. They simply wanted to locate their missing companions and then leave. If Seiji's guess was on the mark, then this meant that the battle just now had been completely meaningless. 3 people died for almost no reason at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Do you think that I went overboard? Chapter 634, Do you think that I went overboard? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This was such a joke that Seiji couldn't even laugh at. He didn't want to load just to confirm his own suspicions. He wasn't someone nice enough to use his powers for the sake of his enemies. However, if his companions found it difficult to accept what he had just done. Seiji looked towards Mika and Hoshi, who both had rather pale complexions due to the scene before them. Are you guys alright? Neither of the two responded. Do you think that I went too overboard? Seiji asked in a soft voice. No, both responded simultaneously. Mika and Hoshi then exchanged glances. Although I think that these people are rather pitiful, they attacked us first without any provocation. We were simply acting in self-defense, something flashed in Mika's eyes. Besides, when I joined this team, I already resolved myself to face such a situation. I think the same as well, although I feel rather uncomfortable about this. I don't think that team leader went overboard. Hoshi had a resolute expression. They might have been able to live if I held back. Holding back against your enemies is the same as being cruel to your own allies, Hisashi stated. Reality isn't a shonen manga. Something like everyone being fine in the end when holding back against an enemy will only happen in a naive shonen manga story where justice always wins. That's not always the case. Seiji shook his head. Such scenarios also appear in some shoujo manga. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Cough, now's not the time to be discussing manga. I understand what you mean. Thank you, Hisashi. After thanking the mafia otaku, Seiji then smiled at Mika and Hoshi. Thanks to both of you as well. Don't say that, Seiji. Mika looked directly at his face. You protected us. We should be thanking you instead, so thank you. I'm the one who should be thanking you the most, Hoshi remarked. I need to thank all of you for finding me, as well as thank Jumanji-san for protecting me just now. It's what I should have done as your companion, but if I could, I'd like to make a request. Hisashi suddenly spoke up with a rapid-fire pace. What? Hoshi paused in surprise for a moment. Please wear maid attire and allow this humble one to take a few pictures of you. Hisashi's eyeglasses suddenly gleamed. This humble one shall prepare the maid attire for you. I promise that it'll be a perfect fit. Maid attire? That's right. I only want a few pictures, please. Dear Knight of Light. Hoshi didn't know how to react to this type of sudden request. Amami-san in maid attire. I want to see that as well. Mika's eyes also started sparkling. Seiji couldn't help but imagine his junior wearing well-fitting maid attire and smiling shyly. Stop. This was such an impactful scene that it was starting to shake the very foundation of Seiji's image of maids. He hurriedly thought about what might look like in order to mitigate the impact he just received. Seiji made sure to repeatedly tell himself that Mai was what a real maid was like. Maids were allowed to be skilled at shooting a gun, or even to be skilled at rather strange or unique abilities. But they definitely couldn't be male. Definitely. Cough cough, now's not the time for such a topic. Hisashi, if you want Hoshi to do something for you, let's talk about it when we return. Seiji intervened and tried to stop this topic of conversation. Okay, then. After we return, I shall immediately begin preparing the best maid attire there is. Hisashi treated Seiji's words as tacit acceptance. Team leader, Hoshi looked at Seiji. This is a matter between you guys to decide. Seiji averted his gaze. Hisashi indeed saved Hoshi's life just now. Seiji would leave it up to Hoshi whether to accede to Hisashi's request or not. Actually, don't you also want to see the trap as a maid? A tiny voice whispered in Seiji's mind. No. Absolutely not. Seiji adamantly denied it. He then used his interdimensional locator spell again. Target, Shika Kagura. Seiji's vision darkened as his awareness entered a mystical realm. He heard various faint sounds around him. Brother. I'm waiting. Protect. Ok. Seiji saw green, red, black, and other chaotic scenery, as if a painter's palette had been knocked over. He couldn't see clearly at all. The emotions he sensed from Shika were calmness, worry, as well as hope. Shika-chan is still alright. And, it seems that she's together with Kazuko-san. She's also waiting for us to go find them, Seiji spoke up after he opened his eyes. He then took a look at the spiritual weapons that the three dead individuals left behind. The greatsword, spear, and dual daggers that were originally blood red now had black spots on them as if they were damaged by fire. Seiji felt that something seemed rather ominous about these weapons. Perhaps he would be able to find something out if he brought them to the outside world and had them investigated. However, it was inconvenient to carry the large weapons. Seiji decided to only take the dual daggers. Seiji walked up to the assassin's corpse and carefully picked up the dual daggers and put them away. Also, there was the matter of the black fruits growing on the red leaf tree. Although Seiji had no clue what those fruits were, he felt that they might be a valuable resource that he shouldn't leave behind. But, before he got a chance to go pick the fruits, this entire district suddenly started glowing a faint green. What's going on? Seiji and his friends witnessed a white light being emitted from the flowers, butterflies, green leaves, vines, water, and the red leaf tree. Everything in this entire district was glowing as it all dissolved into a green glow. As a large amount of light emitted and was dissolved, the flowers and the other scenery all became translucent before completely disappearing. In just a short instant, this beautiful garden vanished completely as if it had never existed. It actually vanished. Seiji muttered to himself. He never expected that the scenery would vanish. Was this only a cosmetic change? But the next second, his question was answered. Large amounts of black mist poured in through the cracks in the walls and speedily formed into a pack of black wolves. Not only had the scenery changed, this entire district became a normal part of the forest palace. The safe district wouldn't be permanent. It could transform into a danger zone. This overturned Seiji's previous inference. If the safe district could transform into a danger zone, then it didn't have any value at all for being a base. Why did that cliff squad attack Seiji and his friends then? Seiji was now confused because his previous best guess had now been proved to be wrong. However, he soon calmed himself down. We're leaving. If he didn't know, he would simply stop thinking about it. At any rate, it was more important to leave here first and find Shika and Kazuko. Hoshi continued fighting hard by using his spiritual eagles as he followed his team leader. Sometime later, he felt his right hand beginning to heat up. Hoshi took a look and saw that faint green runes were beginning to appear on the palm of his hand. What are these? Hoshi lightly touched the runes but felt nothing at all. What's the matter? Seiji noticed that Hoshi was doing something. I felt my right hand beginning to heat up, and then saw this. Hoshi showed Seiji his palm. Seiji's astral vision showed him that this was a spell formation. Although it wasn't very clear yet, it looked rather similar to the geometrical spell formation on the stone door leading to that flower garden district. Was this some type of emblem, seal, or marking? What exactly was it? What use did it have? Was it dangerous? Various doubts popped up in his mind, causing Seiji to furrow his eyebrows. Do you feel anything apart from your hand feeling hot? No. I don't know what this is. It doesn't look like something that I'd be able to make go away with healing magic. Still, Seiji figured he could at least try. He cast some healing magic on Hoshi, but as expected, nothing happened. He then tried to use cleansing on Hoshi. However, the result was the same. The mysterious green spell array remained on Hoshi's palm. Seiji could only use his ultimate move. Yomi, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you know what that is? Seiji mentally asked Yomi a question. His bonded female spirit didn't reply. Yomi-san, please stop sleeping for a while. At least say one sentence, and tell me if this is something dangerous or not. Seiji sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635 Elf Archer. Chapter 635 Elf Archer. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I don't think it's dangerous. Yomi indeed responded. However, that was the only sentence she would say. Since his bonded female spirit was saying so, Seiji felt that there was no need for him to worry too much about it. It doesn't seem like anything dangerous. Just pay attention to it by yourself. Let me know if you feel like anything changes about it, Seiji told Hoshi. Hoshi nodded as he glanced at the green marking again. The next instant, he felt as if he was in another dimension. He was now in a dark forest, standing on a large tree branch high in the air. He was shooting a sharp arrow at a dark shadow by using a dark green longbow. Notching the arrow, drawing the bowstring, aiming, and shooting, all these actions felt so concrete and even familiar to Hoshi. Just as he was confused, this illusion suddenly vanished. Hoshi felt that his right hand was burning. He could faintly sense something within this marking, and had a sudden epiphany. He decided to try out this idea. Hoshi summoned a spiritual eagle and had it stand on his right hand. This gave him a mystical sensation as if some power was about to burst forth from his hand. Simultaneously, a word he'd never heard before popped into his mind. Artidus. Hoshi reflexively knew that this wasn't a word from the language of Sakura Island. He then saw the green marking begin to glow. The spiritual eagle then started glowing red, before it speedily transformed into mist which formed itself into a longbow. This is, Hoshi widened his eyes in surprise. Apart from the fact that this bow was a different color, the longbow, more accurately, this recurved bow was identical to the one Hoshi saw in the illusion just now. This bow had elegant curves and exquisite runs. It looked like a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Seiji and the others were also rather surprised to suddenly see Hoshi's spiritual eagle transform into a weapon. Before any of them got a chance to ask Hoshi what was going on, Hoshi held the bow with his left hand as if it was only natural. He then drew the bowstring with his right hand as the marking on his hand began to glow. A feathered arrow suddenly materialized on the bow from midair. Hoshi drew the bow, aimed, and fired. Shtick! The sharp arrow accurately pierced through a black wolf's head and directly transformed it into mist. Shtick, 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 shtick. The beautiful boy used well-practiced movements to continuously shoot out arrows which each accurately hit their targets. Every single arrow killed a spiritual monster in a single shot. Hoshi soon eliminated all the small monsters in this area all by himself. An elf archer. Seiji couldn't help but think of this famous fantasy job class when he saw this impactful scene of Hoshi shooting arrows. Hoshi had such a beautiful appearance that it was difficult to tell his gender. He also had an exquisite longbow, elegant movements, and pinpoint accuracy with his arrow shots. What else could this be other than an elf archer? Hoshi was only missing a pair of long pointy ears. Hoshi, how? I don't know. I suddenly felt that I possessed such a power. Hoshi looked at the marking on his right hand. I think that this marking gave me this power. The mysterious marking gave Hoshi the ability to use archery in the elf archer job class? Seiji thought about the teaching that he received from Minamoto no Reiko, which helped him to learn a new technique. Was Hoshi's situation similar to his own? Could this marking be what the Cliff Squad wanted to fight for and obtain at all costs? Seiji suddenly came to this realization. If that was the case, this meant that the green spell array on Hoshi's hand was incredibly valuable. It likely had great power or potential. Did Hoshi pick up a great treasure by chance? Do you feel any negative side effects from using this newfound power of yours? Not at all. My right hand isn't even burning up anymore. If it doesn't have any negative side effects, then go ahead and use it as much as you want. Seiji glanced at the longbow. Congratulations on job class changing to elf archer. Hoshi paused in surprise. This humble one agrees. Hisashi commented. As long as our Knight of Light changes his clothes and puts on a fake set of pointy ears, he'll become a perfect and alluring elf archer. You'll be quite beautiful, Amami-san. Mika also praised Hoshi. Hoshi had a rather subtle expression after hearing this. Indeed, you're quite beautiful, rather than handsome and cool. Seiji couldn't help but add that in his mind. Still, He felt that Hoshi becoming an elf archer was much easier for him to accept than a magical girl. Hoshi's new archery abilities had great attack power. Every single small monster could be dealt with by a single arrow. Hoshi's arrows also had good DPS against boss monsters. However, there was a slight cost that it would drain his energy. Hoshi could replenish his energy by absorbing mist through the spell array on his right hand. His spiritual eagles could also absorb mist and replenish his energy, but that was less effective. Seiji inferred that Hoshi would level up his archery abilities quicker if he absorbed mist with the marking on his hand. If you want to level up your elven bow at a quicker rate, try absorbing more mist with the spell array on your hand. If you want to level up your summon creatures faster, have your spiritual eagles absorb more mist. That's my best guess. Which should I pick? Choose for yourself. These are all your abilities. After some consideration, Hoshi decided to focus more on absorbing mist with the marking to level up his new spiritual bow weapon. Everyone progressed down the direction that Seiji's locator spell pointed them in, killing monsters along the way. They walked down a particularly long staircase and arrived at an incredibly wide area. At the end of this area was a giant stone door which had a large circle carved into it. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sight. I have an ominous premonition, Seiji muttered in a low voice. I have one as well, Mika commented. The same goes for this humble one. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. Hoshi didn't get a chance to comment, because there was a sudden loud sound that came from behind. Everyone turned around to see that the staircase they just arrived from was now blocked off by a stone wall. And then, large amounts of black mist poured out from everywhere, speedily forming into a pack of wolves, no, humanoid figures. All the enemy spiritual monsters were humanoid this time. They resembled armored warriors. They wielded shields and swords, spears, greatswords, bows and arrows, battle hammers, war axes, and so on. What was with this sudden change of style? Although there was previously a humanoid boss monster in the forest palace, that was the only one. What was up with so many humanoid monsters suddenly appearing here? However, there was no time for everyone to be astonished. Their path of retreat was cut off, so they could only battle. Seiji instantly cast his turtle armor barrier spell. This successfully blocked the enemy monster's long-ranged attacks. Hisashi threw out the largest thunder boom spell in his arsenal. Mika attacked with her spiritual gun and black bands. Hoshi shot arrows as fast as he could, although this killed a few monsters, there were simply far too many of them. It was quite imposing how many of them were marching in unison towards Seiji and his friends. In such dire circumstances, Seiji recalled the spirit form summoning cards that he received as a reward from the Light Novel Award ceremony incident. This seemed like an excellent time to use this option. He immediately opened up his system and used the Armored Knight card. Spirit Summoning, Royal Knight Squadron. Numerous spiritual knights that wore full body armor appeared. They were riding tall warhorses, and equipped with spears, swords, and shields. Mika and the others were rather shocked to see so many powerful appearing knights suddenly materializing right in front of them. Don't panic. I summoned these knights, Seiji told them. He then gave these knights a command: attack the enemy army. Ka-ching! The knight squadron readied their spears in unison and charged at the enemy knights. At this moment, Seiji and the others felt a truly heroic aura emanating from these knights. It was as if they were watching a real battlefield. Sounds of clashing began as the knight squadron rushed into the tremendous number of enemies and began a fierce battle. We're going to join them. Seiji maintained his turtle armor barrier as he led the others in charging towards the enemy group. Many enemy monsters were slain. They all transformed into mist, some of which was absorbed by Mika, Hisashi, and Hoshi. Another part of the mist floated towards the stone door, creating black runes on the circle there which gradually formed into a spell formation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, You Absolutely Can't Let It Catch You. Chapter 636, You Absolutely Can't Let It Catch You. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Shooting humanoid spiritual creatures was quite a different feeling from shooting animal-type spiritual monsters. Although Hoshi knew that these weren't real people, he still faintly felt as if he was killing actual humans. Hoshi forced down such thoughts and firmed his resolution as he continuously fired arrows. They were only humanoid spiritual monsters, and even if these were real people, he could only seriously attack back if other people wanted to kill him. Otherwise, he or his friends would be the ones to die. Hoshi didn't even have the time earlier to be afraid of the hoodie-wearing youth's assassination attempt on him. Only afterwards did Hoshi have time to think about it and become terrified. He knew that he would have died already if it wasn't for Hisashi saving him in the nick of time. Hoshi didn't dare think any deeper into this as he was afraid of thinking about death. He could only feel fortunate that he was still alive. It was wonderful that it was the enemy who died instead of him or his friends. Hoshi vomited and felt quite uncomfortable at seeing the enemy's dead bodies. Yet, underneath these surface emotions, a dark feeling was hidden. Delight. Right, Hoshi was delighted. Although it was only a faint sensation that was ever so slight, Hoshi was indeed delighted that his enemies had died. It was their fault for suddenly attacking without warning and almost killing him. They deserved to die. Hoshi didn't say such words out loud. He knew that it was improper to say them out loud. Still, this type of darkness indeed existed deep within his heart. Hoshi didn't feel that Seiji had gone overboard at all. Hoshi hadn't been simply consoling Seiji. This was what he truly thought. Seiji had killed others in order to protect them all. This wasn't being cold and cruel at all. In Hoshi's mind, this was what real strength was. As the fourth knight, I need to become stronger as well. As Hoshi thought this, his right hand suddenly started heating up again, bringing another illusionary scene before him. He was now dodging enemy swords and blocking enemy attacks with his bow while counterattacking with an arrow being used like a dagger. He was able to put distance between him and his enemies as swiftly as the wind while notching several arrows at once and firing. Dodging, blocking, stabbing, moving, shooting, all these actions felt just as real and familiar as the last illusion Hoshi experienced, as if he had performed all these actions before himself. This time, Hoshi was no longer confused. He immersed himself in the illusion and learned. After the illusion vanished, Hoshi learned a new technique as he felt his right hand heating up. Hoshi placed his hand on the bow and focused upon it. This instantly created 3 arrows out of thin air. He drew the bow and shot all 3 arrows simultaneously. At the cost of somewhat lowering accuracy, shooting out more arrows at once caused more overall damage. Thanks to this new ability, Hoshi was now able to clear the monsters at an even more effective rate than before. Not long after that, Hisashi also leveled up. He was now able to create thunderbolts from both his hands simultaneously. This allowed him to throw 2 thunder booms at once, providing an even larger AoE crowd control effect. Even Nika was now able to control more black bands than before. This was all because the humanoid spiritual monsters were so numerous and powerful. The mist experience they provided was quite abundant and high quality. The Awakened constantly got stronger as they fought these spiritual creatures. Plus, the spiritual knights that Seiji summoned were also assisting everyone. Gradually, the enemy monsters were destroyed. Just as the monsters were almost completely wiped out, more dense black mist suddenly appeared. This black mist speedily formed into even taller humanoid spiritual monsters. This group of large monsters charged forth and instantly wiped out approximately half of Seiji's remaining spiritual knights. They got close to Seiji and his friends. Heroic Protection. Seiji activated the second ability of his, Mika character card, greatly improving his defenses. He forcibly blocked the monster's first wave of attacks with his barrier. He then opened up his system menu and used another card. Spirit Form Summoning, Magic Mecha Squadron. 3 gigantic spiritual mechas that were equipped with various magical weapons suddenly materialized in midair. They whipped out magical swords that resembled lightsabers and swung these swords at the large monsters. Despite the earlier experience they just had, Seiji's friends were still rather shocked by this. This was mostly because of the unexpected fantastical style of the magic mechas. I'm unable to repeat these summoning techniques. They can only be used once, Seiji told his friends. Although I still have a few more that I can use, I hope that I won't have to use all of them up. They're like valuable consumable items that disappear after use? Hisashi instantly understood. That's right. Mika and Hoshi understood now as well. Nobody wasted any time talking as they concentrated on killing enemy monsters while the magic mechas helped to split apart the monsters' formation. The magic mechas possessed powerful combat capabilities. They used rocket-like weapons that had high explosive power. However, the magic mechas still didn't last for long. After all of Seiji's spiritual knights were defeated, the 3 magic mechas also ended up being crushed by the large spiritual monsters. Fortunately, no new enemy monsters appeared. Just as the last magic mecha collapsed, Seiji and his friends suddenly attacked and killed off all the remaining large monsters. The mist forming into runes on the stone door had now completely filled in the circle, creating a complete spell formation. After that, the stone door slowly opened inwards to reveal a corridor. Seiji and his friends saw that a black, sticky fluid was everywhere in the corridor. This black sticky substance was all over the ground, walls, and even ceiling of the corridor. It was as if someone had smashed countless black slimes inside here. There was even a faint odor of some sort that smelled somewhat like fish. Although Seiji didn't know what this was, it didn't seem like anything good to him. He told the others to wait outside the door for him as he cautiously entered by himself. Nothing happened. Seiji tentatively stepped on a puddle of the black sticky fluid. Nothing happened once again. This feels like I'm stepping on mud. Seiji wiped his shoe clean. It doesn't seem like there's any effects so far. Still, I recommend everyone to not touch it. After confirming that things appeared to be safe, he had Mika and the others enter the corridor with him as they proceeded onwards. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Bang! Not long after the 4 of them started walking down this corridor, the stone door behind them closed at a much faster pace than when it opened. I have yet another ominous premonition, Seiji mentioned. Same for me. Mika agreed. This humble one agrees, Hisashi chimed in. Hoshi didn't say anything. He was now seeing another illusion. Hoshi witnessed a tall man wearing armor being tangled up in the black sticky fluid. This man had an expression of incredible pain. His eyes were bulging and his mouth was wide open. He made strange noises as he viciously scratched at his face, leaving deep bloody trails. Black sticky fluid then started oozing out of this man's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Soon, his entire face and head started corroding. Then, his hands and body started melting. The illusion vanished. Hoshi felt his sense of terror careening around inside him as he glanced at the black sticky fluid in the corridor. We need to hurry and leave. Hoshi shouted in a raspy voice. We need to get out of here as fast as we can. As far away from this stuff as possible. Before he even got to finish speaking, there was a gurgling sound. Everyone looked at the sound to see that a pile of black sticky fluid behind them was now bubbling. The fluid swiftly expanded and absorbed more fluid near it, forming into a humanoid shape. Listen to Hoshi. We're going to start running. Seiji didn't know what was going on with Hoshi, but he trusted Hoshi and decisively agreed. And so, everyone started running as fast as they could through this corridor. That substance is dangerous, incredibly dangerous. You absolutely can't let it catch you. Hoshi shouted. Behind them, the sticky fluid humanoid shape was now gliding on the ground. It kept absorbing more fluid, becoming ever more solid and larger. Countless human faces started appearing on its surface as it grew numerous arms. The sticky fluid humanoid figure took a terrifying shape. Whoosh! Its arms suddenly extended and reached out towards Seiji and his friends. Careful! Hoshi pulled Hisashi away, narrowly avoiding a sticky arm. Mika sped herself up and dodged the sticky arms, while Seiji dodged and reflexively counterattacked with a powerful sword strike. Gloop! Seiji's sword met with great obstructive force as it swung down against the sticky arm. He wasn't able to slice down at all. Right after that, a powerful suction force tugged away Seiji's longsword. The longsword was then absorbed right into the sticky fluid creature's body, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Crystal. Chapter 637, Crystal. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji decisively gave up on his weapon. He now understood just how frightening this substance was after witnessing his longsword being completely devoured. It was just as Hoshi had warned them. Everyone quickened their pace and ran out of the corridor, only to see that black sticky fluid was also everywhere in this next district. This direction. Seiji pointed down where his locator spell indicated. Suddenly, green mist started pouring out from the walls in front. Damn it! More spiritual monsters are going to block our path. Seiji had a terrible feeling about this. However, this green mist didn't form into spiritual monsters at all. Instead, it floated towards Hoshi and was absorbed by his right hand. Hoshi felt his right hand heating up as the marking started glowing, as if it had just been filled by some type of energy. Hoshi immediately reached an understanding and placed his hand on his bow, forming a green arrow of light. He drew his bow, aimed, and fired. Shtick! The green arrow of light shot into the sticky fluid figure, causing its gliding speed to slightly slow down. Attack now! Hearing this, Mika started shooting her gun and Hisashi shot out 2 thunderbolts. Asterisk plop plop, asterisk the fluid monster made some disgusting noises as it took the attacks. Sticky fluid sprayed from its injuries as the human faces and arms on its body distorted and melted. Evolved mana bullet. Seiji shot out a barrage of golden bullets. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the mana bullets exploded brilliantly against the fluid monster, destroying part of its body. Nice, it's pretty effective. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he had an idea. We need to leave now. Hoshi shouted. That thing is indestructible. Right after he said that, more gurgling sounds came from around them. Everyone saw some more piles of sticky fluid starting to bubble and rapidly expand. Run! Run, Forest, run! Seiji couldn't help but think that in his mind. Yomi, are these things related to Hell's aura? Seiji then mentally asked his bonded female spirit a question. I'm not certain, they seem to have similar properties to Hell's aura. Be careful not to touch them, Yomi responded. Can they be eliminated by cleansing? Directly attempting to cleanse them will likely be ineffective. It would be more effective if you tried cleansing when it's weakened, such as when the young man there hit it with his arrow. However, I'm not sure if cleansing would completely eliminate it or not. What about sealing? I also don't know if it would be effective. He would only be able to learn by trying. Seiji understood. I feel that the critical key to dealing with these magical beasts is that young man beside you. I advise you to seriously listen to what he has to say, Yomi recommended. Of course. Seiji then looked towards Hoshi. Hoshi, you just mentioned that these things are indestructible. Yeah. Even if you defeat them, they'll be able to speedily form themselves again if there's even a little piece of them left. How did you know this? I saw it. Hoshi mentioned what he saw in his illusions. If they're indestructible, how about sealing them away or confining them instead? Would that work? Seiji inquired. I don't know. At this moment, Hoshi's gaze suddenly focused in front of him. He had just witnessed another illusory scene. It's possible. But, a crystal is required. Crystal? There was a giant 10-meter-wide red circle on the center of the ground in a wide sanctuary. A green crystal pillar stood right in the center of this red circle. Kazuko had her eyes closed and was sealed within this pillar. She looked just like a sleeping beauty locked in ice. Shika Kagura was currently sitting in front of this pillar with her eyes similarly closed as she was resting quietly. After the domain suddenly changed, she found Kazuko looked next to her in this green pillar, apparently having been sealed. Everyone else had disappeared. Shika tried calling out to Kazuko, but there was no response. She then tried to break the pillar, but was unable to do so. Monsters then started appearing. Black sticky fluid poured out of the cracks on the walls and rapidly expanded, forming into many humanoid figures. Shika opened her eyes, stood up, and silently observed the black humanoid figures gliding towards her. Once the sticky fluid figures got within a certain distance, a faint green glow started emitting from the crystal pillar. These sticky fluid figures' movements were greatly slowed by this light. Sealing spell, Snow Freeze. Shika cast a sealing spell which summoned dense blue mist in midair that froze all the humanoid figures solid. If these were ordinary spiritual monsters, she would only have to use Ice Shatter next to defeat them. However, these sticky humanoid figures were quite out of the ordinary. Even while frozen solid, they still continued to wriggle. Several were soon about to break out of the ice. Defense spell, Ice Wall. A thick wall of ice appeared out of nowhere and blocked these humanoid figures, freezing and obstructing their progress. Shika repeatedly used Snow Freeze and Ice Wall to prevent the enemy monsters from getting too close. Under the green light's illumination, these fluid monsters gradually stiffened. The red circle on the ground then started glowing as it absorbed the stiffened humanoid figures. Black runic lines swirled around inside the circle, which then gradually transformed red again. Sometime later, all the humanoid fluid figures had been absorbed into the red circle on the ground. The circle had now somewhat expanded in size. It was impossible to destroy these humanoid figures. They could only be sealed by the circle. Shika had received a message from Kazuko when these monsters first attacked. Shika learned how dangerous they were, along with the only method on how to deal with them. These sticky fluid monsters were everywhere outside. And, it was impossible to move Kazuko, so the two of them could only wait here. Kazuko didn't explain to Shika why things became like this. Kazuko's current condition was such that sending any message would require a huge amount of energy, and she needed to conserve as much power as possible. Shika was really worried about Seiji. However, she knew that she needed to remain calm and silently wait for him here, as she believed that he would be able to find him. Time continued to pass like this. After dealing with 2 more waves of sticky fluid monsters, Shika heard some faint footsteps. The petite girl suddenly stood up and looked in the sound's direction. Her originally calm breathing suddenly became hurried as she puckered her lips and clenched her fists. Shika-chan. Right after that, a familiar voice, familiar way of addressing her, and familiar figure appeared in her line of sight. Brother. At this instant, Shika almost cried at the sight. Just as she'd believed and hoped, he arrived safe to find her. Meanwhile, Seiji was similarly greatly relieved to find that his adopted younger sister was still alright. Although he believed in Shika's strength, and the locator spell indicated that she was safe, he couldn't help but still worry about her, especially after meeting the sticky fluid monsters in this district. Now, he could finally rest assured. But, he also saw the green crystal pillar at the same time in which Kazuko was embedded. Seiji couldn't help but widen his eyes. What exactly was this situation? That's it! Hoshi exclaimed. This type of crystal can seal those monsters, but why is Uksan inside it? Mika and Hoshi were also astonished. Why did Kazuko become locked in a pillar? We can talk about the situation later. If this crystal can help us deal with those damned monsters, just go ahead and use it, Hoshi. Seiji shouted. A tremendous number of sticky fluid figures were chasing right after them. It seemed like a scene right out of a horror movie. Okay. Hoshi ran up to the pillar and placed his right hand on the crystal. His hand immediately began to glow green. Amame-san. Uksan? Hoshi heard Kazuko's voice. No, he sensed her will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, I'm unable to bring him out. Chapter 638, I'm unable to bring him out. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hoshi and Kazuko's direct mental communication took only 1 second. Hoshi's hand then started glowing even more brilliantly. He turned around and started drawing his bow, which instantly became completely enveloped in green. An arrow of pure white instantly started forming. It gave off a gentle glow that seemed rather divine. Whoosh! The arrow of light shot out and left a spinning trail behind it as it struck the sticky fluid figure farthest in the front, exploding into a green-white blaze. A large portion of this sticky fluid figure's body was destroyed. It stopped its movements entirely. Whoosh, 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 Hoshi continuously shot out arrows of white light, destroying countless sticky fluid monsters. Every arrow that Hoshi shot out caused the light on his hand to diminish. When he destroyed the last sticky fluid figure, the light was so weak that it was almost about to vanish. Seiji and everyone else all saw that Hoshi's right hand was violently trembling. Hoshi, what's the matter? It's nothing. Don't lie so blatantly like that. Your hand is shaking. It's really nothing, it's my own problem. Hoshi held his right hand with his left and stopped it from shaking. Don't say something like that. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. If there's a problem, tell us. Don't bear it by yourself. That's something you should have learned already. Seiji transmitted such a thought with his eyes. However, Hoshi smiled and revealed a look of resolution. Team leader. Thank you. Why was Hoshi suddenly thanking him? But Seiji didn't have a chance to ask, because his vision suddenly darkened. Everyone else saw a red flash as Seiji suddenly vanished. What was going on? Before anyone could react to their astonishment, there was another red flash as Shika vanished next. Jumanji-san, I apologize that I must refuse your request. Hoshi smiled as he spoke to Hisashi. It would be better if the amazing maid attire you wanted to prepare is left for a cute girl to wear instead. Knight of Light, Hisashi was unable to finish his sentence as he also disappeared in a red flash of light. Mika sensed that everyone that vanished must have been teleported back to reality. But why did Hoshi have such an expression on his face? She wanted to ask, but didn't get a chance as she was instantly teleported away. Inside the green crystal pillar, Kazuko slowly opened her eyes as she looked towards Hoshi. Sorry, Dot. With that apology, she vanished as well. Hoshi was now by himself. The sticky fluid figures that were destroyed earlier by the arrows of light started wriggling again. They speedily formed themselves again and started moving once more as they began approaching Hoshi. Hoshi did his best to remain calm as he placed his right hand on the crystal pillar once more. What exactly happened? Back at the Jumanji Mafia Group's dojo, Seiji asked Kazuko this question. It was quite nice that everyone had returned to reality. However, why wasn't Hoshi together with them? Amame-san is being targeted. I'm unable to bring him out. Being targeted? Yes. When he touched the crystal, I was able to mentally communicate with him. I learned about what he experienced. That mysterious golden-haired girl. I believe that she was the one who blocked my portal and caused everything else that happened afterwards. Kazuko sighed. She has a similar ability to mine, but hers is stronger. If I'm something akin to a door opener, then she's the master of the house. Coincidentally, the domain that I can open up is actually one of the rooms in her house. Now, she's restored her own control and turned things around. Kazuko then continued, for some reason, Amami-san is able to see her. That's probably why she took an interest in him and gave him his marking. That's what I'm referring to as targeting him. Now that she's taken control over her room again, bringing all of you out and maintaining my own existence is the very limit of what I'm capable of doing. As for Amami-san, whom she's now targeting, I can't do anything for him at all. I'm so sorry. Even if that's the case, then you should have let me stay behind as well. Seiji frowned. I can't let Hoshi stay there by himself. That was a request from Amami-san, Kazuko stated softly. He asked me to bring all of you out safely. Everyone fell silent for a moment. What the hell? Seiji viciously stomped his foot. What does he want to do there by himself? Does he want to die? He wants to find that girl by himself. He thinks that as long as he's by himself, he'll be able to meet her again. What if he can't find her? How is he supposed to leave that place? Kazuko remained silent. Can you teleport me back in? Seiji then looked back at Kazuko. Kazuko shook her head. I used up a great deal of my power. I need to enter a hibernation state very soon. How long will you be in a deep sleep for? I'm not sure myself. A few days at the shortest, but it might be a few weeks at the longest. Is there any way I can help you to recover quicker? Seiji looked directly at her. There isn't. Kazuko chuckled. Just wait for me to wake up. Right after this, a blinding red glow flashed over her body. She then transformed into a jacketed boy. Good evening, Okuun. Seiji sighed. Good evening, Harano-kun. Kazufuru adjusted his eyeglasses. Kazuko had now entered a deep sleep. Clutching at his last hope, Seiji asked Yomi if she was capable of teleporting him back to that dimension. However, she was also unable to do so. It's so idiotic of Hoshi to stay there by himself. Seiji now had only two choices left. He could load back to the past, or stay here in the present and wait for Hoshi. Waiting would mean trusting Hoshi that he would be able to return safely. Loading would be akin to not trusting him. Although Seiji was quite angry at his idiotic junior for making his own decision like that, Seiji still wanted to trust Hoshi. Seiji wanted to trust that the fourth night would return safely. And so, Seiji decided to wait. However, he wouldn't wait around indefinitely. Seiji decided that he would load if Hoshi still hadn't returned safely by tomorrow morning. Hoshi, hurry and return. When you return before me again, I'm going to teach you a really good lesson. Achoo! Hoshi suddenly sneezed. He didn't even need to think to figure out that Seiji was probably angry at him right now. Actually, he had wanted to say I'm sorry to Seiji just now, but he knew that Seiji didn't like to hear apologies. That was why Hoshi thanked him instead. Hoshi knew that staying here by himself was a foolish choice to make. However, he still felt that he had made the correct decision. There was no need to drag his companions into danger by having them stay behind here. It was far more likely that he'd be able to meet that golden-haired girl again if he was by himself. No, not more likely, he would definitely see her again. He had to meet her again. Although he had resolved himself, he definitely didn't want to die. Hoshi looked at the marking on his palm. You gave this to me. I don't think that you want me to die here by myself. Even if that girl was the existence who caused the entire series of events that happened in here, Hoshi still wanted to believe that she wasn't an evil existence. He wanted to believe that she would reappear before him. He also knew that this was an incredibly naive way of thinking. But he was unable to give up on this naivety. At this moment, he suddenly heard the faint sound of singing. It's her. Hoshi listened closely and determined the direction that the singing came from. After determining the direction, he placed his right hand on the crystal pillar to absorb as much energy as he possibly could. After he could no longer absorb any more energy, Hoshi set out. Sticky fluid monsters soon appeared everywhere and started chasing behind him. Hoshi continuously ran in the direction of the singing. He only slowed down to fire arrows whenever the sticky fluid monsters were about to catch up to him. After running for an unknown length of time, the singing he heard finally became much clearer. Yet, he suddenly saw a giant stone door before him. This stone door was identical to the one he saw earlier with his companions. The singing was coming from behind the stone door. Countless sticky fluid figures were catching up to him. More such monsters were also appearing in this district. Hoshi only had a tiny portion of power remaining that he absorbed from the crystal. And he didn't see a single new crystal on his way here at all. A stone door was blocking his path, while large numbers of monsters were behind him. He was all by himself and lacked a way of fighting. This was unmistakably a brink that he was facing. Hoshi felt despair when he realized this. Ah-h-h-h. His shouting echoed throughout the ancient sanctuary. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, You Have Died. Chapter 639. You Have Died. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. You have died. The warrior slumped to the ground in a distorted manner, having been surrounded and killed by too many monsters. Bloody words appeared on the large crystal LCD display television screen. This path is a trap. I should have taken the right side, Seiji reflected. This trap can probably be jumped over by using a high-speed jump. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. That's too risky. Let's try the right side instead. The two otakus were currently playing a very difficult dark-themed action game. They had died many times already. Why are you playing such a video game at this time? Isn't this incredibly jinxing? Mika commented in her mind as she watched them. Shika calmly sipped on her tea as she also observed the two boys. 1 hour had now passed after everyone returned from the inner world. Hisashi arranged a car to take Kazufuru home. Other than Kazufuru, everyone else remained at the Jumanji dojo to wait for Hoshi to return. Just waiting was boring, so Hisashi had some underlings move the television and video game system from his room to the dojo. He hooked up the system and started playing a new, excellently reviewed video game while also having servants bring tea, confectionaries, and so on. The two boys played for a while and appeared to get completely absorbed in the game, having forgotten their original purpose here. There's an ambush here. Retreat. This humble one can handle something of this degree. Oh. Don't force yourself, hurry and throw a smoke grenade. The warrior on the television screen was currently fighting against 3 different monsters. He managed to kill off 2 of them by running and rolling around, slicing in every direction. Unfortunately, he wasn't careful enough and was viciously slashed by the 3rd monster. A 4th monster then descended from the ceiling and assassinated him. You have died. Bloody words appeared on the screen once again. There was actually an ambush from above? How underhanded. Seiji sighed. This humble one made a mistake with the controls. No, I overestimated myself. Hisashi sighed. We need to be more cautious. As expected of a famously difficult game. It's so easy to die if you're not careful. Can't you guys play a different game? Mika finally couldn't help herself. Isn't it unlucky to be seeing so much you have died on the screen? Why's that? Seiji and Hisashi looked at her in unison. Because Hoshi's currently, dot. The game's a game, and Hoshi is Hoshi, Seiji responded. That's right. The Night of Light won't be affected by this game, Hisashi stated. Although that might be the case, won't this jinx things? If that was really the case, not only should we not be playing this game, we should all be sitting here properly praying for him, or immediately going to some shrine to donate money for his safety, Seiji spoke calmly. But, I'm too lazy to do such a thing. It's that idiot's fault for making his own decision to wait there by himself for his death. His calm words contained a noticeably deep anger. Mika didn't dare to say anything else after hearing this. This humble one thinks the same. Besides, the Night of Light even went to the trouble of refusing my request at the end, which makes me especially angry. Hisashi also spoke in a calm tone that revealed his anger. It was as if dark flames were beginning to burn on the two otakus' bodies. Mika realized that neither of them had forgotten why they were all here in the dojo. They weren't playing the game because they had forgotten the situation. It was intentional on their part. Amama-san, hurry and return. If you come back too late, something scary might happen, Mika thought to herself. Seiji and Hisashi continued playing the video game. The warrior on the screen continuously died over and over again. Most of the deaths were due to careless player mistakes. Seiji, who was calmly observing, had easily noticed that although they seemed to be seriously playing the game, they weren't focusing at all. 1 hour passed. Another hour passed. The warrior from the game had died more than 100 times already. Mika felt that he was incredibly pitiful. She was also even more worried about Hoshi. At this moment, a red light suddenly flashed as a person materialized in midair. This person was Hoshi. He had come back. He really returned. Mika was delighted and astonished, while Seiji and Hisashi stood up in unison. Shika put down her teacup. The beautiful boy stood there with his eyes closed. He had a calm expression. There were some new tatters on his combat uniform, with some patches appearing corroded, some patches appearing pierced, and other patches appearing to be sliced, but it seemed that he himself was basically uninjured. Hoshi. Seiji ran to his junior. How are you? There was no reaction. Hoshi, wake up. Seiji shook Hoshi on the shoulder. The beautiful boy slowly opened his eyes, slightly creasing his eyebrows. The look in his eyes appeared rather hollow. Hey, what's the matter? Seiji shook him again. Only after this did Hoshi's eyes return to normal, as if he had just woken up from a daydream. Senpai. It's me. You're back in reality. Seiji took a good look at Hoshi's face. Are you injured? Does anything feel wrong anywhere? Hoshi blinked as he looked at himself. What's going on? Hoshi had a confused expression upon seeing all the tatters on his combat uniform. The last clear memory he had was of being surrounded and attacked by countless sticky fluid monsters in front of the giant stone door. What happened after that? I don't remember how this happened to my clothes. Hoshi rubbed a damaged portion of his clothing that seemed cut off. I can't remember what I experienced. Can't remember? Seiji and the others were confused. Do you remember who we are? It would be bad if Hoshi lost his memory. Of course, Hoshi looked back at Seiji and then everyone else. Everyone. I've returned. Hoshi smiled movingly. Welcome back, Amame-san, Mika spoke sincerely. It's good that you're all right, Shika told him. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses and didn't say a word as he looked at Hoshi's smile. Seiji slightly narrowed his eyes. Hoshi, are you certain that you're uninjured? I don't think I am. I don't feel like I'm hurting anywhere. Hoshi checked his own body again. Excellent. Seiji started smiling. He then took off Hoshi's helmet and made a fist. Dong, an iron fist smashed into the top of the beautiful boy's head. This was a scene that hadn't occurred for such a long time. Ouch. Senpai. Call me team leader. Seiji knocked Hoshi on the head again. You idiot that made such a decision on your own. I'm sorry, Dot. You still did such a thing despite being sorry. Staying there by yourself. Did you want to die? Who do you think you are? Hoshi clutched his head and giggled foolishly as he sensed that Seiji truly cared for him. Why are you laughing, you idiot? Seiji gave the idiot a very good lesson. This humble one is quite angry as well. I adamantly refuse your refusal, Knight of Light. Hisashi stared at Hoshi. You're definitely going to wear maid attire. Eh? Hoshi was stunned at this. Could I see that as well? Mika's eyes were sparkling. No problem. Please enjoy to your heart's content. Team leader. This is something that you brought upon yourself. Seiji rolled his eyes at Hoshi. Seiji hid just how relieved he was. It was wonderful that this idiot had returned safely. But, he had to ask. What do you mean by saying you can't remember? What exactly happened after all of us were teleported out? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, Elf Ranger. Chapter 640, Elf Ranger. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hoshi told them everything that he could remember. Seiji and his friends exchanged awkward glances. We've been waiting here for you a bit more than 3 hours. Judging from the time that passed, and all the damage to your clothing, you must have gone through many things. You really can't remember anything else at all? Hoshi did his best to recall as he looked at his right hand. The mysterious marking had now vanished. However, Hoshi could sense that its power was still within him. He then checked his pockets, only to find that all his red leaves were there as well, with not a single one missing. He could faintly recall that he seemed to have met the golden-haired girl again, and that he was with her. I think that I might have been saved by that golden-haired girl, and that I was together with her, Hoshi muttered. Everyone remained silent for a moment. That's all you can remember? Seiji folded his arms. It would have been fine if you had only had a nice chat with her for 3 hours. However, the tatters on your clothing prove that you were doing otherwise. I highly doubt that some of those cut marks could have been caused by the sticky fluid monsters. You were probably fighting against something else inside as well. Perhaps you were fighting against other spiritual monsters, or even humans. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. I don't want to say this, but it looks like she was manipulating you, Hoshi. Seiji sighed. It's quite obvious that you were fighting, and now you've lost your memory afterward. This is basically no different from her having taken advantage of a puppet. Hoshi fell silent for a moment. Team leader, do you believe that she's an evil existence? I didn't say that. Still, it's a possibility. Seiji had a serious expression. She was the cause behind this incident. She brought much hardship upon you, and made you lose your memory. Do you still want to believe in her despite all this? Hoshi fell silent for an even longer period of time. He recalled what that girl looked like, as well as her singing. I want to believe, Hoshi spoke softly as he clenched his right hand. Seiji looked at Hoshi's right hand. If there's a method to remove the marking that she put on your body, do you want to remove it? No. Do you still want to see her again? Yeah, Hoshi nodded. Such an idiot. Seiji sighed. But I suppose that's just how you are, Hoshi Amami. Another period of silence fell over everyone. Well, that's the end of this matter, Seiji told everyone. We weren't able to train in the domain as I'd expected, and Kazuko-san is now in a hibernation state because of this incident. She won't be waking up soon. I thought too simply of the domain and the inner worlds. I need to properly self-reflect. The fortunate part is that despite this sudden incident, everyone returned safely with nobody injured. Everyone did a good job. Let's all have a good rest now. If any of you feel that something is wrong with your body, let me know immediately. Nairui Iwazaki was staring blankly at the ceiling. That was because he was now dead. Despite the fact that he was an experienced spiritual ability user, he and more than 10 other members of their organization had all died within their base. The other powerful individuals in the organization that rushed over to support everyone found that they were too late when they arrived. There was only one lucky survivor, an awakened by the name of Haita Nishizawa. This gray-haired boy had been seriously injured and barely managed to survive. He told his rescuers what he had witnessed. All of this death had been caused by a single person. That person wore mystical-appearing attire that resembled something a stereotypical elf ranger from fantasy anime and manga would wear. This elf ranger wore a magic runic hat, possessed an exquisite longbow, and had beautiful and androgynous features that made it difficult to determine the person's gender. This person was basically no different from a real elf. He or she summoned powerful spiritual monsters and shot powerful spiritual arrows that killed everyone. This person destroyed the organization's base in the Forest Palace all by themselves. Haita's testimony, video cameras from the destroyed base, and a certain type of scene replay magic spell all confirmed the details of this attacker. However, it was impossible to determine who this person was or what faction they belonged to. Due to the physical characteristics of this person, the organization decided to codename them Elf Ranger. The organization assessed this person as an above-average threat based on the damage this person inflicted and the power level displayed. The next morning, Seiji contacted Hana and told her about what happened last night. In the future, you should pay more attention to this person named Hoshi Amami, Hana told him. Of course. Seiji nodded. This was his first time visiting an inner world. I suppose that he had a lucky miracle of sorts for something like this to happen to him. The youth on his first adventure who met a mysterious and powerful golden-haired girl. This seemed just like the classic beginning to a novel or manga. However, Seiji had no clue if this story would turn out to be good or bad for Hoshi. I would like to request an analysis of the damage inflicted upon his combat uniform. Is it possible to determine what types of attacks caused such damage? It also needs repairing. Could I ask you to do that? Yeah. Mail the combat uniform back to me, Hana agreed. Also, I'm concerned about that group who suddenly attacked us for no apparent reason. None of them saw any of our real faces, but since we killed 3 of them, we need to remain on guard, Seiji continued. Could I also ask you to investigate those dual daggers? Hana agreed to this as well. Seiji didn't request Natsuya's assistance, because this incident was unrelated to her. This was related to his night order. Seiji considered it alright to have Natsuya of the Yorihana family help him with smaller matters, but this was something related to him and his friends' lives, so there absolutely needed to be concrete results. After finishing their video chat, Seiji immediately mailed over the items. He didn't use any normal mail delivery. Instead, he used a mystical service that he wouldn't have to worry about reliability or speed of. However, the price for this service was rather expensive. This matter had now temporarily come to an end after Seiji mailed the items. The greatest lesson he learned from all of this was that Kazuko's domain wasn't nearly as safe as he thought it was. Seiji understood that training in an inner world had its risks. However, he mistakenly underestimated the risks. He didn't expect that the controller of the domain herself, Kazuko, would also meet with a problem. Taking advantage of Kazuko's ability to easily train in inner worlds on a daily basis. Well, after all of this, Seiji could only say that dreams were beautiful but reality was cruel. Inner worlds possessed even stronger existences than Kazuko that could even overrule her control over the domain. Meeting any such existences would cause even Kazuko to meet with danger. In an even worse hypothetical scenario, everyone could die there. At any rate, Seiji felt that he had underestimated inner worlds far too much. Inner worlds weren't the same as dungeons in games. There was no fixed path to take through an inner world, nor was there a story plot. Entering every time was a true adventure with associated risks. What one met inside would be unknown. In fortunate circumstances, an inner world would provide excellent training. But in unfortunate circumstance, it was also possible to die within just a short few seconds. Even if Seiji had the ability to save and load, he didn't dare to allow himself to die. He now had a new understanding of how dangerous inner worlds were. This caused him to reassess the value of his spirit house from his system. His system's products were truly extraordinary. A place where he and his friends could cultivate safely was far more valuable than he'd originally expected. System, now you understand how it is, dear. Seiji imagined his system saying that. But, his spirit house was truly an option. It wasn't that he didn't want it to begin with. It was that he was poor in points. Seiji sighed. He needed to earn more points. Seiji figured that he should first hurry and finish the second volume of Brother Monogatari as quickly as possible before thinking of other ways to grind points. Although he was working on the dating sim game as a side project, this wouldn't possibly be finished anytime soon. He needed something that would give him many points quickly. No, he needed a project that would give him rewards as soon as possible. Seiji then had a flash of inspiration that caused his eyes to light up. He immediately went on the internet and created an account on Sakura Island's most famous website for light novel artists, Whiteboard. Seiji figured that he technically counted as a light novel artist as well, since he drew all the art for his own novel. Wouldn't he be able to earn some points by uploading some drawings on the internet? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, I want to draw arrow drawings. Chapter 641, I want to draw arrow drawings. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After creating an account, Seiji searched the Whiteboard light novel artist site and found that there was already fan art for Brother Monogatari, but the most popular fan art was drawn by Shark Demon Soldier, the artist who had competed with him over the artist position for Brother Monogatari. This popular fan art was precisely the one of the male lead showing off his true powers for the first time Seiji had seen previously. The second most popular fan art was drawn by Romance of Ice and Fire. This was Yukari's drawing. Yukari drew the female lead wearing a yukata and a demon mask on the side of her face. The younger sister character was joyfully licking a candied lollipop. Although this drawing wasn't highly detailed, it was still of good quality. The beautiful girl in the drawing sticking her tongue out had a subtle alluring sexiness to her. Seiji instantly gave the drawing a 5-star rating and added it to his personal collection. He then looked at all the other fan art for his story. Of course, some were of good quality while some were of low quality. Still, even the worst drawn fan art still contained the artist's passion for his story. Seiji gave every single fan art for his story an excellent rating. He then started uploading his own drawings. Seiji currently had a large number of drawings accumulated due to constantly grinding his art stat through his system for points. He picked some of the drawings that he felt were superior and uploaded them publicly on the internet. But he felt that just this alone would be obviously insufficient. Since he was both the author and artist of Brother Monogatari, he felt that he should draw something truly outstanding to help get his artist account known. Seiji immediately started brainstorming about what he could draw. As he brainstormed, he reflexively looked at Yukari's drawing. Suddenly, he felt that a relatively ecchi drawing would be a good way to attract attention. Seiji was instantly inspired after having this idea. All sorts of scenes popped into his mind as if an unstoppable torrential wave had arrived. Such powerful inspiration astonished Seiji because he finally realized that he had never drawn a single arrow drawing as of yet. How illogical. As an otaku who now possessed excellent drawing skills, why hadn't he drawn an arrow drawing up until now? Seiji instantly realized the answer after thinking about it for a little, because of Shika-chan. The first high-quality drawing that he felt he had ever produced had Shika as the model. After that, he drew Shika's birthday present drawing for the Winter Snow Festival, and then he started drawing insert art for Brother Monogatari. He hadn't even thought of drawing eki drawings with all that going on. Only now did Seiji finally awaken to the fact that he had unknowingly fallen into the trap of getting accustomed to a certain way of drawing. That was completely wrong. Although his normal drawings were excellent, he couldn't allow that to restrain himself. I like arrow drawings. I want to draw an arrow drawing. I'm going to draw something extremely arrow right now. No, let's not draw something overly arrow. Seiji hurriedly stopped himself from running rampant. He couldn't let himself get carried away, as he was both the author and artist of Brother Monogatari. His story wasn't supposed to primarily focus on sex appeal. It would be a bad influence if he published an overly sexual drawing. Still, it would be fine to draw something eki, just not overly so. Seiji restrained his desires and did his best to calmly analyze all sorts of scenes that he could use. He swiftly rejected many possibilities. He didn't want the drawing to reveal too much flesh, show underwear, or have an overtly sexual pose. After careful consideration and assessment, Seiji finally determined what he was going to draw. He then immediately began drawing. Yukari was currently in her own room, surfing the internet. First, she checked her own artist blog and replied to a few messages. She then went on her account profile at the light novel artist website whiteboard, and saw a message for her from a user named Idle Dimension by the Shore. Had Seiji registered an account on the light novel artist website? Yukari blinked in surprise as she opened up Idle Dimension by the Shore's profile. Many drawings had already been uploaded. One drawing in particular instantly attracted her attention. This drawing was of a black-haired beautiful girl who wore a mystical Sakura Island-style miniskirt. Her head was tilted slightly with hair falling down. Her right leg was lifted slightly and she was currently pulling up a black stocking with both her hands. This seemingly ordinary scene had an indescribable allure to it. Even though the girl clearly didn't reveal much flesh at all, the drawing was mysteriously alluring. Even the female Yukari felt an impulse to take a closer look. Yukari magnified this drawing to the maximum on her computer and observed it closely. Extravagant attire, a lazy-seeming expression, the already worn stocking on the left leg and the absolute territory between the stocking and the miniskirt, the lifted right leg, the half-worn stocking, and the place where you would think that you could see panties but nothing was actually revealed. Truly wondrous. The purple-haired girl who was already a high-level arrow artist praised this drawing in her mind. This drawing wasn't outright arrow, but it was indeed arrow. Somehow, the drawing managed to fall right on the border. Any more would make it truly arrow, while any less would make it plain. The balance struck was so exact as if it was a perfect balance. And everything was due to the quality of the drawing. Its high attention to detail made it pleasing to look at, especially the stockings and the beautiful legs. The contrast between black and white was wonderfully done. The more one looked at it, the more one would want to try and touch it. The girl's actions seemed natural and her expression was moving. Her clothes were extravagant, but not overly so as to steal the scene. The first impression upon seeing this might be that this drawing was appealing due to arrow, but if one looked at it seriously, they'd discover that the drawing's overall charisma was the truly appealing part. Yukari instantly gave this drawing a 5-star review and added it to her personal collection. There were very few reviews currently on this drawing. Every single review so far praised it, and Yukari sincerely added her own laudatory comment. At the exact same moment that her comment appeared, another accredited artist by the name of Sharp Demon Soldier commented at the same time. Excellent drawing. I really hope that Shore-sensei won't start drawing manga. Otherwise, I'll have an even more difficult time, smiley emoticon. Judging from the tone, this artist was acquainted with Seiji. Yukari was rather curious just how Demon Soldier was acquainted with Seiji. She then thought about how this person mentioned manga just now. What would it be like if Seiji started drawing manga? Yukari's opinion was that he'd definitely be able to draw something wonderful. Brother Monogatari had great popularity, which was the best evidence of Seiji's talent. It was quite possible that he would be able to draw an excellent manga in the future. To be honest, if he drew and wrote about a modified version of his own life story, that alone would likely be a powerful best-selling story. Yukari seriously started thinking about this after having such a thought. She started thinking that perhaps this was truly doable. Seiji was handsome, powerful, talented, and had a powerful family background. He was a spiritual ability user and even started a harem. He was basically like a main character type of person in real life. Yukari had complex feelings towards him to begin with. Now, they became even more complex. She decided to forget it and stop all her idle thoughts. Yukari admired Seiji's drawing some more before classifying it into her favorites section. She then started browsing his other artwork. Romance of Ice and Fire and Sharp Demon Soldier, these two renowned artists, had simultaneously praised a newcomer artist's drawing. This drew much attention from the artist community. This excellent drawing speedily received more and more clicks, with the excellent ratings and favorites rapidly increasing as well. The website itself then noticed the drawing's popularity and placed it on the front page, helping to increase its exposure even more. The light novel forums then started noticing this drawing. After it was confirmed that this drawing was indeed personally done by the author/artist of Brother Monogatari, even more readers of Seiji's novel checked out his drawing, increasing its popularity even further. As Seiji wanted, he received points in his system for his drawings. As he expected, he didn't receive that many points. Still, he proved that this was an excellent method to earn more points. If he continued uploading new drawings, he felt that he would have an outstanding new source of income for points. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, Thank you, my dear knight. Chapter 642, Thank you, my dear knight. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Later that night, Seiji was contacted by Hana. Those daggers are a spiritual weapon crafted by the Messengers organization. The people you met are from that faction, the cat-eared hat girl reported to him. The Messengers organization is actually a new faction that split off from Soul World. The Messengers were created by some former members of Soul World that believe in using any means necessary to achieve what they desire. That was a lot of information to take in at once. Did Sister Yui give you this information? Seiji inquired. That's right, Sister Yui told it to me. She's a member of Soul World, Hana quietly stated, something that should have been an incredible secret. Since she's let you know about her identity, that probably means it doesn't need to be a secret anymore. Yep, since it's no longer considered to be a crime to be a member of Soul World. Will she join Soul Society later on as one of their higher-ups? I don't know, but I think it's highly possible. They both fell silent for a moment. So the Messengers are an evil organization that split off from Soul World, and Soul Society is the organization of justice that opposes them. Seiji folded his arms. I think that a more appropriate analogy would be to call them factions of chaos and order. Hana also folded her arms. I suppose you're right, so the next classical development will be the battle between chaos and order? That depends on what the Messenger's goal is. Sister Yui doesn't know their overall goal? She didn't say anything about that. She only said that the creator of the messengers was someone who would stoop to any means. Stoop to any means? This typically meant that one wouldn't care about any collateral damage or harm caused to others. No matter what this organization wanted to achieve, being willing to use any means was already the best evidence that they were relatively dangerous. It was truly unfortunate that Seiji had created a grudge with such a faction, but perhaps it was something bound to occur. What about anything else? Is there anything special about those daggers? They're a weapon that's specially created for the awakened. These daggers are capable of absorbing and storing the energy from defeated spiritual monsters and transmitting it to the holder. However, it should be noted that the transference mechanism is under remote control. Someone else is capable of controlling the mechanism and adjusting the energy output. So, you're saying that this weapon's energy output can be controlled by someone else? That's right. This design allows someone else to control the weapon's holder. Someone else with the control mechanism can self-destruct the weapon with a single press of a button. Or, it's possible to instantly have the weapon start transmitting energy at maximum level, without any regard to the weapon holder's will or well-being. Seiji recalled the scene from before when he heard this. Those three individuals who attacked him had all seemed to be rather abnormal. Perhaps they hadn't attacked him out of their own will. Perhaps it was due to that person behind them. Seiji felt that it was a pity he didn't manage to stop that spiritual ability user and the last awakened there. Seiji felt pity for the three people under the messenger organization's control. He now also concretely had a better idea of what the messengers were really like. Is there any more information? That's all about the daggers. Next would be regarding your friend Hoshi Amami's combat uniform. Hana paused for a moment. The damage to his uniform is highly likely to have been caused by spiritual weapons. Are you talking about all of the damage? Seiji now had a serious expression. Yep, 100%. They both fell silent yet again. Hoshi had stayed behind in that realm by himself for more than 3 hours. All the various types of damage done to his clothing had been from spiritual weapons. Did Hoshi go fight a battle against an army of spiritual ability users? Just how many people were there? What faction were they from? What was the result? Those were all important questions. Yet, the main character of the incident in question had lost his memories. It would have been fine if Hoshi had only been fighting against spiritual creatures. Yet losing his memories after fighting against humans? That was no laughing matter at all. We need to think of some method to help Hoshi recover his memories. Otherwise, we won't even know what trouble he's gotten into. Seiji sighed. Perhaps he met another group from the messengers and had a huge fight against them. Hana took a random guess. That's possible, but we'll only know for certain once he remembers. Well, it would be slightly better if Hoshi had fought against another group of messengers, since Seiji and his friends had killed 3 of them already. It wouldn't change much more if they antagonized the messengers again. The important part was if Hoshi's identity was exposed or not. Did they see his face? The messengers organization was a split-off faction from Soul World that trended towards chaos. Becoming enemies with them would be no laughing matter. If Hoshi's identity was exposed, that would be incredibly dangerous. Maybe I should load back in time. Seiji suddenly had such a thought. But, he then sighed after recalling what Hoshi had said back then. Let's try to have my idiot junior recover his memories first before deciding what to do. Hoshi was sitting down under a tree, observing beautiful flowers while watching tiny butterflies dance among the flowers. A light breeze blew past which slightly shook the flowers. There was a sweet aroma and bright red leaves were falling. This scene and atmosphere were so beautiful as to be addictive. An ethereal song sounded. When Hoshi looked to find the source, he noticed that the golden-haired girl was already standing next to him since an unknown time. Hoshi silently looked at her and listened to her song. He felt as if his very soul was being cleansed. He had no idle thoughts whatsoever, and his heart was completely calm. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded. Hoshi turned around and saw a squadron of people in various types of clothing. They were all holding blood-red weapons or guns. All of them had black, gray, or red misty auras around them which gave Hoshi an ominous impression. He felt that they didn't belong in such a beautiful location at all. The golden-haired girl also looked at this squadron and stopped her singing. These people then did something that caused a dense gray mist to arrive. The air speedily became chilly. The flowers started losing their color as they wilted in large patches. All the butterflies dropped on the ground and turned into dust. Even the tall red-leaf tree was speedily losing its life force at a visible rate. Its bark dimmed in color as its leaves kept dropping. It finally became rather ugly and scary with how dried out it appeared. This squadron of people then left this area. They destroyed the beauty and calmness of this location and then left just like that. A feeling of anger arose within Hoshi's heart. He looked at the golden-haired girl. Although he couldn't see her expression clearly, he could sense her sadness. Hoshi then witnessed this scene repeating itself countless times. At first, the golden-haired girl didn't do anything at all. But as her sadness increased, she started hiding her garden's presence. Yet, those people still kept finding and destroying her garden. Evidently, they had a method of locating her garden. After that, she was forced to start fighting off those people. But even if she chased them away, they would soon return with even more and stronger companions. The golden-haired girl was having a bitter and difficult time fighting against those people. All she wanted was to maintain her garden. Yet, those people always brought along destruction and turned the entire world to grayness. Hoshi's anger reached its peak after witnessing all of this. Just chasing those people away would be insufficient. They needed to be killed. Only by killing them would they never return. As if she sensed his anger, the golden-haired girl looked at him and slowly reached out with her tiny hand. Hoshi stretched out his hand and lightly held her hand in his. Her hand was cool, soft, and smooth, a subtly wondrous sensation. But that wasn't the important part. The important part was that this was the first time that he was finally able to touch her. Hoshi tightly gripped her hand, transmitting his own will. I will help you. I will protect your garden, your home. I shall make those people that bring destruction pay a fitting price. The girl sensed his feelings. Her mouth arched upward slightly as she smiled movingly. She then spoke one sentence. Hoshi didn't recognize the language she spoke in. Yet, he was mystically able to understand the meaning. Thank you, my dear knight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643. Chapter 643, Just how much of a misunderstanding do you have about me and him? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The next morning, Seiji was just about to call Hoshi when Hoshi happened to call him. I remember now. Seiji raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He had just wanted to discuss the matter of recovering his junior's memory. He didn't expect that Hoshi would regain his memory on his own. Last night, I had a dream. Well, perhaps it wasn't really a dream. I then recalled what I've experienced, Hoshi stated in a low voice. It's good that you remember. Did you fight against other humans at that time? Yes. Did they see your face? They didn't. That's good, then. Seiji heaved a sigh of relief. The situation would be much better as long as Hoshi's identity wasn't exposed. Let's discuss the specifics at school. Okay. Seiji then finished his breakfast and headed out for high school. He attended classes as usual. Seiji met up with Hoshi and the others during lunch break. When I was surrounded by those sticky fluid monsters, Lilith descended upon my body and used a powerful ability to deal with all those monsters. Lilith? Is that the golden-haired girl's name? Yeah. Lilith is an elf. The place that we saw, that beautiful garden with the large red leaf tree, is the place she resides in, Hoshi explained. And those people with the red weapons have constantly been destroying her home. Destroying? Seiji blinked. Why? Lilith doesn't know why they keep destroying her home, either. She kept trying to hide her garden or to chase them away. Yet, she was unable to stop them. So she descended upon your body and made use of you to fight against those people? Seiji furrowed his eyebrows slightly. That's right. It wasn't her intention to cause me to lose my memory. It was just that I was unable to fully bear her power, which was why I had a short-term memory loss, Hoshi explained calmly. Seiji looked carefully at Hoshi's expression. Judging from your expression, you've completely accepted all of this. Indeed. I'm willing to help Lilith and fight for her cause. Hoshi had a look of resolution. Everyone fell silent for a moment. You're so cool, Amame-san, Chiaki spoke up. You feel just like Seiji. I think so as well. Mika nodded in agreement. Seiji was rendered speechless. Hoshi smiled and was about to say something else when tomboy Chiaki continued, however, you're obviously being overly naive. Can you really trust this Lilith who's a mysterious existence from another dimension? Hoshi's expression froze over. Wakaba-senpai. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying so much. If Seiji decided to help a mysterious girl, I probably wouldn't worry at all. But since it's you, Amame-san, I'm rather worried. Chiaki looked directly at him and spoke seriously. You should really consider and think more about what exactly you're doing. Hoshi fell silent. Those red weapon-wielding individuals belong to a dangerous organization known as the Messengers. Seiji spoke up. As for how dangerous, I think that perhaps they can be equated with the mystical society's version of terrorists. I killed 3 members of their organization and am already opposing them. Although I might have went overboard, I don't regret what I did at all. However, it's one thing to be enemies with them whenever we meet, but it's another thing entirely to proactively become their enemy. Hoshi. I can sense your resolution. But just as Chiaki said, you really should think more about this. Senpai, something flashed in Hoshi's eyes. Seiji smiled gently. Once you've thought things through, and if you're still determined to help her, I will support you. Seiji reached out and patted his junior on the back. Hoshi felt a warm feeling in his heart and smiled once again after he felt Seiji's encouragement. Is this really alright? Chiaki asked Seiji this question after lunch was over and Hoshi left to go back to the middle school section. Seiji fell silent for a moment. I don't know. He ended up sighing. I've never met or seen that Lilith individual before. Judging from her actions, she's not too friendly towards humans. Is this because of the messenger organization's influence? Or is her nature simply like that? It's impossible to tell. Hoshi is the only person who can see her. He obtained power from her and she descended upon his body, taking advantage of him to achieve her own purpose. If you think about it in a negative fashion, Lilith is basically using Hoshi like her personal tool. If you think about it in a positive fashion, Hoshi is a special existence for her, and she's an excellent chance for Hoshi to speedily become stronger. Whether this is good or bad for Hoshi is impossible to know. I can only leave it up to Hoshi himself to decide. As for whether this is good or bad, That's not what I'm asking, Chiaki interrupted. What I'm asking is it really alright to let your cute junior jump into someone else's arms? Seiji paused in confusion. Amami-san has always been so devoted towards you all this time. Now, someone else is in his heart, a mysterious and beautiful girl. Aren't you afraid that he'll soon escape from your harem? Seiji was rendered speechless. Right now, you're still definitely the number one in Amami-san's heart. As long as you prevent him from having any contact with that girl, he'll definitely obey you. And yet you're choosing to let him do as he wishes. You have no self-awareness as a harem leader at all. Honestly. Chiaki pretended to pout. Honestly? The hell? Seiji finally reacted as he understood what she was talking about. Just what are you talking about here? Hoshi isn't a member of my harem at all, okay? Tisk, you're still being blind to the truth here. Chiaki ignored his outburst. Blind? Yeah, right. Just how much of a misunderstanding do you have about me and him? I don't think I have any misunderstandings at all. What do you think, Mika? Chiaki is quite right. The twin-tailed girl had a serious expression. Hey! Just admit it, Seiji. Hoshi is an important member of your harem. Is it really all right for the two of you to give a boy the same status as you? Seiji retorted forcefully. It's not the same at all, right, Mika? Yep, it's not the same. Just what type of tacit agreement did the two of you come to just now? We think that you did something stupid just now. You should have severely scolded Amami-san and shown off your dominance as the harem king. You should have completely removed all his thoughts of cheating on you. Chiaki made a sharp comment. That's right, that's how it should be. Mika nodded and added that. I'm not a harem king. He's not cheating on me at all. Seiji commented with all his might. Forget about Chiaki joking around, even Mika was joining in this time? Just what was going on? When he really starts cheating on you and leaves your side, just you wait and cry. Chiaki folded her arms. Seiji reflexively wanted to comment further upon hearing this, when he suddenly realized. Your real meaning is that Hoshi might leave our team? Chiaki revealed an expression of now you finally understand. Mika had an expression of, that's exactly what I meant. Indeed, Seiji hadn't thought of this possibility before. Seiji giving Hoshi the freedom to choose might cause Hoshi to leave his team in the future, that was indeed possible. No, not only might Hoshi leave, when considering the amount of Lilith's influence on Hoshi, in the worst-case scenario, it was even possible that Hoshi might become an enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, I just happened to be drinking tea. Chapter 644, I just happened to be drinking tea. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Being enemies with Hoshi. Seiji didn't want to think about this. If you look at such a possibility, perhaps it is indeed foolish of me to let Hoshi do as he pleases. Yet, I'll still let him choose for himself, Seiji stated adamantly. You really are an idiot with no dominance over your harem at all. If you really insist on calling me that, then I suppose I am indeed such a person. Yet, that type of person is precisely the type that I like. Chiaki changed the topic suddenly and smiled. Same for me. Mika smiled as well. Seiji didn't know how to respond to Chiaki and Mika's sudden direct attacks on his heart. He could only awkwardly avert his gaze. Karen Miyamoto was having hallucinations yet again. She saw a blood-red moon, a dark forest, large and colorful monsters, blood-red eyes, the stench of blood, red moths, caterpillars, ants, beetles, locusts, centipedes. A dense array of various insects filled her vision, crawling on her body and entering her cavities. She wanted to slap away the insects, but her entire body was unable to move. She wasn't even able to make a single sound. All she could do was watch in horror. Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over, don't come over, don't come over. Although she prayed furiously in her heart, the endless amount of insects continued to crawl towards her and invade her body. Karen felt itch all over. Itchy 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 itchy, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Karen felt as if she had been filled up entirely with insects, as if she would see nothing more than a wriggling mass of insects if someone cut open her skin. In fact, nothing but insects would fall out of her body. So scary, so terrifying, I don't want to die like this, I might as well die, forget it, I don't want to die, no, I can't take it anymore, I just want to die. Her consciousness became hazy and her sense of logic and reason was gradually unraveling. Her soul slowly sunk into an icy cold ocean and was about to be robbed of its final spark of light. Sister, hurry and wake up. A voice transmitted itself through the final spark of light, helping to slightly recover her consciousness. But she was so tired already. This is too difficult for me. Just let me leave like this. Sister. I'm begging you. Wake up. So annoying, leave me alone, Keiho. But the moment that this name appeared in Karen's mind, she couldn't help but think about her younger sister. Karen suddenly woke up. Keiho. She kept muttering this name as she felt a warm and familiar sensation again. Her sinking soul was pulled back up to the surface. Her sense of logic and reason returned. I can't give up. I have to escape from all of this. Karen did her very best to regain her consciousness as she struggled with all her might to swim towards the light. Finally, her eyes were able to see the real world again. Keiho. Sister. Keiho tightly hugged Karen, who had finally woken up again. Keiho's face was filled with tear streaks. Wonderful. I'm fine, it's all thanks to you, Keiho. Karen hugged Keiho back, with tears streaming down her cheeks as well. She was almost unable to return, if it wasn't for her younger sister. The two sisters hugged each other with deep emotions. It was a long while before they finally let go of each other. Sister, you're at your limit, aren't you? Keiho inquired. I'm fine. I can still go on, Karen did her best to squeeze out a smile. Don't lie to me. I felt that you were in great danger just now, as if you wouldn't return. Keiho glared at Karen. Tell me the truth, you're at your limit, aren't you? Karen fell silent. Karen treated Karen's silence as tacit agreement. If you can't take it anymore, you should just tell the truth. Forcing yourself is meaningless. Keiho glared at Karen one last time before she picked up her cell phone and dialed a certain person's number. Keiho explained the current situation to that person when he picked up. Karen quietly listened to her younger sister's phone conversation until she hung up. Keiho, aren't you afraid? Karen asked in a light voice. Keiho blinked upon hearing this. How can I possibly not be afraid? But there's no other method. This is all I can do. I'm sorry. This isn't your fault, sister. There's no need to apologize. But what should I do? Karen clutched her younger sister's hands. You don't need to do anything at all. Keiho looked directly at her. We're sisters, if I was the one who met a demon, sister would help me as well, but... Karen didn't know what else to say after hearing this. They both silently stayed like this until Seigo Harano called back. They left their home and saw a very expensive-appearing black luxury car in front of their home. The windbreaker-wearing handsome boy was standing in front of the car, smiling and waving towards them. A young master. This phrase entered Karen and Keiho's minds simultaneously. They felt as if Seigo had stepped right out of an idol television drama filming set. Seigo, this car. It's not Suya's car. President Yorahana? Yep. When you called me earlier, I just happened to be drinking tea together with her. There was a subtle pause in Seigo's words. Seeing his expression, Keiho couldn't help but imagine that he was actually doing something apart from only drinking tea together with President Yorahana, causing her heart to reflexively tighten up. It was already confirmed ever since last Monday that Seigo and President Urahana were an official couple. Keiho didn't want to recall what she felt on that day, an entire day of unhappiness. But there was nothing she could do. Seigo Harano and Natsuya Urahana made an excellent match for each other, a perfect pair. All that Keiho could do was silently give them her blessings and suppress the feelings in her heart. But right now, an indescribable sense of frustration was welling up within her. She was unable to control this unstoppable emotion at all. This was despite the fact that he clearly didn't do anything wrong at all. Keiho knew that she had probably interrupted his intimate time with his girlfriend, and not only did he not get angry, he even arrived immediately to pick them up. He was already being so gentle to them. "Please get on the car, ladies." Seiji opened the car door and invited the Miyamoto sisters on as if he was their personal servant. Keiho did her best to smile as she got on the car. Karen followed after. Seiji was the last one to get on. He then asked the driver to begin driving. Everyone remained silent for a moment inside the car. "Harano-kun, whom were you and Keiho talking about earlier?" Karen broke the silence and asked a question. "Natsuya Urahana. She's the student council president at Genhana High School, as well as my girlfriend," Seiji replied. "Your girlfriend?" "Yep. We just confirmed our relationship last week." "Confirmed? That would be after the body inspection that Seigo did for Karen." Karen's face flushed red in embarrassment as she recalled that scene. But, rather than her own embarrassment, she was more concerned about her younger sister right now. She turned around to see that Keiho was quietly looking out the car window. Although she couldn't see Keiho's expression, Karen knew as Keiho's older sister that her younger sister currently had a negative aura about her. Karen knew she probably shouldn't ask more, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity about this Natsuya Urahana character. "This car belongs to Urahana-san?" "Yes. She's the scion of a major family. They have a lot of money. A wealthy female scion." Karen instantly thought of various tropes about this type of person. With Seigo Harano's physical features and qualities, it didn't seem strange at all to her that he would have a wealthy female scion as his girlfriend. "Are we going to meet her?" "Yeah. She's also a spiritual ability user. The place she lives at has a room that's specially used for spellcasting. It would be better to remove the demon energy from your body there," Seiji explained. Not only was she a student council president and a wealthy scion, she was even a spiritual ability user. Karen couldn't help but imagine a beautiful, regal, and powerful girl who would be high above all others like a queen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, Why is it always the breasts? Chapter 645, Why is it always the breasts? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. And then, Karen really did meet Natsuya. When Karen saw Natsuya Urahana for the first time, she felt that Natsuya was basically exactly like what she'd imagined, except that the real person exceeded her imagination and was even more outstanding. Natsuya was noble and had a stunning aura about her. She seemed like a perfect match for Seigo Harano. In comparison, Karen glanced over at her younger sister Keiho. "I'm sorry, little sis. There's no comparison at all." Karen felt sorry for Keiho. But by now, Keiho had finished adjusting her emotions and appeared to be quite calm. After that, Seiji took the sisters to the spellcasting room. Upon entering the room, the sisters were astounded by the white lanterns, runes, and spell formations etched in the room. Transferring the demon energy will require your bodies to be in direct contact with each other, Seiji spoke up with an awkward expression. More specifically, both of you need to remove all upper body clothing and press your chests against each other. What? Both Keiho and Karen were shocked to hear this. Chests, against each other, Yes, Because the demon energy needs to be transferred through that location on your bodies as a medium. Clothes can't be worn there because clothes will interfere with the process. Seiji turned around. I won't sneak any peeks, call out to me after the two of you are finished making that pose. Keiho and Karen were both rendered speechless. Although he claimed that he wouldn't sneak any peeks, it would still be incredibly embarrassing to make such a pose. The Miyamoto sisters exchanged glances and both saw that the other was blushing red. Everyone remained silent for a while. Keiho was the first who raised her hands. Let's take our upper body clothes off. Sister. Okay. Why was it always the breasts? The previous inspection was about massaging the breasts, and this time required exposing the breasts, and it even got her younger sister involved this time. Karen became somewhat angered in her embarrassment. For a short instant, she even wanted to tell on him to his girlfriend, Natsuya Yorihana. However, she instantly banished such a thought from her mind. She was grateful to Seigo Harano for being willing to help her. She didn't even know how she could pay him back yet, and she wanted to tell on him to his girlfriend? That seemed like it would be so terrible of her. The previous inspection, and this time as well, there was no helping it. Because there were no other methods available. Karen decided to trust in him and treat all of this as something necessary as if it was a doctor's visit. Yet, she still couldn't help her sense of embarrassment. Karen and Keiho both slowly removed their shirts and bras. With reddened faces, they approached and smashed their breasts against each other. Due to the bounciness, the two sisters naturally had to hug each other in order to stand steadily. The sisters had never done something like this before. Keiho and Karen glanced at each other's reddened faces in embarrassment and directly felt the other's warmth, softness, and heartbeat. Both of them felt a rather subtly wondrous sensation from this. We're ready. Keiho did her best to withstand the embarrassment. Seiji turned around with a serious expression as if he was a priest with zero earthly desires. He did his very best not to have his image collapse in front of such a beautiful scene. Seiji started creating a seal and uttering an incantation. Soon, Keiho and Karen noticed the atmosphere around them beginning to change. Something they couldn't see gradually filled the air around them and entered their bodies as they breathed. This invisible something gave them a warm feeling. Not only were their bodies feeling warmer, they also felt the temperature in the room beginning to rise. After that, the ceiling, floor, and all around them started to glow as well. Their entire vision was filled with a mystical golden glow. At this moment, Seiji walked up to the two of them. He placed his right hand on Keiho's shoulder and his left hand on Karen's shoulder. Karen started to moan. She felt something warm flowing within her, reaching deep inside her body, making her exquisitely comfortable. This was similar to what she'd felt during the last inspection, only stronger. She wanted to withstand this feeling, but found it impossible. Soon, her body began to tremble and her consciousness became hazy. When the warm sensation came into contact with the icy sensation hidden deep within her body, Karen felt a stimulation that was several times stronger than before. Karen started trembling all over as she shouted loudly with a dazed expression on her face. Keiho's face was completely red now. Not only was this because she saw how her sister was behaving from such a close distance, it was also because she also felt an indescribably comfortable sensation from the warm feeling flowing within her body. Keiho grit her teeth in an effort not to allow herself to start shouting or moaning as well. I'm going to begin transferring the demon energy. Prepare yourself, Keiho. I've long since been prepared. Hurry and finish already. Keiho really wanted to shout that out loud. This current situation was just far too embarrassing. Ah. Wah. Ya. Karen's body shook as she moaned rather sexily. She had a blank expression on her completely flushed face, her eyes were tearing up, she was drooling, and even her tongue was sticking out slightly. She had an expression almost as if she was the female lead of an adult doujinshi. Keiho really didn't want to see her older sister looking like this, so she closed her eyes. However, Keiho then instantly felt herself sinking into an icy darkness. An abnormally cold chill invaded her body, making her feel as if she had just fallen into cold water naked. She was enveloped by an endless pitch-black darkness. Keiho was frightened to the point of wanting to scream. However, she was unable to move her body or make a single sound. The cold gradually invaded her body and caused the warmth to dissipate. The coldness was replacing the warmness. This process wasn't painful, yet she was terrified. It felt as if her very soul was slowly sinking. Keiho's consciousness became hazy. Colors were beginning to flash around her. She could sense that some sort of terrifying existence was approaching closer. This is the monster that sister mentioned. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. These eyes were dark red and had strange runes inside them. Just being stared at by these eyes made Keiho feel like her own sense of self was slowly being deleted, as if this presence was devouring her very soul. So scary, so frightening, yet so beautiful. Keiho was attracted by this pair of eyes. These eyes were something extraordinary, something inhuman. They were a demon's eyes that wouldn't be found anywhere in nature. These eyes had an ominous and frightening aura about them. Yet, this was how these eyes were supposed to be. Keiho saw how beautiful the eyes were and couldn't help but praise their beauty in her heart. Her sister felt that this monster was frightening. Indeed, it was frightening, but it was also. Just as she was thinking this, her soul seemed to sink even deeper. All the colors vanished as the blood-red eyes hid away in the darkness. All sorts of insects suddenly appeared. Keiho's heart was filled with nothing but fear when faced with the teeming horde of insects. "Don't come over." She was unable to call out for help. But even if she had been able to, that wouldn't have helped one bit with what happened next. The insects crawled towards her, crawled all over her body, and began entering her body through her skin. So itchy, 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 itchy. She was unable to move and unable to resist. Keiho was disgusted to the extreme. This was what her sister had constantly been enduring. Keiho wanted to scream out pitifully. She wanted to shout out for someone to save her. She wanted to be freed of all this, yet that was impossible. "This is what you willed upon yourself, to replace your sister," a tiny voice whispered that in her mind. "Yes, I willingly did this to myself. It's my own fault." Tears started pouring out of Keiho's eyes. In her fear, shakiness, and confusion, she then saw those blood-red eyes again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646 Sister, you actually really enjoyed that, didn't you? Chapter 646 Sister, you actually really enjoyed that, didn't you? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji retracted his hands and asked the sisters, "The demon energy transfer is complete, how do you two feel?" There was no reply. It took a while before Karen regained her senses. Keiho also opened her eyes at this time. "Sister, are you alright?" "I'm fine." "But Keiho, you?" "I'm fine as well. I feel better now." After confirming that the sisters were fine, Seiji hurriedly left the room as the sisters were still naked from the waist up. "Keiho, are you really alright?" Karen looked at her younger sister in worry. "I'm really fine," Keiho responded calmly. "Although I was rather uncomfortable just now, I no longer feel anything." Actually, she still felt something. However, what she felt wasn't pain or fear. It was an indescribable, subtle yet wondrous sensation. Keiho was unable to describe what this sensation was, but she didn't feel that it was bad at all. However, she knew that if she stated this out loud, her sister would likely think that there was something wrong with her. And so, Keiho did her best to keep up a calm expression. After they finished putting on their clothes, Keiho saw that Karen still had an apologetic expression as if she owed Keiho. So, Keiho smiled at her sister. "You don't need to worry. I'm not like you. I won't force myself to bear things that I can't. If I can't withstand it, I'll mention it immediately." Keiho, Karen looked at her younger sister. "Thank you." Karen was clearer than anyone about just what kind of pain her younger sister was helping to share the burden of. Apart from thanking Keiho, Karen couldn't think of anything else that she could say. Keiho smiled and didn't respond. Before the sisters left, they saw Natsuya Yorihana once again. However, Keiho felt something slightly different inside this second time that she met the brilliantly shining student council president. Still, Keiho didn't allow any of this to show in her expression. This was a rather subtle change in her mentality. Yet, Keiho herself didn't know why she had changed her mentality, or, more accurately speaking, she didn't care to analyze deeper. Seiji accompanied them out the door of Natsuya's residence and got on her car together with the Miyamoto sisters. He accompanied the sisters all the way to their home. Keiho also felt that something had subtly changed within her regarding her feelings for this gentle and handsome boy. This felt slightly off to her, but it was actually all right for her as well. Pay attention to see if anything happens. Contact me instantly if anything does. Have a good night, both of you. Seiji smiled and said goodbye after taking the Miyamoto sisters home. Although I'm quite grateful to Hirano-kun, both times he helped out were so embarrassing, honestly. Karen vented her complaints slightly after returning home. Heh, indeed. Keiho chuckled. Her chuckle sounded a little abnormal. Karen glanced at her younger sister, only to see that she had a seemingly normal expression. Keiho, what's the matter? What's the matter with what? I feel like something's a little strange about you. What part is strange? Your laugh just now. I think I laughed quite normally. Keiho rolled her eyes at Karen. I told you, I'm fine. I know that you're worried about me, sister, but you don't need to watch me so closely like that. I'll tell you if there's anything going on. You absolutely have to tell me. Of course. I'm not you, don't make me repeat that again. Keiho paused for a moment as her lips arched slightly upward. By the way, sister, you actually really enjoyed that, didn't you? Your expression at that time was so sexy. The same for last time as well. You actually felt really good, didn't you? Karen was rendered speechless. Her face instantly started burning up after hearing her younger sister saying that. Not at all. What ridiculous things are you saying, Keiho? But it was quite obvious that you were enjoying it. Last time, I felt too awkward to say anything, but this time I can't help myself anymore. Keiho averted her gaze. Sister, your expression at the time was just like that of a female main character in an adult doujinshi who loves getting *ked. That was how arrow you looked. No. Karen covered her burning face with her hands. As your younger sister, it was quite awkward of me to see that. Seigo really is quite something, being able to remain gentlemanly even after seeing you like that. Don't say anything more, it's all Hirano-kun's fault. Karen was embarrassed to the extreme. She ran off all in tears while continuing to cover her face. Keiho felt great pleasure in having teased her older sister like that. Why am I feeling such delight? And why did I do such a thing? Keiho thought about it for only a moment before deciding not to think too much on this matter. Besides, she felt really great right now. Keiho returned to her own room, opened the window, gazed out at the night sky, and slowly took a deep breath. Indescribable emotions were welling up within her. She felt as if even this dark night sky was actually rather cute. What Keiho didn't realize was that some blood-red runes were currently visible in her eyes, glowing in the darkness. It was now 1 month after the publication of Brother Monogatari. Seiji had now accumulated 6 shards for a Brother Monogatari character reward card. He only needed 1 more shard to redeem a character reward card. The Blood Wine Ritual tournament was almost upon him. He couldn't afford to wait around any longer. Seiji decided to use random draws to obtain the final shard he needed. He had many random draw shards. Should he combine them together to use on the random draw, or should he random draw using his points? Seiji chose to use his points as he felt that would have a higher chance of giving him what he wanted. Seiji activated a random draw shard using his points, creating a golden card with a question mark on it. He then activated the card. The card instantly broke up into white pieces of scattered light and speedily formed a new card. Energy Restoration card. He didn't get what he wanted. Still, this item seemed alright. Let's go, second draw. Writing Ability Improvement card. This seemed pretty good as well. Third draw. Fighting Skills Improvement card. That was nice as well as it would improve his combat abilities. Fourth draw. Favorability Rating Increase Doubling card. That was okay as well. Fifth draw. Energy Restoration card. That was his second one. On the 7th draw. Random Draw Shard. He got a shard, but it was a shard for yet another random draw. Seiji paused in surprise here. Even the random draw shard, which cost points for a random draw, counted as an item in its own item pool. His system was quite vicious. This was a pure and complete waste of his points. Seiji grit his teeth in anger at this obvious point sink. Yet, he still had to continue random drawing. 8th, 9th, and 10th, he was unable to get the Brother Monogatari character reward card shard that he wanted in the first 10 draws. Although Seiji had already mentally prepared himself, he still felt a pain in his heart at seeing his stored points vanish down the drain. Fortunately, he only drew the random draw shard once in the first 10 draws. All the other draws gave him useful cards, so at least his heart didn't hurt too much. He continued drawing, and still didn't get what he wanted by the 20th draw. System, could you please publicize the odds of drawing each type of item? System, no. Seiji imagined this conversation in his mind and wanted to really beat up his system that he envisioned as a fairy. He grit his teeth and continued the random draws. He completed 30, 40. I just want a Brother Monogatari character reward card shard, just one. Please, come already. Seiji clasped his hands together and begged sincerely. He had 2 more random draws to go before he repeated the pain of going 42 draws without a single SSR like in his previous life. 41st draw, random draw shard. Seiji felt as if his system was directly taunting him. He took a deep breath and did his best to pacify his emotions. He calmly continued to draw. 42nd draw, random draw shard. The hell, was his system playing a joke on him? Random draw shard twice in succession, his system was really just too much. Seiji was so angry that he almost wanted to cry. Yet, this might also be the darkness before the light of dawn, the trial of despair before the light of hope. He would surpass his former pain. Overcome the current difficulty. Courageously continue down this path. 43rd draw. Random draw shard. 44th, 45th, 46th draw. Brother Monogatari character reward card shard. Seiji furiously pulled random draws continuously and completely lost track of how many draws he'd performed when he finally obtained the item that he was looking for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, Get Away from My Little Sister. Chapter 647, Get Away from My Little Sister. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji had finally gathered the 7 shards, so he could summon the Dragon Ball, the character reward card. He had performed so many random draws and spent so many points, all for the sake of obtaining the final shard. If the character reward card that he obtained in the end had a weak effect, then he would definitely load. What then, system? Seiji kept muttering complaints to himself but still had great expectations as he combined the 7 shards in his system. There was a silver flash as a gold-edged card appeared in front of him with a white glow. Shinji Kamizaki, the handsome male lead of Brother Monogatari, was drawn upon this card, looking in Seiji's direction. Brother Monogatari character reward card, Shinji Kamizaki. I have a younger sister who's not my blood-related younger sister. This card can be repeatedly obtained. However, you can only use one card at a time. This is a one-time use card. Used to summon Shinji Kamizaki upon your own body. The effective duration will be 5 minutes. Afterwards, this card will disappear. You can merge this card with another card of the same name, forming a stronger version of this card. Physical ability, charisma, and spiritual power stats all increased by 1. You now deal an additional 5% damage to demon-type creatures. You now have an additional 10% improved defense against demon-type creatures. Additional ability 1, Adrenaline Rush. After activating Adrenaline Rush, your physical abilities will be explosively raised to the maximum. All sense of fatigue will be eliminated and all pain will be dulled. The effective duration will be 7 minutes. Limited to 1 use per day. I have a demon's body. Additional ability 2, Wind Slash. Spiritual weapon technique. Requires a sword-type weapon to cast. Send out a high-speed slash attack that also has the effect of burning the opponent through friction. This ability will consume physical energy and mana. Take this. Additional ability 3, Don't Touch My Younger Sister. This ability can only be activated if you have someone that you recognize as an adopted younger sister, if she is currently within your field of vision, and if there is another male individual within 5 meters of her. Activate this ability to instantly restore a portion of your physical energy and mana. For a short time being, your speed and attack power will be greatly increased. Limited to 3 uses per day. Get away from my little sister. Seiji was rendered speechless. He really wanted to comment on that final ability. It was basically the personification of the power of being a Siscon. But upon calm analysis, this was a unique and powerful ability, especially the part where he could instantly recover some mana. Seiji already had plenty of abilities and items that could recover his physical energy or improve his speed or attack power. Yet, he had never possessed a single ability or item which could restore his mana until he obtained this character reward card. Right, not a single one. There wasn't even a single mana restoration item amongst all the items that he received on Valentine's Day from his system. Judging from this fact, mana restoration had to be a rather valuable ability. It was truly excellent that he had now obtained such an ability. The activation conditions were a bit strange. Still, it likely wouldn't be a problem as he would soon be participating in the Bloodwine Ritual Tournament together with Sheikah. Simply speaking, he could activate at any time that Sheikah was in a melee combat situation with a male opponent. Seiji tried to imagine the following scenario. While Sheikah was fighting against a male opponent, Seiji would activate, Don't Touch My Younger Sister, to instantly recover some physical energy and mana, and speedily rush over to slash at the enemy. Wait a moment. Seiji's cheeks twitched as he looked over the second ability, Wind Slash. This, Wind Slash, ability was a perfect complement to the, Don't Touch My Younger Sister, ability. His system must have done this on purpose. Haha, are you satisfied now, my dear? How about giving me a 5-star review? Seiji imagined his system making such a comment. Of course he would give this a 5-star review. Using the second ability, Wind Slash, by itself seemed quite good as well. There was no need to comment on the first ability, as improving one's physical abilities was quite a common type of main character ability. Although 7 minutes was only enough to cook and eat some instant noodles, that was still good enough for him. The only pity was that adrenaline rush could only be used once per day. There was one more ability, no, he should call it the card's effect. This was the most obvious difference between the character reward cards for real people versus fictional. This card itself was usable. The last effect was to summon Shinji Kamizaki upon himself for 5 minutes. There was no description at all of this ability. But, just from the fact that this character reward card would disappear after using it meant that it would definitely be a powerful effect. Character reward cards were quite precious already. The power obtained for using up this card as a consumable would definitely be incredible. Well, if not, I'll definitely be cursing my system and then load. Seiji made up his mind. This card was a consumable, but he could also repeatedly obtain the Shinji Kamizaki character reward card. Plus, he could even merge the cards together to strengthen the effects. He felt that this was just like a mobile game. Even if he obtained multiple of the same card, only one would take effect at once. Basically, he would be unable to use the limited use abilities more times per day even if he had more cards. Nor would the passive buffs against demons stack with each other. If he wanted these abilities to become stronger, he would have to merge more cards. He could either summon Shinji Kamizaki as an ace card up his sleeve, or keep the card's passive effects and abilities, that type of choice. Seiji really wanted to try summoning the male lead of the story that he wrote. What type of existence would Shinji be like, and how powerful would he become with Shinji descending upon his body? Shinji was a fictional character that Seiji and Shika created together. Would Shinji be similar to Idelia, an NPC-like spirit that Mayuzumi Amami summoned from Honey Candy Girl? Or would he be like the ghost Yuchan that Miyabi Ishihara summoned who was able to move about independently? Or, would he be like a heroic spirit, an existence with his own will? Or even a being from another dimension entirely, like Prince Adnan? And if the last was the case, just what exactly would happen when author and created character made contact? Seiji thought about it for a moment, but then decided to stop thinking about it for now. This was the only character reward card he had for a fictional character so far. He definitely wouldn't use it up unless he was pushed to the brink. All in all, it was worth it to have spent so many points on finally obtaining this character reward card. As for the remaining random draw shards, Seiji supposed that he would leave them be. Although it really made him suffer with how many random draw shards he drew with the random draw itself, the random draw was still the only method by which he could obtain character reward card shards. Once he was richer in points, he would come back and perform a large amount of random draws in one go again. Was it actually because it was really fun to pull random draws? Not at all. Seiji adamantly rejected this notion. His remaining amount of points was enough for him to build the guest room in his spirit house. Still, he didn't have enough remaining to build the dojo. In the future, he would need to save enough points to build the dojo so that his companions could have a safe place to practice cultivation. Should he build the guest room now and check it out? Seiji thought about it and decided to check things out. He immediately clicked on Spirit House in his system and then chose Guest Room, paying 233 points to build it. To his surprise, Seiji now saw a progress bar of the guest room is currently under construction. Progress, 0%. He actually had to wait for its completion? Seiji glanced at the speed that the bar was going up by. He decided to go to the bathroom and then pour himself some more tea. After that, he browsed the internet for a while. When the completion rate finally reached 100%, guest room immediately lit up in his system. Right after that, new options appeared. Bathroom, shower, bedroom, kitchen, dining room, warehouse, and furniture. Seiji was rendered speechless. He was literally building a complete house here. Bathroom required a payment of 299 points to build. Of course, there was no need to describe its effects. This room would obviously be required if anyone wanted to stay in the spirit house for a long period of time. Shower required a payment of 369 points to build. Apart from washing one's body here, this shower would also have the effects of helping to recover part of one's physical energy and mental spirit. Bedroom also required a payment of 369 points to build. Here, sleeping for 3 hours would be the equivalent of getting enough rest for a full day. Kitchen also required a payment of 369 points to build. You could bring food from the outside world here to cook. There would be a percentage chance to cook food with special effects. Dining room was still 369 points to build. Eating food here also had a percentage chance of obtaining various effects. Warehouse was 369 points yet again. A certain number of objects could be stored within it. The Yi warehouse could be opened up without needing to enter the Yi spirit house, but opening up the Yi warehouse would require a payment of 8 points. All outside world objects brought into the Yi spirit house had to be stored within the Yi warehouse. Otherwise, outside objects left behind in the Yi spirit house would automatically disappear if left behind after the user left. Furniture would obviously add all sorts of furniture to the spirit house. The furniture obtained in this method couldn't be brought outside into the real world, but the furniture also wouldn't disappear from the spirit house. This was truly a gigantic point sink. Seiji had already expected this and wasn't shaken at all. Of course, that wasn't the case. At this moment, Seiji recalled how terrified he had been of housing prices in his previous life, and the humiliation of being unable to afford even the first down payment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648. Chapter 648. I hope to continue being able to interact with you like this. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It took a while for Seiji to finally calm down. He then carefully looked over the effects of all the new rooms that appeared. They all had their own uses. The bathroom was actually the most useless room if you only looked at special effects. That was because all outside objects that weren't stored in the warehouse would automatically disappear once the user exited the spirit house without taking the object. So, theoretically speaking, even if there wasn't a bathroom, going to the bathroom in some other room meant that what was left behind would eventually disappear without any need to take care of it. However, Seiji felt that it was an issue of being a cultured person. Although it was technically fine not to build a bathroom, going to the bathroom just wherever felt horribly uncultured to him. Plus, it would be even more awkward if he invited his companions to his spirit house. So although the bathroom was the most useless room in that it had no special effects, it was still the most necessary room of all. The bathroom cost 299 points to build. Although it was slightly cheaper than all the other rooms, which cost 369, the bathroom was still more expensive than the living room. It was still a pitfall of points. Seiji categorized the shower and bedroom that both had restorative properties as the same type of room. Although they had nice abilities, these rooms weren't super attractive. The kitchen and dining room that could add extra effects to the food were nice as well. These were both the same category of food buffs, but unfortunately there was only a certain percentage, without even an exact percentage being given. This was yet another pitfall. The warehouse that could be entered by itself was just like a personal dimensional storage. This was quite excellent, yet it was also a pitfall because it required a payment of 8 points every time that it was opened up. Out of 6 rooms, the bathroom, kitchen, dining room, and warehouse were all pitfalls. His system was such an evil real estate agent. System, just admit it if you can't afford it. Obediently save up your points. I don't give out any loans, and I won't accept payments in installments. Seiji imagined his system as a ferry that he could practice punching practice on. After an imagined sandbag workout, Seiji felt hollow inside as he checked out the furniture option. After checking this portion out, Seiji imagined himself beating up the system fairy yet again. Forget about normal furniture choices like tables, chairs, and cupboards. The system even sold items like flooring, walls, and the ceiling. This meant that the basic state of the living room was actually a completely empty space. Why wasn't there anything given along with the living room at all? System, if you want your living room to come with something, then it'll be a higher price. Is that all right, dear? Seiji, I knew you would say that. He really wanted to beat up his system, but that was something impossible. Even the conversations were all completely imagined by himself. The more he thought, the more hollow he felt inside. His real system was just as quiet as it had always been. No matter if Seiji hated or loved his system always remained there, emotionless, with no sadness or happiness. Although it's nice that you're so quiet, sometimes I do want to chat a little with you, system. Seiji poked at the system's interface. System, humph. The system in Seiji's imagination was becoming so lifelike and devilish. Seiji felt impressed by his own imagination. He then finished checking all the furniture options. There were two types of furniture, those with special abilities and those without. The furniture without special abilities were all ordinary items that would cost 100 points at the very most. Yet, the furniture with special abilities such as helping to recover physical energy or mental spirit, cast buffs, store outside objects, and so on, started from 255 points at the very cheapest. Looking at things now, the living room, which cost 233 points, seemed almost cheap in comparison. System, you finally realized. Seiji, shut up. At any rate, the furniture with special effects was just like luxury items with its price range. Seiji decided to focus first on the cheap and practical furniture. With his realization that the living room in his spirit house was completely empty, Seiji lost all motivation to go inside and take a look. There was no use going inside now, after all. Besides, even visiting his spirit house would require a points payment, so he might as well save more points instead. There was now only one day until the blood wine ritual tournament would begin. Seiji and Shika both stopped practicing cultivation and took the day off to idly rest. On this evening, Seiji's harem was busy cooking in the kitchen. Not only were Mika and Chiaki cooking, even Natsuya had arrived to help cook up a major feast together. When Seiji saw his three beautiful girlfriends all wearing aprons and cooking together in the kitchen, he felt that he had achieved great visual and mental satisfaction. Perhaps it could even be said that he was overly fortunate. His harem was cooking a meal together. Did this count as a death flag? Even if this was a death flag, he would still eat their meal. When Milady requested my advice about how to give young Master Haruta more encouragement for the tournament, my first recommendation was for us to go visit the swimming pool. Who was sitting across from Seiji, suddenly spoke up. As long as young Master Haruta witnesses Milady's beauty in her swimsuit, he would definitely have a strong urge to reproduce, thus acquiring a stronger desire to survive, which will be an effective motivator in increasing his chances of survival. That's what I told Milady. Seiji was rendered speechless. Mai's words sounded problematic, yet Seiji found himself unable to counter them. Natsuya in her swimsuit, just imagining this was about to get Seiji excited. If he truly witnessed such a scene, it would likely be just as the maid said, he would have the urge to reproduce. All of this indeed sounded quite logical then. But, could you please not state it so explicitly? Seiji tried to express such a meaning with his eyes. Mai smiled. Yet Milady rejected this proposal of mine because she felt that this would greatly displease Kagura-san. And so, cooking is what we settled on. Do you think that it's such a pity, young Master Haruta? Seiji was unable to deny this. He could only nod his head. As a man, of course he really wanted to see his girlfriend in a swimsuit. Then do your best to survive. Only by surviving will you have the chance to see Milady in a swimsuit. Mai looked directly at him. Seiji blinked at this. Thank you for your concern, senpai. He then smiled. However, if all you manage to do is survive, your chances of seeing her in a swimsuit will be minuscule. So, you should still fight to your utmost to win the entire tournament. Mai suddenly changed her tone. Seiji was once again rendered speechless. These seeming words of encouragement sounded rather strange. I shall do my very best to obtain victory, since I have no desire to split up from Natsuya. Seiji also sipped on some tea. Also, Senpai, if the Yorihana family forces Natsuya to leave me, then Senpai probably also won't have much interaction with me anymore. Mai paused in her movements for a brief moment upon hearing this. That would definitely be true. Something flashed in her eyes. As I'm a maid, the only reason I'm currently sitting here together with young Master Haruta is because of Milady. If Milady leaves your side, we won't be able to be like this anymore. So, I may be fighting for Natsuya, but I'm not only fighting for Natsuya. Seiji smiled. I'm also fighting to be able to continue interacting with you, Senpai. I'm only a maid. There's no benefits in continuing to interact with me. How can you say that there are no benefits? Senpai has helped me so much already. You've also taken so much care of Shika-chan and the others. Even just chatting normally like this makes me so happy, Seiji stated sincerely. I'm truly grateful to Senpai, and hope to continue being able to interact with you like this. Mai couldn't help but avert her gaze from the handsome boy's sincere smile. Nothing but flattery, she muttered in a tiny voice. Eh? What did you say, Senpai? Seiji didn't hear her clearly. I didn't help you with much at all, although we have indeed known each other for some time now. Yet you still haven't made any progress in that area at all. Mai lowered her head and sipped on some tea. Progress? In what area? Seiji was rather confused. Figure it out for yourself, young Master Haruta. Mai recalled the time when she first met him and compared it to now. She deeply felt that he truly hadn't changed in that area at all. Even though Seiji was much stronger now, he was still an idiot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649. Chapter 649, was it really alright to be so blissful right before the major tournament battle? Translator, Imperfect Luck. Editor, Kurisu. Mai was the only one who came together with Natsuya. Neither Hitaka nor Rana came to visit Seiji's apartment. Natsuya's two spirit-branded retainers had already given Seiji their encouragement. Hitaka gave him a custom-made chess piece, while Rana gave him a physical copy of a new and popular video game. These two vastly different presents both contained the same heartfelt encouragement. Seiji could tell by the gifts he received through his system. The chess piece brought along 3 reward cards named Encouragement, Expectations, and Trust, while the video game awarded him with 3 cards that had identical names but different effects. Hitaka's cards awarded him with cards that were a one-time temporary buff for his sword technique's attack power, a one-time buff for his defensive spells or techniques, and a card that could restore his physical energy and heal physical wounds. Rana's cards awarded him with temporary stealth, a short-duration buff for his speed and dexterity, and one chance to cast any spell without using mana. They were all quite practical cards. Seiji was truly grateful for their feelings. At this moment, Ryo was happily playing the video game that Rana had given to Seiji. The television screen showed a bulky man who wore tight-fitting clothes. This man speedily built a house and used that house as his base to shoot at his enemies with a bubble gun. His enemies were all sent flying and exploded in brilliant flashes of light. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Seiji opened the door to see that Ki Jumanji and Nozomi Uehara had come to visit him. When the blonde-haired teacher entered, she greeted Mai and asked Ryo about what type of game she was playing. Ki joined the conversation in a natural manner. This was the first time that the landlord had met Mai. Seiji introduced the two of them to each other. Nozomi was rather curious about the fact that Mai worked as a maid. Nozomi asked questions about this that Mai politely responded to. They entered conversation naturally as well. Shika came out of her room and sat down quietly next to Seiji. This was the highest level density of beautiful females population that Seiji's apartment had ever experienced. As he was the only male in his apartment right now, Seiji felt like simply staying here was a type of enjoyment in and of itself. Was it really alright to be so blissful right before the major tournament battle? Seiji suddenly felt a mysterious ominous premonition while being in the middle of such a wonderful environment. Still, he soon forced this ominous premonition into the corner of his mind. The girls soon finished preparing everyone's dinner. Mika, Chiaki, and Natsuya's combined cooking efforts produced an abundant amount of food that looked delicious. Upon eating the food, it was indeed delicious. This was already an excellent effort by the three of them for their current cooking skills. Seiji sincerely gave them his praise. Yet, the landlord and the professional maid acted as food critics and pointed out the problems and where the food could still be improved. As a result, everyone talked about the topic of cooking for the entire dinner, which seemed pretty nice to Seiji. After he finished eating this meal which contained his girlfriend's heartfelt feelings, Seiji was satisfied to the point where he felt that he could face any challenge. It would be fine even if he transformed into Ultraman and saved the world. It was just a mere blood wine ritual tournament. He would win it for everyone to see. The day of the blood wine ritual tournament. Seiji and Shika finished their preparations. After saying goodbye to Mika and the others, they got on Natsuya's car and headed towards the meeting location for the tournament. Upon reaching the tournament grounds, Natsuya nudged up to Seiji and kissed him passionately. "You absolutely have to be careful." After separating their lips, she glanced directly into his eyes and gently gave him a reminder. Seiji smiled and nodded. "The same to you, Kagura-san." Natsuya also looked at Shika. "Please be careful." Shika also nodded slightly. Seiji and Shika then both put on some sunglasses, activated disguise magic, and got off the car. The student council president sighed after she watched them leave. She had been unable to obtain a spectator slot from her family. She was unable to accompany them. Her boyfriend was fighting for her sake, yet she would be unable to even spectate the tournament. Natsuya felt truly apologetic. All she could do was bring them here, then wait. Seiji and Shika got on the passenger ship that Natsuya brought them to. Right, the meeting location was a passenger ship. The tournament would be held on an island by the name of Momozu Island. Momozu Island was a formerly inhabited island which was abandoned due to various reasons. There was nobody living on this island now. Having a large-scale battle on this island would be fine since no matter how large the commotion, it wouldn't attract any attention. Nor would there be any need for a large-scale cover-up of the aftermath. This could be called a perfect place to hold a spiritual ability user tournament. The only small problem was that it was a bit difficult to get there. The tournament hosts obtained some passenger ships to help ferry the participants onto Momozu Island. Of course, it was fine if participants wanted to get onto the island by themselves. They would simply need to arrive at the port on Momozu Island by the designated time. Natsuya had offered to rent a ship to ferry them there. However, Seiji felt that there was no need when they could just take advantage of the host's free ships. There would be a certain degree of risk involved with meeting other tournament participants on the ship. Yet, it would also be a chance to communicate with the other participants. In the worst-case scenario, perhaps there would be a major fight on the ship itself. But Seiji figured that the tournament hosts would prevent such an incident from occurring. Otherwise, what would be the point of the tournament? But once Seiji boarded the ship, he discovered that all his previous thoughts were unnecessary. That was because there wasn't even a single other passenger. Seiji and Shika were led to the dining room of the passenger ship. When they saw that only the ship's crew was present, Seiji asked and learned that the two of them were the only spiritual ability users to have boarded the ship. It was already almost the scheduled time for the ship to leave. Were all the other participants going to the island on their own personal ships? If that was really the case, Seiji would feel really awkward. Still, he could bear with this amount of awkwardness. He and Shika would be able to ride on such a large ship all by themselves. Plus, the food and drinks were free here. That was pretty sweet. Seiji and Shika ordered some food and ate slowly. The servers even turned on the television for them to watch. Seiji took out his cell phone and took a picture of the completely empty large dining hall. He sent this photo to Natsuya and the others and explained the situation. Riding on a large ship all by yourself? I want to experience that as well. Chiaki was the quickest to respond. There's nobody else at all. Natsuya was also surprised by this. It seems like such a waste, Mika commented. Seiji responded to all their comments. At this moment, footsteps approached. Seiji reflexively turned around and saw two jacketed men that wore sunglasses entering the dining hall. These two men were participants. The two men had identical height. Their faces, figures, and clothing were quite similar. They had identical sunglasses, hairstyles, and hair color. They appeared to be twins. But they actually weren't. Seiji recognized them thanks to Hana's information on the tournament participants. These two men were an assassin duo known as the Ishihana husband and wife duo. The reason that they were called husband and wife was actually quite simple. These two men were homosexual and had excellent tacit cooperation with each other. It was said that they rarely failed any assignment that they accepted in the Spiritual Ability User Society. Meanwhile, Ishihana was simply the combination of the first kanji of their last names. This assassin husband and wife duo was in the third category of tournament participants. There was plenty of information available about them. Still, Seiji was instantly able to recognize them mostly because they hadn't disguised their appearance. And as Seiji looked at them, they also noticed Seiji and Shika. The Ishihana duo saw a teenage boy and girl who both wore black jackets, hats, and sunglasses. Feeling that something was off, both of them immediately used astral vision to inspect the teenagers. The assassin duo immediately found out that the teenagers had used disguising magic as expected. They then tried to pierce through the disguise magic, but to their surprise, they failed. This sent an instant chill through their hearts. As assassins, Kenji Hanai and Tadayuki Ishihashi were rather confident in their own assessment capabilities. This was especially all the more so for Ishihashi. His astral vision was a lot higher level than Hanai's, yet he was only able to partially see through to the teenage pair's real appearance. These two should be rather young, especially the girl. Her actual age should be much younger than the disguise magic she's put on, that's all that I can tell. Ishihashi mentally communicated this to Hanai by using a spell. That's all that even someone like you can see? A young male and female pair that's able to use such high-level disguise magic, they're probably ninjas, Hanai guessed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, I want to play cards with somebody. Chapter 650, I want to play cards with somebody. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Ishihashi agreed with his partner Hanai's guess. Both of them had plenty of interaction with ninjas before in the past, either as enemies or allies. But no matter if ninjas were their enemies or allies, Ishihashi didn't like dealing with ninjas, because it was very difficult to see them clearly for whom they truly were. After some mutual observation, the assassin duo and the teenager duo stopped looking at each other at almost the exact same time. As if the Ishihana assassin duo's appearance was a signal, many more participants arrived all at once. There was a large suit-wearing man with a friendly expression who arrived together with a short girl who wore a one-piece dress and had an icy expression. There was a middle-aged man who wore a normal shirt and pants and held a black cat in his hands. He arrived together with a young woman who wore a jacket on top of a skirt. This young woman had a leashed gray dog. There was a beautiful short-haired girl who wore a jacket and long pants and had a sharp expression. She came together with a middle-aged woman who wore a camisole and a miniskirt, along with round-rimmed eyeglasses. When time finally came for the ship to leave for Momozu Island, an additional 22 participants had arrived in the originally empty dining hall of the ship. After adding in Seiji and Shika, there were now 24 people for 12 teams. According to Seiji's careful observation, 7 others had utilized disguise magic like himself and Shika, while 15 individuals chose not to use any. He was able to recognize all 22 individuals that boarded the ship. They all matched the information that Hannah had provided to him. All of these individuals were in the third category of tournament participants, those participating without a powerful faction to back them up. There wasn't a single participant from the first or second category, unless he tried to count himself somehow. Every team took a table for themselves. They all ordered some food and drink. Some chatted with their partners while waiting, while some remained quiet. Not a single person tried to greet anyone from another team, nor were there any taunts or any scenes like mortal enemies meeting here. Peace was good, although this felt a little boring. Seiji wondered if he should recommend that everyone play some card games together? Just joking. Just as Seiji was bored to the point of joking like that with himself, someone stood up at this moment. The person who stood up was a man who wore a bright and colorful t-shirt and shorts. His hair was slightly curly and messy, and he had bushy eyebrows but small eyes. He appeared like a beach-going tourist. Just sitting around like this is rather boring. I want to play cards with somebody. Is anyone interested in playing with me? He scratched his hair while speaking up in a loud and booming voice. Everyone was rendered speechless. Someone really did stand up and offer to play cards. Seiji's cheek twitched at the coincidence. What the hell are you doing, Saito? The youth next to the man who wanted to play cards spoke up in an angry tone. This youth was wearing a jacket and long pants. He had silvery black hair and a vicious expression in his eyes. He looked just like a hoodlum. I just want to find someone to play cards with. Don't go looking for trouble. I'm not looking for trouble, I'm looking for a friend to play cards with. The curly-haired man named Saito looked all around the dining hall. Please, does anyone want to play cards with me? Hey! It's just playing cards. You don't have to play if you think it's troublesome. It's not like I'm forcing you. The silvery black-haired youth seemed like he was about to explode in anger, but he managed to restrain himself. He harumphed coldly and stopped talking. It would seem that this man named Saito really wanted to play cards. Seiji smiled. Shika-chan, do you want to join in? If brother wants to join, then I will join together with you, she stated calmly. And so, Seiji raised his hand. The two of us will play cards with you. Saito smiled happily upon seeing that someone finally agreed to play cards with him. Thank you. Anyone else? The middle-aged man with the cat slowly raised his hand, followed by a curly-haired woman wearing a leather jacket and the suit-wearing man with the kind expression. Saito was delighted that 5 other people were willing to play cards with him. The 6 of them soon sat down together at a table and asked a server to bring them some cards. Seiji silently looked over Saito and the others. Seiji already knew the names and identities of the 4 other people playing cards with himself and Shika. Not a single person here was a normal person. Saito's full name was Yuma Saito. He was from a samurai family and possessed great strength, unlike what his physical appearance would suggest. He was a bodyguard who had never failed to protect his clients before. In the mystical society, he was known by the nickname Iron Hand. This middle-aged man was named Daikawa Rota. He was a spirit controller, who was currently disguising his physical appearance. His real appearance was actually a young and handsome man. On the surface, he appeared to be a private detective, but in secret, he could be hired to work in corporate espionage, as an assassin, or as a bodyguard. He was skilled in many different areas. The leather jacket-wearing curly-haired woman was Mitsuko Katajima, a ninja. Her current appearance was a disguise as well. Her real appearance was actually a straight-haired, flat-chested woman who had a clean and pure appearance. She often worked as a spy or assassin. It was said that she particularly loved to toy with and torture men. She had never failed to assassinate any male targets before. As for the suit-wearing man who had a kind expression, his name was Yuzu Yoshihara. He was yet another assassin, who had the nickname Judge. Every time that he received an assassination request, he would always ask for the reason. He would then assess the assassination by his own standards and charge a certain fee. He had been in the business for many years and had more than 100 completed assassinations to his name. If it wasn't for the fact that Seiji already knew the information on these individuals, he wouldn't have felt anything from playing cards with them at all. But he knew their backgrounds and was facing them. It was an indescribable feeling. After the server brought some cards, Saito asked what card game everyone wanted to play. Any card game is fine. The critical part is what we're going to bet, Daikawa Rota stated. His tone was quite calm. But the moment he said bet, something changed in the atmosphere. Betting will only harm our friendship. We can just play for fun, Saito commented. Playing cards is no fun at all if there's no bet. I recommend that we bet information. Something flashed in Rota's eyes. The winner is allowed to ask the loser 3 questions that the loser must answer. The loser must also guarantee that he or she tells at minimum 50% truthful answers. Everyone fell silent for a moment. At minimum 50% truthful, so you mean that half true and half false answers are allowed? Seiji asked a question first. Yep. Completely true is impossible, so half true will be good enough. Mitsuko Kitajima smiled seductively and asked, hee hee. How are you going to guarantee that the loser tells anything true at all? Everyone should tell at least 50% of the truth based on their own honor, Rota stated lightly. I myself will absolutely adhere to this. I believe that none of you will be that stingy, either. The rule of 50% truth sounded rather casual, but it was actually quite subtle. Everyone present was a blood wine ritual tournament participant. Complete truth would naturally be impossible to expect from anyone here. Only half-truth would be possible to expect. Truth and falsehood, believing or not believing, this would be a psychological battle. How interesting, this sounds like a fun little gamble. I accept. Mitsuko chuckled. Half true and half false, eh? Well, I suppose it's fine with me. Saito also accepted. Yuzu Yoshihara also grinned and accepted the gamble. Only Seiji and Shika remained. Brother? If you don't want to accept, then it's okay to back out. Seiji smiled. This is only a game, Shika thought it over for a moment before she stood up and indicated that she wouldn't participate. Seiji remained by himself and accepted this gamble. If he lost, he would have to tell a half-truth to the winner's question. Or, he could even shamelessly tell a complete lie. This wasn't really a gamble at all. This was just a game of separating truth from falsehood. But even though this was only a game, this was still a matter of pride. No matter how the 5 people present viewed this game, it was certain that none of them wanted to lose. After the card game began, everyone's auras started spreading and clashing with each other. Most of the other tournament participants were paying attention to their table. Those with sharpened magical hearing even heard the entire content of their gamble. Some felt that this was interesting, some felt that this was nothing more than a joke, some wondered if they should participate, and some were completely disinterested. Not long after, the card game's first round was over. Seiji lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651. Chapter 651, I'm sorry for borrowing your name to act so pretentiously. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji's luck was rather poor and had a weak starting hand. Plus, the others noticed this and faintly started targeting him. Daikawa Rota was the winner of this round. I'm going to start asking my 3 questions. Are you ready? The male detective asked politely. Of course, Seiji replied casually. By now, not only were Saito and the other card game players listening, just about all the tournament participants that could hear their conversation were listening attentively as well. This included the Ishihana assassin duo. Out of the 5 people playing cards at this table, Iron Hand Saito and Judge Yoshihara were recognized by just about everyone as they hadn't concealed their identities. Some even recognized Mitsuko Kitajima and Daikawa Rota through their magical disguises. However, the black jacket and sunglasses wearing teenager was the only one that not a single person here recognized. They didn't have a clue who he and his female partner were at all. The main reason why Rota participated in this card game and came up with the 3-question half-truth information gamble was to learn more about the mysterious teenaged pair. Still, he didn't expect that he would get a chance right in the first round. Here's my first question. What's your name? Seiji mulled this over for a moment. Shunto Haruta. He directly borrowed the name of his relative that he had never met before. This answer was exactly half true and half false. Rota's gaze instantly stopped on Seiji for a moment. Saito, Kitajima, and Yoshihara all had visible reactions as well. The other eavesdropping tournament participants also had their expressions freeze over to some extent. It was as if the entire atmosphere in the dining hall had frozen over. Shunto Haruta, was it that particular Haruta family? Or was this youth simply lying? This was probably a lie. But, this lie was too overboard if it was a lie. Casually using the name of one of the 7 major yin-yang master families to act pretentious? This youth was so daring. But what if he was telling the truth? Although most felt that this had less than 0.1% chance of being the truth, some still considered the possibility, such as Rota. This detective already knew that the person from the Haruta family participating in the blood wine ritual tournament was indeed named Shunto Haruta. And he knew this because the faction that Rota belonged to had especially given him instructions that he absolutely wasn't allowed to injure the young master from the Haruta family at this tournament. Otherwise, he would have to deal with severe consequences. Rota belonged to a faction that was a subordinate faction to a yin-yang master family. And that yin-yang master family was subordinate to the Haruta family. To use the analogy of a large corporation, Shunto Haruta was basically like a member of the CEO's family to him while Rota was just a low-rank employee. There was no way that he could afford to antagonize such a major personage. It was extreme to the point where it was still barely acceptable if he harmed a young master or lady from any of the other 7 major yin-yang master families. But if he accidentally harmed the young master of the Haruta family, his best choice would be to commit suicide somewhere so that the consequences of his actions wouldn't affect his own faction, family, and friends. Logically speaking, the young master from the Haruta family would almost certainly not go to Momozu Island on this free passenger ship provided by the hosts. Rota almost let his shock at hearing the name Shunto Haruta show on his face, but luckily, he was accustomed to keeping a poker face. Although Rota felt that this youth was lying, he still couldn't help but think, what if he's telling the truth? Rota then realized that he had fallen into a psychological trap. And, this psychological trap was precisely one that he had created. He could only smile wryly to himself. Rota's thoughts raced at a high speed and he soon calmed himself down, with his expression returning to normal. Haruta-san. My family name is Rota. Please take good care of me. Hello, Rota-san. Please take good care of me as well. Seiji smiled. He's still acting so casually despite having used the name of Haruta. Either he's recklessly daring, or he's really connected to the Haruta family. Rota felt that this youth wasn't a suicidal idiot who was messing with one of the 7 major yin-yang master families. It seemed more likely that this youth was connected to the Haruta family, but only slightly more likely. Let me introduce myself as well. My family name is Saito, although you've probably all heard that just now, Saito interrupted. His interruption had perfect timing. He was polite to the Haruta present, but not in a sycophantic fashion. My family name is Kitajima. Please take good care of me. Something flashed in Mitsuko Kitajima's eyes as she introduced herself. My family name is Yoshihara. Yuzu Yoshihara also introduced himself. That was just how authoritative the name of Haruta was in the mystical society. The entire table of card game participants introduced their real names on their own volition. Although Seiji already recognized all these card game players, he still mentally exclaimed at hearing their confirmations of their identities. I'm sorry for borrowing your name to act so pretentiously, Seiji mentally apologized to his relative that he had never met before. It was time for the second question. Rhoda wanted to ease the atmosphere, so he asked a simple question. My second question is, I'd like to ask what you usually like to do in your free time, Haruta-san? Is this a marriage interview meeting? Seiji couldn't help but mentally comment when he heard such a question. Saito, Kitajima, and some of the other tournament participants all revealed rather subtle expressions upon hearing this question. I usually enjoy reading manga and watching anime, as well as read novels. Oh. I like these activities as well, especially everything in the mystery genre. For example, I'm currently following the manga Famous Detective South Cloud. Rhoda showed off a friendly expression. Hey, your entire style is changing. What happened to the cold and calculating man from earlier? Saito and Mitsuko's expressions became even subtler. Even Yoshihara, who had maintained a kind and friendly expression, had his expression falter. What do you think of the newest plot in South Cloud, Rhoda-san? I think that it's excellent. They've finally moved back to the main storyline. I was quite surprised that Officer Komura was killed off. Do you think that it's a real or fake death, Adot? 80% chance that it's a fake death, 20% chance that it's a real death. I disagree. Seiji and Rhoda chatted about the manga Famous Detective South Cloud for quite a while. Seiji learned that Rhoda was indeed a true enthusiast of this story. Saito interrupted once again, indicating that he read mangas as well. Although he only read manga occasionally, there were also some stories that he liked. Even Yoshihara joined in the conversation, mentioning some hard-boiled mangas that were from a previous generation. This assassin had been young once as well. Mitsuko was the only one who was unable to participate in this conversation as she had zero interest in anime and manga. It was evident that she was feeling rather awkward. The other eavesdropping tournament participants all revealed subtle expressions of varying degrees. They wanted to comment, but didn't even know how. Seiji and the card game players chatted for quite a while. Their friendly atmosphere made it seem like they had forgotten what they were all here for. But that was only on the surface. Not a single one of them had truly forgotten that they were all tournament participants. They were all competitors, and only one team of two could win in the end. This was a tournament where even the magical contract itself required the participants to have the will and resolution to win in order to be allowed to participate. No matter the reason for participation, signing the contract and joining meant that one wanted to win, but Rhoda and the others were afraid and respectful of the Haruta family name, which was why they all went with a friendly approach. My third question. I'd like to ask, why did Haruta-san ride this boat instead of taking a personal boat to the island? Because it's livelier over here. Don't you feel uncomfortable in this type of environment? Rhoda looked directly at Seiji. That's your fourth question. Seiji chuckled. All right. I'll leave things at that, then. Rhoda felt that it was highly improbable that this person was really Shunto Haruta. However, this person knew the name of the Haruta family's participant in the tournament, and even dared to assume the Haruta family name and act so casual about it. It was highly likely that this person was connected in some way to the Haruta family. Perhaps he was even personally acquainted with Shunto Haruta. That was Rota's analysis. Other people had similar analyses. A Haruta was sitting at the card table. The tournament participants had many different thoughts about this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, Are you really a member of the Haruta family? Chapter 652, Are you really a member of the Haruta family? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. In the card game's second round, Saito was the loser and Mitsuko was the winner. Mitsuko seemed to casually ask some random questions. Saito also answered them casually, as if they were ordinary friends having a normal conversation. In the third round, Rota won again and Yoshihara lost. My first question. I'd like to ask, does Yoshihara-san currently have a mission? Rota went with the direct approach. I do, Yoshihara answered with a wide grin. My second question. I'd like to ask, is Yoshihara-san's mission target currently here? Yes. My third question. I'd like to ask, am I your mission target? No. Rota asked these three questions in quick succession, and Yoshihara answered even quicker. However, everyone was able to hear everything clearly. The well-known assassin, Judge, currently had an assassination mission. And his target was present among them. The target was someone other than Rota. This caused the entire atmosphere to tense up significantly again. In the fourth round, Saito lost for the second time, while Seiji won for the first time. Seiji didn't have anything that he particularly wanted to know. So, he casually asked some questions about the manga that Saito liked in an effort to ease the atmosphere. In the fifth round, Saito lost again. In the sixth round, Saito lost yet again. In the seventh round, of course, Saito lost yet again. Was he doing it intentionally? Saito-san, are you losing on purpose? Mitsuko, the winner of the seventh round, asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Not at all. My luck has just been bad. Saito scratched his hair and smiled wryly. It's boring like this. Please take things more seriously. I'm quite serious, Kitajima-san. But right now, my luck with the cards is truly atrocious. Perhaps I should take a break and go smoke. Let's take a break, then. Rota stood up. I'd also like to go for a smoke. He excused himself and started leaving. At this moment, Seiji suddenly heard a faint sound. Stop. This sound was quite faint but also clear, as if someone had whispered it into his ear. However, it was impossible to determine whether the voice was male or female. Seiji reflexively looked around him but saw nobody next to him at all. Rota left. Mitsuko was too lazy to ask Saito any more questions, so she also got up to leave. The card game stopped there. What did I hear just now? Did someone use a spell to communicate with me? Seiji returned to Shika's table as he wondered about this. Brother, what's the matter? I heard a strange voice just now. Seiji explained what he'd just heard. Something flashed in Shika's eyes. She had been observing this venue and hadn't noticed anyone using a spell on her adopted older brother. Stop, who, and for what purpose, sent that message to me? Seiji contemplated. Judging from the timing, did that person want me to stop Rota? Stop him from leaving? Daikowa Rota had left the dining hall already. It was likely that he was smoking on the deck of the ship. Should he go check on Rota's situation? Seiji decided to go check on Rota. If nothing else, he could enjoy the scenery. Shika-chan, how about going out to the deck with me? Shika nodded in agreement. The field of vision was quite clear on the deck of the ship. However, the weather was overcast with plenty of fog and clouds. Beautiful scenery was nowhere to be found. The passenger ship was currently proceeding at a high speed. The chilly sea winds blew past, bringing along a cold chill. Rhoda and Seiji were standing on the deck and smoking. Nothing seemed off about either one of them. Seiji and Shika walked over. "Would you like a cigarette, Haruta-san?" Seiji offered a cigarette to Seiji in a friendly manner. "I'll pass. I don't smoke." "That's a good habit. Don't start." "I never expected to hear that from someone who's smoking right in front of me." "Ha, everyone knows that smoking is bad for your health." After chatting for a minute, Seiji and Shika left. "I don't think that he's anything like a Haruta at all. What do you think, Rhoda-san?" Seiji casually asked Rhoda after Seiji and Shika left. "Seiji-san, have you ever met a real Haruta?" Rhoda countered with a question. "I haven't." "I haven't either. Both of us only know about the Haruta family through second-hand accounts. That's why we shouldn't say whether he's like a Haruta or not. I can only say that he doesn't fit what we know about the Haruta family." "Is there any difference?" "It's fine if you treat it as there being no difference. This is simply my opinion." "Your opinion is rather difficult to understand for me, Rhoda-san." "I apologize for that." Both of them slowly puffed on their cigarettes. "Although he isn't like a Haruta, if he really is, I think that would be pretty nice." Seiji glanced at the direction that Seiji and Shika left in. "Although we only played a few rounds of cards together, I don't think he's a bad person at all. If the Haruta family, and even the youngsters of the other 6 majoring young master families are all like him, Sakura Island will become a really great place to be at." Rhoda fell silent for a moment before responding. "Perhaps, but that's impossible." The last part of his sentence had an ironclad adamant tone. Seiji heard that voice again. "Stop. Who's talking?" Seiji immediately spoke up. There was no response except for the sound of the wind. "Brother, did you hear that voice again?" Shika looked at him. "Yeah." Seiji nodded and furrowed his eyebrows. There was nobody near at all, or he should say that he saw nobody. Was this a hallucination? Absolutely not. Something obviously happened, yet he was unable to find what caused it. He had just recently experienced such mystical phenomena at the Genhana High School sports competition day. Could it be that another inner world was hidden on the ship and causing all this? Seiji thought about it and decided to take a tour of the entire ship. Looking around everywhere as he went, he decided to treat this as a walk. "Are you really a member of the Haruta family?" Not long after he started walking, a short youth who wore earphones stopped Seiji and asked him this question. This youth was leaning against the railing and gazing at the sea. When Seiji and Shika passed behind him, he suddenly asked such a question. This person was Ikuko Takeuchi, a ninja who was Mitsuko Kitajima's partner in this tournament. Her appearance as a teenaged boy was a disguise. Appearance-wise, she was actually just an ordinary girl. She typically worked in spy activities and was extremely low profile. She acted as the backup support for Mitsuko whenever they worked as partners, and it was possible that Ikuko had never even killed a person before. All this information popped up in Seiji's mind when he saw this short youth looking at him. This youth, the female ninja named Ikuko Takeuchi, removed her earphones and looked at him as well. A sharp glint could be seen in her eyes even underneath her magical disguise of having a blank expression. That's both true and false, Seiji answered vaguely. Why are you attracting everyone's attention by using such a method? No reason at all. If he had to forcefully come up with a reason, he had just acted pretentiously on a whim. Ikuko took a deep look at his face. You know about that, right? Know about what? Seiji blinked in surprise. However, the female ninja only glanced at him one more time before she stopped looking at him, put on her earphones, and speedily left. Wait a moment. Seiji reflexively tried to top her. What do you think that I know? Ikuko didn't respond. She didn't even look back at him and swiftly walked off as if her earphones blocked out his voice. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. He faintly felt as if he had just missed something important. The problem was, he really had no idea what Ikuko was talking about. What did she think that he knew? Was this connected to that mysterious voice from earlier? Just what was happening on this ship right now? The confusion he felt was like fog that wouldn't clear up in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly heard a nice sound. Ding dong. This clear and pleasant sound resembled the sound a bell would make. Seiji reflexively looked around him. Ding dong. He heard the same sound once again, clearer than last time. It sounded like the source was closer to him this time. Suddenly, the sound of the sea wind disappeared and the entire world instantly fell silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, Revenge Alliance. Chapter 653, Revenge Alliance. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji's body stiffened. He recognized that he had entered some type of abnormal realm. Shika had vanished from next to him. Some black mist appeared as bright red cluster amaryllis flowers popped out of the ground and began to bloom brilliantly. Smack! A pair of green arms suddenly reached out from the ground and viciously grabbed Seiji's feet. These green arms had the rotten stench of decay. Seiji recognized these arms. They belonged to a zombie he had battled in the past. This zombie had been a former blondie named something Yamamoto. The distorted face that then appeared next verified that this was who he thought it was. Messy hair, bulging eyes, and green veins bulging all over his body, this was one of the first mystical creatures that Seiji had ever faced, the former bully who had turned into a zombie. Grah! The zombie roared ferociously. Its claws tightly clamped down on Seiji's feet and dragged him down with tremendous force. Arg! Seiji felt great pain from this as he witnessed his own feet sinking into some mysterious and ominous place that was cold, sticky, and pitch black. He tried his best to move his right hand, wanting to do something, but another hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed him. This hand's arm was wearing a blue-white wide sleeve. Although the hand was human, it appeared abnormally pale. Seiji recognized that this sleeve belonged to a yin-yang master hunting clothes uniform. Then, he recognized the owner of the hand itself, Akatsuki Matarai. Seiji wanted to say something, but was unable to make a sound. Akatsuki's hand on his arm felt icy cold. This coldness invaded Seiji's arm and swiftly began freezing his blood, spreading through his body. Was this a return of the dead? Seiji was not frightened by such a scary situation at all. Instead, his mouth arched upward. This type of scenario was far too cliché. His enemies would have to do better than that to scare him. At least come up with something creative, Since Seiji already realized that he had been dragged into a soul realm, he instantly began using the power of his imagination. There was a golden flash as Seiji's right arm instantly transformed into a mechanical arm that shot lasers from his fingertips. He flipped his new mechanical hand and instantly cut off Akatsuki's hand. Seiji then extended his mechanical arm downwards and grabbed the zombie by its face while emitting fierce flames from his hand. Rah! The zombie roared even more fiercely, yet also more pitifully than before upon being burned. The sound rattled Seiji's ears. I didn't want to die, it's all your fault. Ha, I killed both of you. But so what? Seiji immolated the zombie and then transformed his left hand into a lightsaber, stabbing backwards. There was the sound of popping as he stabbed through something. I do feel regret, but not to either of you. I do feel guilt, but not to either of you. The dead should just shut up and get the hell out of my life. Don't you even think that you can take me along with you? There was a boom and explosion of golden light, which washed away the sharp screams containing hatred and grudges. Ding-dong! There was a faint sound that sounded like a faraway bell being shaken while attached to a string. The black mist and the cluster amaryllis flowers disappeared. Seiji heard the familiar sound of the sea wind once again as he saw Shika looking at him in worry. "I'm fine." Seiji smiled at her in reassurance. He then looked all around him, and saw nothing out of the ordinary at all. "Brother, I think that I was brought into a soul realm just now. Someone probably used a soul magic spell on me. I didn't notice anything at all." Shika furrowed her eyebrows. This means that the spellcaster concealed himself really well, or Seiji thought about it and then patted his adopted younger sister on the head. "It's not your fault. Don't mind it. I'm brother's spirit-branded retainer. Yep. I feel quite safe with you by my side. I also noticed really quickly that something was wrong because you disappeared from my side. If I had been by myself to begin with, I probably wouldn't have reacted so quickly." Seiji smiled. Shika felt warmed by his smile, but she was unable to truly relax and accept his coaxing. As a spirit-branded retainer, her adopted older brother came under attack, yet she didn't even notice the spellcaster. This was a great humiliation. Since the enemy had been able to hide so well while casting a soul spell, he or she was without a doubt incredibly strong. How could she prevent the same thing from happening again? Shika thought of a simple solution. She silently clutched onto Seiji's hand. Seiji instantly understood Shika's intention and squeezed her hand back. Holding hands was a way to strengthen two people's connections to each other. This was an effective method to resist soul attacks. Of course, if the enemy's soul spell attack was far too powerful, Shika would get dragged in as well and possibly die. But judging from the experience just now, either the spellcaster wasn't strong to such a degree, or he or she didn't want to do things to such an extent. And actually, if things had truly been dangerous, Seiji still had his bonded female spirit, Yomi. Whether or not she decided to wake up and warn him by herself was already a way for Seiji to judge how dangerous things were. Since Yomi hadn't said anything, the danger was probably rather limited. Of course, he knew that he couldn't overly rely on her. It wasn't as if she really was a blue cat robot who came from the future. The incident he'd just experienced seemed more like a warning rather than an attempt on his life. Seiji explained his analysis to Shika, then silently mulled things over. Seiji walked all around the ship and returned to the location where he met Saito on the deck earlier. This curly-haired man was now by himself, leaning against a railing, smoking a cigarette while glancing at the sky. His pose and expression all seemed rather scenic. "Saito-san. Have you returned from your walk, Haruta-san?" Saito looked over at Seiji and removed the cigarette from his mouth. He then noticed that Seiji and Shika were walking while holding each other's hands. "Oh, you have such a good relationship." He chuckled. Seiji looked directly at Saito's face. "Saito-san, I'd like to ask you, why did you stand up and say that you wanted to play cards?" Saito's expression flickered for just a moment when he heard this question. The change in his expression was rather subtle. However, Seiji's sharp senses picked up on the flicker as he was carefully observing Saito. "I simply wanted to play some cards because sitting there and waiting around was quite boring." "Isn't that the same for you, Haruta-san?" "Yep, I indeed joined because I was rather bored. Originally, I thought that you and the others were the same. However, some things happened just now that caused me to reconsider." Seiji then lowered his voice. "It's highly likely that something is happening on this ship right now, and you intentionally drew everyone's attention. You're highly likely to be the main culprit or one of the conspirators." Saito. "Perhaps you or your faction think that I know something. But actually, I don't know anything at all," Seiji spoke directly and honestly. "I think that Saito-san is someone trustworthy, which is why I'll tell you the truth. I'm from the Haruta family, but I'm currently exiled. Although I'm a relative of Shuntu Haruta, I have zero connections to him and have never even met him before. The only reason why I got on this ship was because it's free and convenient. I don't have any other reasons at all." Something flashed in Seida's eyes as he looked at Seiji. "I want to know what's currently going on or what has already happened." "I hope that Saito-san can enlighten me," Seiji spoke in a sincere tone. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Saito took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke before he finally littered by flicking the cigarette into the sea. "No matter if you're telling me the truth or not, it doesn't hurt to tell you. That's because even someone like me knows already, so the higher-ups should know. They definitely know already. It's the Revenge Alliance. I suppose you can call them by that name." "Revenge Alliance?" Seiji paused in surprise for a moment. This name caused him to recall a certain superhero group from his former world by the name of the Avengers. He also recalled that many from this group had died in their story. Yep. It's an alliance that desires to take revenge against the higher-ups of the Blood Wine Ritual Tournament, the 7 major Yin-Yang master families, the 3 major samurai families, and all the others like them high up on their perches, Saito explained. "As long as you join that alliance, it's said that you'll be able to obtain great power in battle and kill those people. It's said that a mysterious individual who obtained the tournament participant list went and contacted the participants with grudges against the major families, bringing up the idea of this alliance. This mysterious individual also permitted us in the Revenge Alliance to spread this information and recruit more people to join. This is revenge, as well as a revolution. A new generation is upon us, so it's time to overthrow the old ruling order." That mysterious individual made such a statement. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 654, Messenger of Revenge. Chapter 654, Messenger of Revenge. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Revenge and Revolution. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. "That's all that I know." Saito started walking off. "Wait a moment. Saito-san, you intentionally drew everyone's attention. Was that because you wanted to attract the Revenge Alliance to you so that you could join them?" Seiji followed up with another question. Saito paused in his footsteps. "I myself don't know, either. Perhaps I want to join them, or perhaps I merely want to learn more about them," Saito responded in a seemingly casual tone. "What about Rota-san? The two of you were just discussing this topic, weren't you? If you want to know, ask him yourself. Although I don't think that Rota-san will answer your questions. He's far more of a serious type than I am. Thank you for telling me all of this." Seiji realized that he wouldn't be able to ask for any more than this. He decided to stop when appropriate. "No need for thanks." Saito continued walking but then stopped again after 2 steps and tilted his head slightly. "Can I ask you a question, Haruta-san?" "Please go ahead." "You mentioned that you're currently exiled from your family. In that case, do you have a grudge against the Haruta family?" "I don't," Seiji answered honestly. Saito remained silent and left just like that. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation after having learned some important information. Ikuko Takeuchi's sudden question earlier about him knowing about something was most likely related to this matter, the Revenge Alliance. She must have been under the impression that he had some type of goal related to the Revenge Alliance in mind when he told everyone that he was Shuntu Haruta. That was why she asked him such a question. Yet, he had been ignorant at the time. And then, right after that, he received a soul attack. Was it a spell from that female ninja? Seiji felt that it was unlikely. Ikuko didn't seem to have that kind of power. Yuma Saito was hinting in the conversation just now that he wasn't yet a member of the Revenge Alliance, but that he might join them in the future. Daikawa Rota also knew about the Revenge Alliance, and was the serious type. A mysterious individual, who mentioned words like revolution, new generation, and overthrowing the old ruling order. This seemed highly likely to be the work of the Messenger's faction. Perhaps the soul spell attack was also from this mysterious member of the Messengers. This person was probably right here on the ship, observing the current situation. After coming to such a conclusion, Seiji looked all around him once again. "Please come out for a discussion with me, Messenger of Revenge," Seiji spoke in a loud and clear voice. There was no response except the sound of the wind. Shika remained calm and on guard. "A garbage Haruta like myself who's currently in exile is also a target of your revenge against the major families, is that right? Was that soul attack on me just a notification?" There was still no response. "If that's the case, I should thank you for helping to put me on guard." After confirming that there was still no response, Seiji took Shika back to the dining hall. The card game didn't resume, as Saito and the others all indicated that they no longer had any interest. Seiji hinted to Rota about the Revenge Alliance, wanting to have a discussion with him. But as expected, Rota politely declined. He then tried to talk to Ikuko Takeuchi and was met with the same result. But even if he knew who was actually a member of this Revenge Alliance, at most he would be able to ask some more information, unable to stop this alliance. That was because this entire alliance was similar to a normal alliance which was within the rules of the tournament contract. The tournament contract that all participants had to sign only expressly forbade attacking participants that were under the effects of the life-saving talisman, which would block one fatal attack. However, killing people wasn't actually against the rules at all. Nor were there any rules against the participants allying with each other. That was why the Revenge Alliance was theoretically an alliance that was within the rules of the tournament. The only unreasonable part was this mysterious individual who started all of this. Seiji decided to mentally refer to this person as the Messenger of Revenge. This Messenger of Revenge either directly entered the tournament or was supplying the Revenge Alliance members with special items or equipment so that the Revenge Alliance members would become much stronger. Seiji felt that it was more likely that the Messenger of Revenge wasn't personally participating in the tournament. It was more probable that he or she was manipulating things from behind the scenes. After all, representatives from all the major factions were going to be spectating this tournament. Directly interfering with the tournament from the inside would carry a much greater element of risk. Even someone from the Messenger's faction probably wouldn't be so recklessly idiotic. As for the special items or equipment, Seiji decided to mentally refer to this as the Sword of Revenge. Saito mentioned that the higher-ups definitely knew already about the Revenge Alliance being formed to take revenge on them. Seiji agreed with this statement as he refused to believe that the major factions would have such a poorly informed information network. There would definitely be eyes on this Revenge Alliance. Seiji felt that it was also possible that perhaps there were hidden powerful individuals in charge of investigating the Revenge Alliance on board this ship. Perhaps that was why the Messenger of Revenge hadn't attacked Seiji with a more powerful soul spell. The Messenger of Revenge couldn't expose him or herself. Once this ship reached Momozu Island, the Messenger of Revenge would use some method to give the Revenge Alliance members a Sword of Revenge. This might be the only opportunity to catch the Messenger of Revenge. If this person was captured, this entire incident would end there, the Revenge Alliance would fail and be disbanded. But if this person wasn't captured, things would then depend on the Sword of Revenge. If the Revenge Alliance members obtained the Sword of Revenge and used it successfully against the tournament's higher-ups, the Revenge Alliance would have succeeded. Otherwise, the Revenge Alliance would still fail. This was a secret battle behind the scenes. Seiji felt that someone who dared to establish such an alliance and even shout about revolution would definitely be at least a relatively powerful individual who wouldn't be captured so easily. If the higher-ups wanted to prevent the Revenge Alliance from succeeding, the critical factor would be to identify just what the Sword of Revenge being used against them was. A great amount of power, a killing item or weapon, the Messenger's faction. Seiji recalled the Kazufuru cursed item incident with that green crystal. Would it be something like that? No, such an item should be easy to discover. so perhaps it would be something that appeared completely ordinary on the surface. For instance, a talisman. A seemingly ordinary talisman that wouldn't show any signs of strange power yet actually contained a great amount of power. Was it possible for such a thing to exist? Seiji figured that it was a waste of his time to think too much about such an unknown matter. He changed his train of thought back to the Messenger of Revenge. The Messenger of Revenge was tournament-wise an outsider who was using top-level concealment magic to hide on this ship, but that was only an inference of Seiji's. Perhaps the Messenger of Revenge wasn't an outsider at all. Perhaps he or she was actually one of the participants sitting right out in the open in the dining hall. In that case, who could the Messenger of Revenge be? Seiji glanced over all the people in the dining hall. The Messenger of Revenge was sitting among them. Thinking like this made this all seem like a detective story. The murderer is among us. Seiji really wanted to shout out such a classical line. But right now, he had no clue who the Messenger of Revenge was. He felt that it was truly regrettable that he didn't have a chance to use such a line. Seiji sipped on some tea. He was no detective or anything else like that at all. He was merely a tournament participant. He decided to let the tournament higher-ups, the major families, worry about how to stop the Messenger of Revenge and the Revenge Alliance, as they didn't have that much to do with him. All he needed to do was take care of Shika and himself. By the way then, just who sent him that mysterious message of stop then? He heard that message twice already. There was no way that he had been hallucinating. And it didn't seem likely that the Messenger of Revenge would send him such a message. That Haruta is so annoying. It seems that he has a special power that can invisibly affect me. Is it a special power inherited from his bloodline as a powerful yin-yang master family? Honestly, I never expected someone with his bloodline to board a ship like this. His female partner is no ordinary individual at all. I can feel a faint sense of danger from her, as if something bad will happen if I even get close to her. I have to pay attention to them. I have to control myself well. What happens next absolutely has to succeed. I'm willing to sacrifice anything for that purpose. I'm sorry. You told me to forget about you, but I was unable to do so. There's no need to stop me, because I'm doing all of this of my own free will. We'll be together forever in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655. Chapter 655, that sounds so realistic that I almost believed it. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The passenger ship didn't meet with any storm, crash into another ship or an iceberg, or saw anything that would hinder its journey. The ship successfully reached Momozu Island. It was currently nighttime. The tournament participants then got off the ship and followed the guide to a hotel. Just kidding, nobody was here for a tourist visit. Nobody wanted to spend their vacation here. Nor was there a single hotel on this deserted island. When everyone got off the ship, the tournament participants were already in their combat outfits and fully prepared for battle. There were extravagant, classical, modern, science fiction-like, mystical, and all other sorts of combat outfits. Spiritual ability users of all styles gathered together, appearing like a cosplay convention, just like a scene out of a superhero alliance movie. Apart from the tournament participants, two individuals wearing black science fiction-like combat outfits with helmets that fully covered their faces got off the ship as well. They were spirit-branded retainers who gave off incredibly imposing auras. These two individuals hadn't shown themselves on the ship. However, it was easy to guess that they were powerful individuals from the tournament's hosts. There was still some time before the tournament would formally begin. The other tournament participants that were taking their own ships and the spectators had yet to arrive. Everyone, you're welcome to wait here at the rest area. Or, feel free to explore this place as you wish. Just make sure to return here when the tournament is about to begin. The person who made this announcement was a man who wore black Sakura Island attire together with a white mask. He was a member of the Himiki judging clan. There were 6 other men and women next to him in similar attires. They all had faint auras of great power. Another 5 spirit-branded retainers from the Kurosaki family were next to them. They were all wearing full black combat attire with covered helmets. The 2 spirit-branded retainers that walked off the ship joined with these 5. Behind these 14 powerful individuals were several hundred people that resembled special forces. These several hundred individuals were the Kurosaki family's personal military squadron. That's right, an actual military squadron. Not only did the Kurosaki family possess a military squadron, all 7 of the major yin-yang master families had their own personal military squadrons that were strong enough to start an actual war. Just what exactly was a top-level faction? These 14 powerful spiritual ability users and that well-armed military squadron standing there in orderly files and giving off a cold aura was the best answer. And this wasn't all of it. Looking off into the distance, a large ship which definitely wasn't a civilian ship could be seen sitting on the waters as if it was a sleeping giant. That was a military ship. A military ship. This was no cute ship girl. It was a true, awe-inspiring naval warfare ship. The type that could shoot artillery at land targets. Hey, why are things so ridiculous? Forget about sending a military squadron to watch over the tournament, there's even a naval warship? Does the Navy have so much free time? While Seiji mentally commented on how ridiculous the scene seemed, he also couldn't help but worry. Was this show to intimidate, or to prevent something from happening? If it was just for intimidation, it wouldn't be much, although it was slightly exaggerated. But if it was to prevent, just what did they think would happen on this island? Just what was going on behind the scenes of this blood wine ritual tournament? Upon closer consideration, this tournament involving 128 spiritual ability users might cause a big ruckus, but wasn't it still rather excessive to have an entire deserted island as the battleground? Even if this would be easier to cover up, it still seemed a little strange. Was there some secret behind the blood wine ritual tournament? Or was there some secret on this island? Seiji didn't know, he didn't have enough information. The tournament hosts had constructed a resting area that was quite comfortable. Everyone could wait here until the tournament began. However, Seiji chose to start exploring the island. Walking on deserted trailways in the darkness with old and gloomy houses around him, Seiji felt as if he had just joined the set of a horror film. The ground was cracked in various places, weeds grew profusely everywhere, broken objects were scattered about, many windows were broken, houses' doors were open, walls were collapsing, moss was on every house. This entire island was filled with the aura of abandonment. Just who had lived here before, and how were their lives? Seiji couldn't help but think about such a topic. Haruta-san. A voice greeted him. Seiji turned around to see a man wearing a demon mask and a large dark blue jacket as a combat outfit walking over. Rota-san. Seiji recognized this person as Daikawa Rota. I heard from Sato-san that you're an exiled Haruta. That's right. Why is it that you say you don't bear a grudge against your family? Being exiled must be an incredible humiliation, Rota inquired. Shika furrowed her eyebrows slightly as she stood next to Seiji. That's because I deserved what I got, Seiji answered. Are you really certain? What do you mean? Haven't you ever considered that you were actually framed or led into a trap? Although I don't know your specific circumstances, I don't think that you're the type to make a major mistake like that, Haruta-san. It's quite strange that you received such a severe punishment like exile from the family, Rota spoke in a low voice. That's because I've changed myself now. The past me was nothing like the current me, Seiji stated calmly. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Join our revenge alliance, Haruta-san. Rota directly spoke his intentions. Seiji looked him over. Earlier on the ship, I wanted to ask Rota-san about this Revenge Alliance, but you politely declined. Why is it that you're now asking me to join instead? At that time, I wasn't aware of Haruta-san's circumstances. Now I'm aware, and have confirmed that Haruta-san has sufficient power which will be greatly helpful to our Revenge Alliance. Helpful because of my personal power, or because of my Haruta family bloodline? The Haruta family's bloodline is a part of your power as well, Rota stated directly. Ah, so he's actually trying to recruit me because of my bloodline. Seiji understood. Why do you need the Haruta family's bloodline? I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. But I promise that it's nothing bad for you. There will be no harm for you at all, Haruta-san. That sounds so realistic that I almost believed it, Seiji retorted in his mind. What benefits are there for me if I join, but? You'll obtain far greater power, which will greatly exceed the power of the family that exiled you, for instance, power which exceeds Shuntu Haruta's. A mysterious power obtained too easily is just like money growing on trees. I can't be rest assured about that at all. It's not mysterious at all. You'll understand when the time comes. This is a new power belonging to this new generation. Rota's tone sounded slightly fanatical. His behavior didn't really fit Seiji's earlier impression of the cold and analytical detective. Just what could Rota have experienced? Understand when the time comes? I apologize, I don't really trust words like that. It's okay even if you don't trust me right now. As long as you agree to join us, I shall give you an item that signifies you're one of us. After that, you can choose for yourself whether or not to accept this new power. I'm confident that you will. What if I refuse to join you? Then we'll treat this conversation as having never occurred. Still, please consider carefully before making your final decision. You're not worried that I'll report you? I believe that you wouldn't, Haruta-san. Believe? Yeah, right. I bet that you have some way of dealing with things even if I report you. Rota-san, can I ask why you chose to join the Revenge Alliance? Or, are you the person that started it? Seiji inquired. I'm not the person who started it. I joined because I want to establish a new order. Once again, Rota's tone was starting to sound fanatical. What type of new order? An order that's better than the current one. First, we need to overthrow the rotten families that have cruelly suppressed Sakura Island for far too long already. Those in high positions that have gotten away with whatever evils they wished for far too long need to receive the judgment that they deserve. Rota's words seemed to contain a passionate fire that could actually physically burn. This is revenge and revolution. Seiji deeply furrowed his eyebrows as he recalled this catchphrase of the Revenge Alliance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656 Revolution. Chapter 656 Revolution. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. From past to present, there had always been social classes. This was a rather serious topic, far more serious than what most people thought. It wouldn't be so easy to describe. Seiji's personal experiences made him feel that Akatsuki Matarai's actions were precisely a reflection of how cruel the issue of social classes was. Ordinary people and spiritual ability users, low-ranked spiritual ability users and high-ranked spiritual ability users, the difference between people in different social classes was such as if there was a frighteningly deep and dark abyss between them. The darkness had always been present. It had never left. It had already devoured countless people, and would continue to devour even more. Some understood this, while others didn't. Some only partially understood. Some understood only when it was too late. Some didn't understand even as they died. Revolution, perhaps some would even scoff at hearing this word. Such people would feel that revolution was an outdated concept to the point where it was awkward to even see in a movie, manga, or anime. Revolution was an annoying concept often used by the antagonists. The amount of emotions that a term like revolution could stir up couldn't even compare to a convoluted story of love, hatred, and revenge. But, actually, this word's meaning was something that most people, especially young people, wouldn't be able to truly comprehend. The current generation was the information generation. Information could be obtained easily on the internet. People could learn so many things through the internet, giving them a mistaken impression that they were sufficiently wise and knowledgeable enough, that they were far wiser than people from generations before them. Revolution? Ha ha. The current generation didn't need such a concept at all. Society was quite advanced and cultured. We were smart enough to no longer need or be fooled by such an archaic term. Human society was foundationally based on personal benefits, and so-called revolution was nothing more than a traditional form of sophistry. However, was that really the case? Who could be certain that the wise thoughts one had weren't actually intentionally manipulated to be that way by the higher-ups? Who could be certain that the truth one was certain of wasn't actually a great falsehood planted by others? Had the time of revolution truly passed? Was this word truly meaningless now? The constantly active internet brought along too many mistaken impressions. The never-ending source of electric light caused people to forget the terror of the darkness. Yet, the truth wouldn't disappear simply because of people's misunderstanding or ignorance. Social classes indeed existed. The so-called term of revolution wasn't outdated. It still had its meaning for existence. However, did that mean revolution was correct? Or was revolution yet another mistake? Those in high positions, getting away with whatever they please. That's indeed the case, Seiji agreed. Those in the highest positions have power and authority. They can do anything that they want, committing crimes for the sake of personal benefits or even just for their desires. There are probably countless people like that. Those who do evil deserve to be judged. I'm more than happy to see the deaths of those who abuse power. Haruta-san, Rota's tone was obviously delighted. However, Seiji continued. I can't agree with your actions just like this. Perhaps you guys are correct, perhaps you're true revolutionaries, yet I'm unable to know for sure what you really are. In that case, it's okay to just, Nor do I want to know what you really are. Seiji greatly emphasized this portion. That's because I'm still a Haruta. Although I've been exiled from my family, I still have family that shares my name. I'm not referring to that Shuntu Haruta, but other family of mine that I'm related to by blood. If you want to overthrow the old order, it's possible that you might harm them, which is why I can't possibly join your side. In the end, this was a matter of what one chose to support. Seiji chose to support the family that he viewed as important rather than what was right. He had always been this type of person who didn't do the right thing. He was willing to kill others. He wanted to start a harem. He wouldn't save everyone that he could possibly save. He only wanted to do what he wanted, what he liked to do. He would ignore everything else. From this standpoint, he was foundationally similar to Akatsuki Matarai. He wasn't a good person. He wasn't an evil person. He was simply himself, that was all there was to it. Everyone fell silent for a moment. A chilly night breeze blew past. Haruta-san, how regrettable, Rota spoke in a calm tone. For an instant there, I thought that you'd become our companion. Yet, you chose your own path. I think that it's excellent the way things are. Although you refuse to stand with us, I can sense that you're treating us seriously. I'm happy that you seriously considered our thoughts and made your reply. Rota chuckled. Actually, I've also wondered myself if I've gone insane, actually wanting to do something like creating a new order. But, that's indeed what I want to do. That's a definite fact. That's because I've already seen too much evil in this world. I've always been confused about why so much evil existed. What I want to do might not necessarily be correct, but the way the world is now is absolutely wrong. The last 3 words that Rhoda stated had an ironclad tone containing an unshakable firm conviction. Rhoda probably had some type of personal story here. What had Daikoa Rhoda experienced and thought about to form such a conviction? Seiji didn't know. The only information he knew about Daikoa Rhoda was all surface level. Haruta-san, are you going to become enemies with us? Rhoda inquired. If you try to kill me, of course I will. Does that mean if we don't do anything to you, you won't interfere with our plans? Seiji fell silent for a moment as he thought it over. I only have 2 friends in this entire tournament. I don't know if they're among your targets for revenge. If they are, could I ask for your friends' names? Kana Fujihara and Ryuno Izawa. I shall ask our alliance leader about this. If our revenge list doesn't have their names, I shall attempt to convince our alliance leader not to list you and your friends as targets, but I'm not the final decision maker, Rhoda told Seiji in a low voice. Your alliance leader, is that the person who created the Revenge Alliance? Rhoda didn't respond, although this was a type of tacit admittance. I hope that we won't become enemies, Haruta-san. He turned around and started leaving after saying that. I hope the same. Thank you, Rhoda-san. Daikoa Rhoda strode off and waved his hand as an indication that he heard. A few shadowy figures hiding nearby also got up and left together with him. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. Rhoda wasn't the person who created the Revenge Alliance, this alliance leader. Yet, it was evident that Rhoda had an important position in the Revenge Alliance. Seiji felt that it would be best if he didn't become enemies with the Revenge Alliance. He had told the truth just now. Out of all the other participants, Kana and Izawa were the only people Seiji cared about apart from himself and Shika. As for anyone else, including that Shuntu Haruta, Seiji could only say that they would have to watch out for themselves. He didn't have the obligation to save everyone that he possibly could. Even if he might be able to achieve this through saving and loading, he still didn't feel obligated to do so. He wasn't such a kind person. Neither was he prideful enough to think that he could save everyone. This was his way of doing things that he viewed as right. But, perhaps he was wrong. Brother, Shika called out to him as she saw that Seiji was simply standing still. Seiji smiled at Shika. Let's continue checking the terrain. The 2 of them moved onwards. After walking for a while, Seiji spoke up. Shika-chan, what do you think of my conversation with Rhoda-san just now? Shika fell silent for a moment. I think that brother is correct, she spoke adamantly. Thank you, Seiji told her sincerely. He'd already expected that his adopted younger sister would probably answer in such a way no matter what he chose. Yet, he still asked her such a question. It was actually because he was doubting himself. Did he really do the right thing just now? He believed that he had done the right thing. Perhaps there was a better choice available, but thinking so might also be overly arrogant. God would laugh at human decisions. But even so, humans couldn't give up on thinking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Shigeru Tendo is an unskilled thinker. Chapter 657, Shigeru Tendo is an unskilled thinker. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Shigeru Tendo was unskilled at thinking. He wasn't as smart as others in the same age group. To be rather blunt, his intelligence was somewhat low. Ever since he was young, he was considered a bit of an idiot. It would have been fine if he had only been average at spiritual abilities despite being the direct descendant of one of the 7 major Inyan master families, the Tendo family. The bad part was that the most basic spells that other children of the same age could learn so quickly would always take him more than 10 times the amount of time to barely manage to learn. It was obvious that such a child like Shigeru Tendo wouldn't be well thought of. What made things even worse was the fact that Shigeru had a genius older brother, Reincarnated. Raisin was amazingly talented, to the point where high expectations were placed upon Shigeru from birth. Yet Shigeru turned out to be an idiot, making everyone greatly disappointed. The huge difference between the brothers increased the Tendo family's condescension towards Shigeru. He was always looked down upon by everyone. Raisin had an arrogant attitude due to his spoiled upbringing, with everyone treasuring his talent. He viewed his idiotic younger brother as burden, and even humiliation. Shigeru's father also felt that he had lost face because of such a stupid son and rarely treated Shigeru kindly. Shigeru, who wasn't too intelligent, wasn't very sensitive towards others' condescension and ill will. But, not sensitive didn't mean that he didn't sense these emotions at all. Shigeru only remained silent towards all the negative attitudes and words sent his way. He also tolerated his older brother and father's nasty words for him without any reaction. Shigeru would only cry in front of the only person who treated him kindly, his mother. His mother continuously consoled him, encouraged him, and gave him advice. She told him not to hate his older brother, father, and other family members. Shigeru did his best to listen to his mother's words. He continuously tolerated his treatment and suppressed his hatred. Even if he was called low ability to his face, or people spat saliva on his face, he would only silently wipe away the saliva and remain polite. Not only that, he continued to work hard, and work even harder at cultivation. He felt that even if his growth was far slower than others, as long as he slowly reached the state where he could be considered excellent, he would finally obtain recognition. Yet, his mother left the Tendo family. She was finally unable to withstand things in the Tendo family. She had a heated argument with her husband and left the Tendo family. "I'm sorry for leaving you behind by yourself." Before she left, she continuously apologized to Shigeru with tears streaming down her cheeks. Shigeru felt really bad about this as well. But, he didn't want to hear his mother's apologies. Instead, he felt that it was actually a good thing that she left this place which was so uncomfortable. Yet, he truly felt so uncomfortable inside. He felt so bad, far worse than the long years of insults and condescension sent his way. Yet, in front of his crying mother, Shigeru forced his emotions down and absolutely didn't allow himself to cry. After that, he never cried again, not a single tear. From then onwards, Shigeru completely withdrew into his own shell. He suppressed all his emotions and didn't show anyone any emotion apart from iciness. Days and months passed just like this. Many years passed, yet he calmly observed the passing of the seasons in such a cold and emotionless state. Eventually, he faintly began to sense a wondrous realm. This was a realm that was completely indescribable, at least by Shigeru's intelligence level. He could only silently feel it. One day, he suddenly entered a mystical state, feeling as if he had transformed into the void where everything had stopped yet was still moving. He faintly came into contact with a type of mystical power. Shigeru was deeply attracted by this mystical power and attempted to attract it into his own body, yet he had been unable to succeed. Until, one day, news arrived that his mother was gravely ill. His father gave him permission to go and visit her. This became the turning point of Shigeru Tendo's life. His mother's family name just happened to be Yanagi. On that day, he entered the doors of one of the three major samurai families, the Yanagi family home which had given birth to the greatest number of sword saints. "Milord Shigeru, it's almost time." Shigeru opened his eyes and stopped reminiscing on the past when he heard a gentle voice. A beautiful girl with dark purple hair and light golden eyes was smiling at him. She wore a light-colored dress and had slightly curly hair. Her eyes were half open and there was a small mole next to her pink lips. Her smiling expression was extremely gentle, and she gave off an aura of being an obedient and beautiful girl. This beautiful girl's name was Kini Umatani. She was a yin-yang master from the Umatani family, which was subordinate to the Yanagi samurai family. Just like how the major yin-yang master Tendo family had subordinate samurai families, the major samurai Yanagi family also had yin-yang master subordinate families. The Yomitani family was one such yin-yang master family subordinate to the Yanagis. Kini was one of the most highly skilled yin-yang masters of her age in the Yomitani family. Ryugu Yanagi, the family leader of the Yanagi family, personally arranged to have her become Shigeru's partner in the blood wine ritual tournament. Logically speaking, Shigeru's partner should have been from the Tendo family or one of the Tendo family's subordinate families. Yet, his partner was a female yin-yang master subordinate to the Yanagi family. Something must have happened that other people didn't know about. Shigeru himself didn't care who his partner was at all as long as she didn't drag him down the car he was riding and reached the destination. Shigeru and Kimi got off the car and walked to a dock, where they boarded a luxurious cruise ship. Some people were already sitting down in the dining hall of this opulent cruise ship. Pleased to meet you for the first time, Shigeru-san and Yomitani-san. Welcome aboard. Pleased to meet you for the first time, Kurosaki-san, Shigeru responded in a low voice. Nobuhiko Kurosaki, he was the tournament participant from the Kurosaki family, as well as the host for this gathering on the cruise ship. After exchanging greetings, Shigeru and Kimi sat down at a table. A maid immediately brought them high-class tea and confectionaries. Nobuhiko told them to treat the ship as if this was their own home. Shigeru responded lightly, sipped some tea, and then closed his eyes and simply sat there. He had no intention of chatting with others. He wasn't skilled at chatting to begin with. He was in an unfamiliar location together with unfamiliar people. Behaving politely as a Tendo family member would be quite difficult for him. And since the host told him to act as if this was his own home, then he would. While his behavior couldn't be counted as friendly, it wasn't to the point of being rude. Everyone present on this luxury cruise ship already knew the rumors about Shigeru Tendo. They had various opinions of his behavior of not wanting to waste any time speaking to others and directly entering a state of meditation. Were those rumors real? Someone asked this question at the venue. Yes, they're real, Nobuhiko Kurosaki replied. Yomitani-san, who's next to Tendo-san, is the best evidence. She's a loyal member of the Yanagi family. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Kimi Yomitani. Kimi responded with a smile. The way she currently looked as she silently sat next to Shigeru didn't make her seem like one of the more powerful youngsters in her family at all. She looked more like a maid who was accustomed to serving Shigeru. Some were curious about Shigeru's specific experiences, while others disdained the low-ability Shigeru, who appeared to be acting cool. Yet Shigeru was only sitting there quietly with his eyes closed, remaining as calm as if he was a statue. More and more people arrived on the luxury cruise ship. Nobuhiko indicated to the ship's captain that it was time to start the ship. He then looked at everyone gathered in the dining hall. The 7 major yin-yang master families, the 3 major samurai families, the 2 major ninja factions, and the Himiki judging clan. The tournament participants from all the top-level factions had gathered on this luxury ship. How about we all introduce ourselves first? It'll be easier to discuss things after we get acquainted with each other, Nobuhiko Kurosaki offered. He then introduced himself and his tournament partner. I'm Shunto Haruta. This is my spirit-branded retainer, Koyuri Moriya. A handsome youth wearing jackets and long pants introduced himself after Nobuhiko. I'm Natsuki Shurin. This is my spirit-branded retainer, Yuki Seikine. A beautiful girl with heavy makeup, a black lace dress, and short dark red hair introduced herself. I'm Masashi Tokukawa. I'm Masao Yanagi. I'm Shinichiro Himiki. I'm Yuman Yuzawa. Various people introduced themselves on this ship. Any one of these names would have caused a huge commotion on the ship that Seiji had been riding on. I'm Shigeru Tendo. When Shigeru calmly introduced himself, something obviously changed in the atmosphere. He was the famous low-ability individual who successfully received teaching from the strongest member of the current strongest samurai family, even though he was from a yin-yang master family, this type of event was considered a legendary miracle in the mystical society's highest circles. Masao Yanagi of the Yanagi family felt more than anyone that this was truly ridiculous. That was because he knew better than anyone else present what it meant to receive personal martial arts teaching from Ryugu Yanagi, the head of the Yanagi family, at such a young age. Was Shigeru Tendo a genius? No, he was more like a demonic talent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658 Blood War Alliance. Chapter 658 Blood War Alliance. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Although Masao Yanagi logically knew that Shigeru would be amazing, Masao still found him difficult to stomach. The more he looked at Shigeru Tendo, the more he felt anger in his heart. Unwillingness, jealousy, anger, and other such negative emotions swirled in Masao Yanagi's heart. If it hadn't been for the fact that so many others were around, he probably wouldn't even have been able to control himself, attacking Shigeru Tendo. After everyone introduced themselves, Nobuhiko Kurosaki got to the main topic. There's a faction that calls themselves the Messengers. They're a new faction that split off from the former Soul World faction, and they're highly dangerous. There's concrete information that indicates this faction is intending to create a spirit world at the Blood Wine Ritual Tournament. Create a spirit world. Everyone's expressions flickered. Their plan is something like this. The Messengers members will first cast a special spell by making use of the ritual tournament's contract, then cause sacrifices to appear during the tournament to strengthen the spell. Finally, they'll create a spirit world using the completed blood wine. They intend to create sacrifices during the ritual tournament by inciting and controlling lower-ranked factions tournament participants into killing tournament participants from the strongest factions. That would mean all of us who are currently sitting here are their primary targets. Simply speaking, this Messengers faction wants to kill everyone present to achieve their objective. They're treating us as sacrifices. Everyone fell silent for a moment. The Messengers wanted to treat the 7 major yin-yang master families, the 3 major samurai families, the 2 major ninja factions, and the Himiki judging clan as nothing more than sacrifices? Just how outrageously daring were they? Just about everyone present was shocked by the news. They didn't dare to believe that there would actually be such an insane faction. If it hadn't been for the fact that the descendant of the Kurosaki family was telling all of them about this, they would have treated this as nothing more than a terrible joke. Just like everyone else, I think that this faction is insane. Nobuhiko sighed. Yet, the regrettable part is that it's currently impossible to completely eliminate this insane faction. The even more regrettable part is, despite knowing all this information, the Blood Wine Ritual Tournament is still going to continue as normal. That's because the families or factions of everyone present here all want to see the creation of a new spirit world. The atmosphere instantly became much heavier. Just about everyone sensed a chill in the air. Some found all this difficult to believe. Some had grim expressions. Some were angry. Shigeru was the only one who took all of this calmly. I feel the same as everyone else here. Yet, this is something that can't be helped. As members of the major families, we must obey our family's decisions, Nobuhiko stated. I believe that everyone here knows quite clearly just how valuable spirit worlds are. The huge potential benefits involved are worth us taking a risk here. And our families don't intend for us to die here. This shall merely be a trial for us. Sacrifices are needed for the spirit world's creation, but the sacrifices don't have to be us. Basically, we just have to kill off those who want to attack us, and make them into the sacrifices instead. We can take advantage of other tournament participants that can be used, although we must be careful that any tournament participant might be under the Messenger's control. As long as we pass this trial, we'll definitely be rewarded handsomely. For that purpose, we must ally and fight together as a team. The goal of our meeting here is for all of us present to create a survival alliance. Everyone fell silent once again. I don't like the name Survival Alliance, the heavy makeup girl with short red hair, Natsuki Shurin, commented. I agree. That sounds like a team for the week. A muscular youth wearing a black jacket, Masashi Tokugawa, spoke up as well. Then what name does everyone prefer? Do we really have to have a name? Having a name will be useful to establish an alliance. How about calling ourselves the Blood War Alliance? A handsome youth who had long hair reaching his shoulders and wearing a yukata made such a recommendation. This name sounded rather neutral and acceptable enough to everyone. Nobody here wanted to waste time debating the name for their temporary alliance during the tournament. Everyone agreed to call themselves the Blood War Alliance. During the group stage of the tournament, the Blood War Alliance members wouldn't fight amongst themselves. Everyone present agreed to this. There was also no problem with killing those who attacked them with intentions to sacrifice them for the creation of a spirit world. Not a single person here was willing to be generous to those who wanted to kill them. However, the young masters and ladies of the leading families had different opinions about fighting together and acting as one. Nobuhiko Kurosaki wanted everyone here to move and act together, fighting as a team. However, Natsuki Shurin didn't believe that the major family's children would be able to cooperate. Without even regarding the grudges that the major families had against each other, a hastily assembled team with no preparations made beforehand would be no different from rabble. The more important part was that there might even be a traitor among them. Didn't you say that any tournament participant might be under the control of the messengers? Perhaps someone among us is already with the messengers and is just waiting to stab the others in the back, winning and surviving in the end while obtaining tremendous benefits. Natsuki Shurin glanced at everyone present. Indeed, this also seemed possible. The major families and factions had incredibly complex relationships with each other. Even those that were friendly with each other, or even within the same family, it would be common to see people betraying each other for the sake of personal benefits, not to mention opposing factions. Not to mention, this was a tournament specifically designed for the up-and-coming spiritual ability users. But these children of the major families and factions were all considered the weaker ones or were in relatively worse situations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined this type of low-ranked tournament which would be considered beneath them. Winning, obtaining benefits, and changing their own fate was something that all of them tremendously desired. Just how much guilt would they even feel for betraying some strangers from other factions that they barely even knew? As for the consequences? It would be more than easy enough to get away as long as the traitor didn't personally kill anyone from a major faction or family. Although the tournament contract could limit the alliance members' actions, the contract wasn't absolute. The messengers were an astonishing faction with the power to take advantage of the blood wine ritual in creating a spirit world. Who knew if their members might have a technique that could circumvent or break the contract magic? It would seem stranger if they weren't able to. So, all courses of action carried risks and hidden dangers. Most of the major factions' children present agreed with Natsuki Shurin's way of thinking. They didn't think that forcibly making everyone present act as a team and move together was a wise idea. Yet, if they didn't act together and split up, it was possible that they would be assassinated by the divide and conquer strategy. Everyone started debating over what they should do. The debate soon escalated into an outright argument. Underneath the argument was actually everyone's anxiety. Participating in the blood wine ritual tournament wouldn't actually have any danger to their lives. Just about everyone present had this way of thinking originally. Although it was possible that people might die, I'm from a top-level faction, so I definitely won't die, was what all of them had thought. None of them had resolved themselves to face death here. They only had the resolution that they absolutely wouldn't die here. But now, their resolution had taken a cruel blow. Although nobody here retreated from the tournament due to various reasons, it couldn't be helped that they were now all feeling anxious after learning that others were after their lives. Shigeru Tendo was the only one present whose expression hadn't changed from start to finish. After a long while arguing, Nobuhiko Kurosaki gave a loud sigh. Let's decide things with a vote. I don't think that either of acting together or splitting up are good options, to be honest, but we have to choose one, so I vote to act together, although it's still not a good option. Even so, I think it's better than splitting up and ending with us being assassinated while we're alone. Still, the issue of possible traitors is a difficult problem. I can only try to ask everyone to trust each other as much as possible, and also watch each other with that as the foundation. There was no best option. There was only a bad option and an even worse option. In that case, logic dictated that the bad option should be chosen. After the argument, these young masters and ladies somewhat calmed down and were able to think with greater logic and reason. They also agreed to act together. Next was the issue of who would be leading, who would take the role of team leader. This was a critical issue that would be more than enough to cause the collapse of their temporarily and hastily established team. Nobuhiko Kurosaki directly came up with two ideas. First, the team leader would only have the right to make recommendations to everyone else but not command anyone. Second, the team leader would be decided by random lots. This caused another lively argument for a while. But at the end of the argument, everyone finally decided to utilize the host Nobuhiko Kurosaki's method. Otherwise, if this argument escalated any further, they would probably first start fighting amongst themselves. Everyone drew a fair and random lot with no magical shenanigans involved. The end result was that Shigeru Tendo was chosen as the team leader. Everyone was rendered speechless. Shigeru looked at the lot that he had drawn, mulled things over, and then handed it back. "I'll let someone else be the leader," he stated calmly. Everyone was rendered speechless yet again. At this moment, Kimi Umatani recalled something and whispered into Shigeru's ear. Shigeru nodded after hearing Kimi's whispers and then spoke to everyone again. "In exchange for giving up my position as team leader, there's a private matter that I hope to ask for everyone's assistance in." "What is it?" Nobuhiko inquired. "During this tournament, I need to kill a certain person. This person is the younger brother of our family's enemy who killed my older brother. Father ordered me to kill him to take revenge for my dead older brother." Shigeru then paused for a moment. "This person's name is Seiji Haruta. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 659 Blood Wine Spirit. Chapter 659 Blood Wine Spirit. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I want to return to my home base, the internet cafe. The idle fish in front of Seiji, Kana Fujihara was currently collapsed on a table and muttering to herself. "I don't care about this tournament or whatever. I only want to watch the newest anime, play video games, eat snacks, and surf the internet. I don't want to stay here in such a strange location." It was evident that she had zero motivation. She continuously muttered such things while giving off the aura of being an idle fish. Seiji had finally met up with his only ally in this tournament, yet she was currently in such a condition. Although he understood why this was the case, as she was an otaku girl who only joined this tournament because her family forced her to, still. The tournament is about to begin soon. Is it really alright to let her be like this, Izawa-kun? Seiji looked at Kanna's spirit-branded retainer, Ryuno Izawa. This is how Master behaves when she's under too much pressure. Although it looks worrisome, she'll become more spirited when it's necessary, Izawa replied. And if she really can't energize herself, then I shall take necessary measures to help her to do so. Necessary measures? That sounds rather dangerous. Seiji's cheeks twitched from hearing such a comment. By now, the tournament participants had mostly arrived. Most of the spectators had arrived as well. They were led to the spectating grounds. The only ones that hadn't arrived were the ones from the main factions. At this time, there was the loud sound of something flying through the air. This sound was a helicopter? Seiji looked outside a window and saw a rather science fiction-like flying object fly towards the spectating grounds and descend there. He had no clue what name this flying machine went by. Still, it was doubtless that the major faction personnel would ride on such a thing. Since the major faction spectators had arrived, then the tournament participants from the major factions should have all arrived as well. Thinking so, Seiji walked out of the rest area and soon saw a luxurious cruise ship arriving as expected. Fully equipped tournament participants from the top-level factions disembarked off the luxury cruise ship after that. The 7 major yin-yang master families, the 3 major samurai families, the 2 major ninja factions, and the Himiki judging clan. Seiji decided to mentally refer to this entire group as the 7321 faction for short. The 7321 faction's tournament participants actually all arrived together? Something seemed off about this. No, this wasn't even at the level of something being off anymore. A military squadron, a naval warship, and a deserted island as the tournament location. Wasn't all of this directly indicating that something big was about to happen? Seiji felt that it was highly likely to be related to the Revenge Alliance. More accurately, it would be related to the new power of the new generation that Rhoda had been speaking about. The new power of the new generation. What Seiji thought of first were the awakened in spirit worlds. That's right, a spirit world. If all of this was for the sake of a spirit world, then this ridiculous scene and all the clues of something going on behind the scenes would be explainable. The Revenge Alliance's new power that they wanted to use was related to a spirit world. The tournament hosts knew about this already. Not only did the 7321 faction not intend to stop the Revenge Alliance, they even wanted to see it happen and steal from the Revenge Alliance. With this deserted island as the tournament grounds, any major incident that occurred could be dealt with out of the public sight. Since this island didn't have a single human resident to begin with, it didn't matter regardless of how much of a commotion was caused here. The military squadron and the naval warship were all sent here as preventive measures. In fact, it was possible that even stronger forces were waiting in reserve for the Messengers faction to act. The 7321 faction's tournament participants had all arrived together on the same luxury cruise ship. This probably meant that they had set up an alliance amongst themselves in order to deal with the Revenge Alliance. All of these major precautions were all for the sake of a spirit world. Each spirit world represented tremendous potential benefits to be reaped. Just one spirit world would be more than enough for a top-level faction to invest so much, including risking their own disciples' and descendants' lives. Everything made sense now. Seiji felt like he understood everything. He also felt a chill run down his spine. Was this chill because of the slaughter that was surely about to come? Or was it because he was facing the unknown? Or was the chill caused by some other reason? Seiji lifted his head slightly towards the sky. The clouds were currently blocking the moon and the stars. He saw nothing but darkness. It was time for the tournament to begin. 7 powerful individuals from the Himiki judging clan inspected all of the tournament participants' equipment. The tournament participants were then led to the tournament contract signing location, a white building. The Himiki judging clan repeated this process for all the 2-person teams. When it was Seiji and Shika's turn, they followed the guide into the white building and saw that complex and extensive spell formations were etched into the hallways, walls, and ceiling of the room. There were lanterns on the wall that emanated a faint red light. The 2 of them were led into a small room that was also illuminated by red lanterns. Even more complex runes and spell formations were in this room. The center of the room contained a blood-red pillar which had a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters and a height of approximately 1 meter. Please wait here for a moment. The masked woman who led them here only said that before leaving the room and closing the door. Not long after, a clear male voice sounded in the room. All tournament participants, please listen. The tournament contract ceremony is about to begin. All the runes and spell formations in the room instantly lit up in unison. A red light swiftly streaked through the runes and spell formations. Seiji sensed a powerful energy welling up within the room, along with his palms starting to heat up. Seiji and Shika both lifted their hands and saw that the previous small spell formation from the tournament contract they'd signed before had risen on their palms. Everyone, please place the palm with the tournament contract insignia onto the spiritual pillar in the center of the room, then inject your mana into the pillar. The male voice gave instructions to all the tournament participants. Seiji and Shika did as instructed. The spiritual pillar began to glow and Seiji and Shika felt their palms burning up, as if they were melting with the spiritual pillar. They then heard faint sounds of other men and women incanting something. Sometime later, they suddenly sensed the existences of all the other tournament participants. They were able to clearly sense the names of the other 126 tournament participants, their exact locations, and how far away they were. To use a gaming analogy, it was as if a mini-map had just been opened up in their minds. Please confirm the contents of the tournament contract. Information instantly streamed into their brains, the full terms of the tournament contract. Please clearly state your own name. Seiji and Shika exchanged glances before they both announced their own names. They could also sense that the other tournament participants were simultaneously doing the exact same thing. The next moment, there was a glow in the room as a mystical existence started forming. This existence was connected to all the tournament participants. It would watch over the contract and gather spiritual blood from those who had lost in the tournament. This was the vessel for the challenger's blood wine that only the final victor would be able to obtain, the blood wine spirit, but the blood wine spirit didn't have any intelligence of its own. It wasn't under any specific person's control. It was a special type of spirit that would only operate according to the rules set by the contract. It would be an absolutely fair judge for the ritual tournament. Contract signing complete, the male voice announced. A small plate suddenly emerged from the right wall together with a beep sound. 2 red and black talismans were on the plate, and silver crystals were notched on the talismans. Please put on the life-saving talismans. Finally, may all of you be blessed with luck. The spiritual pillar's glow dimmed and disappeared. The runes and spell formations in the room also stopped glowing as the energy rapidly diminished. Seiji's hand no longer felt like it was burning. Neither was he able to sense the actions of the other tournament participants anymore, only their locations. Yet, he was still able to sense the bloodwine spirit, and knew that it was watching everyone. Seiji and Shika both took and put on a life-saving talisman. After injecting their mana into them, the life-saving talismans became connected to Seiji and Shika. The life-saving talisman would automatically activate and save their life from a single fatal blow. The first round, the group stage, was about to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, That Lonely Flower. Chapter 660, That Lonely Flower. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. There was no need to draw random lots to determine the teams. The bloodwine spirit automatically split all the tournament participants into red team and blue team, along with splitting the 2 teams into 2 different starting sections of the island. The tournament participants had some time to prepare before heading to the starting section. Seiji and Shika were put on the blue team. Seiji contacted Izawa using a spell and learned that he and Kanna were also put on blue team. They then decided to meet up and stick together. The 4 of them soon met up and swiftly moved to an ordinary abandoned house in the blue team's starting district. After finishing their preparations, they waited for the battles to begin. Sigh. I want to just give up and surrender. Kanna Fujihara's head was dropping down as she spoke dispiritedly, still in her state of being an idle fish. According to what you told me, Seiji, things are going to get pretty bad in this tournament. Shouldn't I just directly surrender for the sake of protecting my life? Master, please be a bit more spirited. It's not allowed to surrender without even trying to fight. Izawa spoke up before Seiji could even respond. I don't like surrendering, either. But didn't Seiji say that things were really serious? There's even a warship. Who the hell knows just how terrible things will become? Perhaps even this entire island will be sunk by bombs. Kanna suddenly snapped in anger. Izawa looked towards Seiji. I don't think so, Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. This is a pretty large island. Sinking the entire island shouldn't be that easy. Then it's also possible that the entire island will be bombarded with bombs or even nukes. In the worst-case scenario, perhaps that's possible. But before that happens, there should at least be time for us to escape. I don't want to be like the main character of an action movie, always escaping for my life in the middle of explosions. I'm not someone with the aura of a main character. I'll die. I'll definitely die. Kanna kept waving her hands wildly. I've decided, I'm going to surrender, I'm going to admit defeat right away. No matter what punishment I receive, my life is the most important. Master. Don't stop me, Ryuno. I've made up my mind. That lonely flower, standing alone yet not lonely, stubbornly blooming in her beauty, Izawa suddenly started speaking poetically a line that sounded like it was from some poem. Kanna's body instantly froze up. Even if she is ignored, disdained, looked down upon by the icy wind, she still has her lonely pride, just like myself. Stop reading that poem. Kanna made pitiful noises as if she had received a severe mental attack. So what if she admires her beauty by herself? Lonely beauty shall never lower its head due to the corrupt vulgarities of life. Ahakra! Kanna clutched her head with both hands and squirmed all around, making strange sounds as if she was breaking down. Seiji was stunned by the sight, while Shika simply watched calmly. This is a poem that my master wrote when she was young. Izawa paused in his poetry recital and explained, this poem's name is. Aga, shut up. Kanna furiously rushed towards her own spirit-branded retainer, yet Izawa stopped her easily by simply pushing down on her head. If master doesn't become spirited, I shall be forced to continue my poetry recital. Ryuno. On yet another sorrowful autumn. I get it, stop reciting. The Fujihara family young lady was defeated by her own embarrassment. So, necessary measures was referring to this? How scary, Seiji exclaimed in his mind. Actually, I think that it's well written. While exclaiming, he decided to pour salt onto Kanna's wounds. Shut up. Kanna was becoming teary-eyed. Under the threat of this mental attack, Kanna gave up on surrendering the tournament, at least on the surface. If Kanna truly wanted to surrender, then it wouldn't have mattered no matter how many old poems of hers Izawa recited out loud. Actually, Kanna was just venting her emotions, while her loyal spirit-branded retainer was cooperating in allowing her to do so. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That's when Seiji noticed that something was wrong. Mist had started spreading everywhere. Yet, this was no natural weather phenomenon. The mist swiftly became even thicker, to the point where it limited one's field of vision. It was impossible to see through even when Seiji used astral vision. Bright red cluster amaryllis flowers then started appearing and blooming brilliantly everywhere. It started at the tournament spectating grounds. All the hidden camera's projections were blocked by gray mist, and it became impossible to spectate the ongoing tournament. Yet the spectators weren't surprised by this at all. Many were even happy to see this. The Messenger's faction had taken action. Just as expected. It didn't matter at all to the 7321 faction that they couldn't see anything at all. The important part was to surveil the entire process. They had finished with their preparations already. It was now time to surveil the process and gather all the valuable information that they could. As for the tournament participants now stuck within the mist, their fates would have to depend on themselves. The Revenge Alliance. Daiko Arota felt the new power gradually increasing within his body. He started laughing loudly from the bottom of his heart. His laughter was supremely delighted and even fanatical. He now had such strong power that would allow him to accomplish what he wanted to. His choice hadn't been wrong. This new power was real. It would definitely be able to open up a path to the future. If all of this is just me being insane, then allow me to become even more insane. It's time to overthrow the old and corrupt ruling power, punish those who do evil as they please, and create the order of a new generation. But the brand new future would begin from this moment onwards in this battle. Let's go! Comrades! His passionate shouting was like a raging wildfire. Oa! He received a response from his companions that was also like a heated wildfire. The Blood War Alliance. Shigeru Tendo watched a cluster amaryllis flower pop out of the ground and begin to bloom. Natsuki Shuren, who had been randomly chosen to be their team leader after Shigeru gave up the position, was currently saying something. Shigeru didn't pay her any attention at all. These bright red flowers were truly beautiful. Even if these bright red flowers symbolized death. Precisely because these bright red flowers symbolized death. Death was just as meaningful as life, although Shigeru didn't really understand what the meaning of either was. There were many things that Shigeru didn't know or understand. That was because he indeed possessed low intelligence. However, he was able to feel. For instance, the cluster amaryllis flower's beauty, the mysteriousness of the mist, the emotions of the people around him, the flow of the air, the passing of time. "My lord Shigeru," an anxious voice spoke up beside him. Shigeru turned around to see Kimi Umatani standing next to him. "I'm a little afraid," she whispered in a soft voice. "I feel that something frightening will occur." Shigeru silently looked at her. "My mission is to serve my lord, that's why, even though I know that making such a request is shameless of me, still. If it's possible, if we really do meet with danger, my lord Shigeru, could you please protect me slightly?" Weakness, inferiority, fear, expectation, desire. Shigeru sensed all these things from Kimi Umatani. She hoped to obtain his promise, even if it was only an empty one, to be polite. That would help to suppress the anxiety in her heart. Shigeru was never one to make empty promises. That's why. "I can't." Kimi's body stiffened upon hearing such a cold refusal. I suppose you're right. Someone like me doesn't have the right. "I can't slightly protect you," Shigeru continued. "That's because I have no idea just how much slightly is for me. However, I understand the concept of with all my power. That's why. I shall protect you with all my power." Kimi paused in surprise for a moment as her eyes became teary. "Thank you." She sincerely expressed her gratitude. The next second, someone suddenly screamed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Defeating Evil Spirits. Chapter 661, Defeating Evil Spirits. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji and the others were able to sense the locations of all the enemy red team's tournament participants. When the battle began, the Bloodwine Spirit would allow all the tournament participants to sense the names and locations of all the enemy team's participants, all the way until all the members of one team were defeated. However, the mini-map senses would also be periodically turned on and off. Even if this abnormal mist and cluster amaryllis flowers appeared, the Bloodwine Ritual Tournament still continued as normal. This proved that Seiji's guess had been on the mark. What he didn't expect was that not long after the tournament's group battle stage formally began, a red team tournament participant was judged to have been defeated. Why was this person defeated so quickly? There was a significant amount of distance between the starting locations for red team and blue team. Even if some blue team members were prepared beforehand to move at high speed from the very start, would they really be able to defeat a red team member in such a short period of time? Could it be that the Revenge Alliance members really did obtain great power, to the point where they could move super fast and defeat someone in a single attack? Or were the Revenge Alliance members not obstructed by the mist, or perhaps they were able to snipe others off from a super long distance? This was just like cheating. Seiji couldn't help but recall all the cheats available in battle royale games like PUBG and Fortnite in his previous life. Such cheats would give all sorts of mystical abilities to the players. Some people even called the cheats god simulators, as a battle between cheaters was just like a battle between the gods. So, the current situation resembled cheating players abusing and beating up the top-level players? That really did seem like the case, but making such an analogy didn't reflect the seriousness of the situation. No, this was a really serious situation. This was no game, this was a real battle. People could die. Seiji suddenly felt his body stiffening when he thought to this point. This feeling was crack, 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 crack. Many black arms suddenly broke the floorboards of the house Seiji was in. These black arms viciously grabbed onto his legs and body. This was just like the soul attack he underwent on the ship. No, wait, Shika, Kanna, and Izawa were all still next to him. And black hands had grabbed onto all of them as well. Shing! Shika formed a blade of ice and instantly sliced through several black hands. Shing, 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 shing. After swiftly eliminating all the black hands around her, she then helped to break Seiji free. Seiji and Shika then helped to slice off all the numerous black hands surrounding Kanna and Izawa. Yet, after the two of them were freed, both Kanna and Izawa collapsed right where they stood. Kanna! Izawa-kun! What's the matter? Seiji inspected Izawa's condition and found that his entire body had hardened, as if he had been frozen solid. Shika found that Kanna was in the same condition. What was going on? However, he didn't have time to check further on their condition, because a low sigh sounded in the room. Several hazy figures then appeared in midair. Some were male and some were female. They wore normal clothing and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Black mist swirled all around their bodies, and they uttered strange sounds that sounded like sighs yet also like pitiful screams. These figures approached Seiji's group, more accurately, they were trying to approach Kanna and Izawa that collapsed on the ground. Shika instantly decided to attack these figures with her ice blade. She sliced two of the figures in half. Yet, these figures only floated backwards slightly before forming themselves into whole again. These two ghostly figures then used the black mist around their bodies to attempt at enveloping Seiji's young spirit-branded retainer. Shika used a barrier spell to block the black mist. Seiji sliced through another ghostly figure, with the same result. If direct physical attacks were ineffective, then cleansing. The black mist that was cleansed instantly had a portion disappear. It was effective. Seiji then created another seal and borrowed power from his bonded female spirit, casting Evolved Cleansing. Whoosh! Instantly, a large patch of black mist and a ghostly figure all evaporated due to the cleansing. This would be much easier to deal with now that Seiji knew the correct technique to use. Evil spirits, be gone! I decree it so. Seiji used such a classical phrase while continuously using Evolved Cleansing to eliminate all the ghostly figures. The scene then fell silent afterwards. Izawa started making sounds and moving. Izawa-kun. Are you alright? I'm fine. Where's Master? Master. Izawa shook Kanna on the shoulder. Soon, Kanna woke up as well together with an sound. Seiji inquired what happened and learned that both of them had entered frightening hallucinations, as if they suddenly started having nightmares. Just as they were resisting against the hallucinations, they suddenly woke up. Were these sudden hallucinations because of the black hands and ghostly figures? It would seem that was highly likely to be the case. Forget about the black hands, were those ghostly figures the former residents of this island or even that house they were in? Seiji wondered about that. Could they have been undead spirits? Seiji instantly recalled what he had experienced during the incident in Ryo's soul realm. Black mist, ghostly humanoid figures, scary hallucinations, that was quite similar to the current situation. The return of the dead, the current situation, and a mysterious power. Was this current situation connected to the mysterious power that Ryo and Mayuzumi possessed, the power which could even summon the spirits of those who had died already? He recalled that there was one more person from the story of 100 Demons incident of 10 years ago with Mayuzumi and Ryo's mother, Riko Tachibana. There was one more high school girl at the time that had suffered the same nightmares as them. That girl's name had been Risa Kobayakawa, Seiji muttered to himself. Please. Stop. Right after he said that name out loud, he heard a faint sound. This was the same mysterious voice that he heard back on the ship. Now, he was able to hear it clearer than before. He could now discern that the voice was evidently female. Who are you? Seiji looked all around him. Are you Risa Kobayakawa? Please, stop that person, otherwise, everyone will die. The words he heard came only in broken succession. By stop, do you mean stopping the current situation from developing any further? Who is that person? If we don't stop this person, will all of us die? Seiji continued asking questions. He received no response. The voice stopped saying anything more. Shika, Kanna, and Izawa were all looking at him. I recalled something and then heard a mysterious voice. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to obtain any useful information. Seiji explained the situation to them. He felt that the mysterious female voice wanted to express something like this: he had to stop a certain person's plans. Otherwise, everyone on the island would die. Yet, he had no idea who this person was supposed to be. Come on now, stating the name clearly is the most important part of the warning, mysterious lady. Seiji could only mentally sigh. At this moment, he sensed that a two-person team on the enemy red team was just defeated. His mini-map senses of their existence stopped working as they were judged to have lost the tournament. Were these red team participants defeated by blue team members, or were they defeated by these ghostly figures that just appeared? Seiji didn't know. I said, don't try to stop me. Besides, I've already started. It's too late to stop now. Heh, I really am an idiot. It's just as you say. I never thought that I would be so foolish, and yet not regret anything at all. This is the action I've taken that I regret least in my life. What I regret the most in my life was the fact that I noticed you on that day. If only I ignored you instead, you wouldn't have died. You would have grown up normally, into a wonderful woman. You probably would have found a gentle husband, had cute children, and lived a normal and fortunate life. If only time could be turned back. If only I could go back to the time when I met you, I would definitely stop myself. I wouldn't mind even if I had to kill my past self. Why can't I talk like this? If you want to viciously scold me, then return. As long as you come back to me alive, then you can scold me all you want. I want you to return. I don't care about anything else. This damn shitty world is one where people can only be killed but not revived. That's so unreasonable. There are countless out there that deserve to die. But there are also some that should be revived, such as you. I'm willing to pay anything if that can really happen. If only everything I possessed could be traded for you to come back to life again, that would be the best trade I could ask for in the world. But since that's not possible, I can come to visit you in the next world instead. Even if you kick me away, there's one sentence that I absolutely have to tell you personally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, Only the Final Victor Can Survive. Chapter 662, Only the Final Victor Can Survive. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Natsuki Shurin was feeling terrible right now. The black hands and ghostly figures that suddenly appeared and attacked weren't all that strong. However, their soul attacks had powerful and fearsome effects. Most of the Blood War Alliance members had fallen for their soul attacks, including herself. Those who weren't dragged into the soul realm by the spirit's surprise attacks were also barely holding on. There was only one person who was able to speedily help everyone, Shigeru Tendo. As if he was completely unaffected from the very start, he swiftly cut off the black hands attempting to tangle him. He then helped to break Kimi Omitani free from the black hands before he helped everyone else. Everyone speedily destroyed this sudden unexpected threat. However, they still weren't fast enough. Someone was invaded by the ghostly figures. This person wasn't a member of the Blood War Alliance, which consisted of the 7,321 faction members. He was another tournament participant that was on the red team, which the entire Blood War Alliance had been assigned to do to the tournament host's manipulation. When this person was tangled by the black hands and then invaded by the ghostly figures, the Bloodwine spirit instantly judged that he had been defeated in the tournament. A large amount of spiritual blood was instantly drained from him, a price that all tournament participants had agreed to pay if they lost in the tournament. After he was greatly weakened by this, the black hands that restrained him transformed into a black mist that swirled all around him. He then suddenly started viciously attacking the others around him. Judging from his condition, it was evident that he had lost his sense of logic and reason. The ghostly spirit must have invaded his body and started manipulating him. The spirit-controlled person was able to attack with far greater power than he should have normally been able to, which slowed down the rescue process for everyone else. This caused yet another person to be invaded by the ghostly spirits. During the process of battling, the second person's partner was also captured by the black hands and directly invaded by the ghostly spirits. After a fierce battle, the Blood War Alliance members finally defeated the three individuals that were under control. After that, the Blood War Alliance actually witnessed these three people drying up and completely withering. They resembled trees that had died of old age. Their bodies and souls had been completely drained. Their appearance in death was incredibly pitiful. The other tournament participants felt an icy chill run down their spines. Although they all knew that it was possible to die in this tournament that they willingly signed up for, they would still be far more shaken after seeing such deaths occur right in front of them. As for the tournament participants that didn't have sufficient resolution to begin with, they would have it even worse. That was why Natsuki Shurin was feeling terrible right now. She viciously cursed everything in her heart. She used every single cuss word that she knew. The only reason why she was cursing in her heart instead of loudly venting was because she still had a remaining shred of her dignity as the daughter of a major family. But, who knew how long it'd take before her negative emotions overcame her dignity? While Natsuki was still able to remain calm, at least on the surface, it wasn't the same for others. I don't want to die like this. Who the hell would want to continue? I'm done with this. I surrender. The partner for the first person who was spiritually invaded and died was no longer able to bear things anymore. She collapsed on the ground and started shrieking. Her partner had met a pitiful death. According to the tournament rules, surrendering in this scenario wouldn't have any punishment. The moment that this female participant uttered out loud that she wanted to surrender, the tournament contract on her palm started glowing red. I confirm. I, Kari Suju, wish to surrender. I want to leave here as fast as I can. After receiving her final confirmation, the red light on her hand gradually faded and she was released from the tournament contract. All the tournament participants that watched Kari Suju surrender from the tournament received a notice from the Bloodwine spirit that they were now forbidden to attack her. I'm leaving, you all can stay here and slowly have your fun. Kari left this final statement before she started to leave. Yet, the next instant, a large amount of dense and thick black mist suddenly swarmed out of nowhere, instantly enveloping her entire body. What? Aha! Pitiful screams could be heard from within the mist. As the other members of the Red Team and the Blood War Alliance watched in astonishment, the screams soon stopped and the black mist gradually dissipated to reveal her dead body on the ground. Kari Suju had died. Her corpse was in an identical withered condition as the other three that just died. This situation caused the tournament participants who witnessed this to feel an even deeper chill in their hearts. What was up with that black mist? As long as someone surrendered and cancelled the tournament contract, the black mist would instantly come for them. The black mist could instantly kill someone without even any chance to resist. It was far more vicious and terrifying than the black hands and ghostly spirits. Having one's body invaded by ghostly spirits would result in a pitiful death. Being defeated in the tournament or surrendering would also result in the same death? What the hell was going on? Everyone was shaken even more by this. It was the same for the Blood War Alliance members. Natsuki Shuren and the others had incredibly pallid complexions after witnessing all of this. If any of them surrendered, they would be ambushed by the black mist and die a pitiful death. Didn't that mean that it was now impossible to leave the tournament? What if any of them were defeated during the tournament? Would it still be possible to even leave safely after paying the penalty of spiritual blood, which would greatly weaken any tournament loser? Or, would they instantly die after being defeated in the tournament? Would only the final victor survive? If that was really the case, if only one two-person team could survive this entire tournament. No, impossible. How could something like this possibly be permitted to happen? But who could be certain that it wouldn't happen? Perhaps everyone in this entire tournament was actually a sacrifice to feed the creation of a new spirit world. Everyone was tremendously shaken by their fear. In fact, some even started despairing. As if certain individuals were waiting for this exact opportunity, their enemies appeared. Boom. Star. Seiji was sent flying backwards by a tremendous impact. He was forcefully sent crashing through a wall. The person who attacked him followed up by shooting a black-colored mana bullet at Seiji. Seiji dodged this attack and jumped outside the house through a window. There was another loud boom as an entire wall was shattered by a mana bullet. The entire house started shaking and then collapsed after several seconds. Seiji then continued his fierce battle against a jacketed man who had black mist around his entire body, but another man wearing an identical jacket tried to ambush Seiji from the side, but Shika, who was on another house's rooftop to the left, shot out several sharp ice blades to stop him. The next moment, she was sent flying backwards by her own opponent. Her enemy tried to chase after her, but a green fireball smacked right into him. Izawa, who had just cast a spell to provide cover fire to protect Shika, was slashed into two halves by an enemy wearing a ninja outfit. However, Izawa's figure simply disappeared in a flash of light, as only a substitute body had been slashed. His real body appeared elsewhere. Wah! Ryuno, hurry and save me! Kanna was currently being chased by a female who was also wearing a ninja outfit. Kanna kept throwing talismans as she ran, which caused explosions everywhere. Seeing how chaotic this situation was, Seiji decided to use his newly gained abilities. Don't touch my younger sister. Suddenly, a great power welled up within his body, greatly increasing Seiji's speed and attack power. Wind slash. Seiji suddenly rushed towards the tall samurai-attired jacketed man who was attacking Shika. Seiji slashed with a sword that was burning with the friction of wind force. Bam. Star. Seiji broke through the enemy's barrier spell and solidly landed a direct slash against the man's body. However, there was no blood that streaked from the man's injury at all. Shing 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 shing, high-speed successive slashes. Star dot. Seiji wielded his sword as if it was a lightsaber, furiously slashing at the enemy male, causing the samurai to contort strangely. Seiji then finished things with his ultimate move. Shadow cut. A sword cut that distorted the laws of physics cut down and sliced through the samurai man's entire body, cutting him in half. Yet, there still wasn't a single drop of blood. All that happened was that a large amount of black mist dissipated from the man's body, together with a strange sound that sounded both like a sigh and a pitiful scream. As Seiji expected, this man was probably invaded and possessed by the ghostly spirits. When these tournament participants suddenly ambushed Seiji's group, he had already noticed that they were in rather strange condition. These people all had black mist around them, and faint strange ghostly wails could be heard from their bodies. None of them would react no matter what questions Seiji tried to ask. Although they were clearly living, they felt more like they were dead already. It was as if they were nothing more than corpses under someone or something else's control. A dense formation of mana bullets flew towards them. Seiji and Shika dodged the mana bullets. However, the house behind them took the full brunt of the attacks and collapsed. A large man wearing special ops type clothing used a spiritual assault rifle to shoot a tremendous number of bullets in their direction. This had outstanding attack power. Leave it to me, Shika directly faced the wave of bullets and rushed forward using other houses as shields. She sent out flying ice blades in a counterattack. Seiji then faced the two jacketed men by himself. His sword flashed and he constantly changed positions as he fought from one street to the next. Izawa used illusions to attract the ninja man into a trap. Izawa then used this opportunity to use an ultimate move. Destruction Curse, Night Earth Fire. Crackle, powerful flames suddenly reached the skies. The brilliance was blinding and seemed just like a magma explosion. This fire swallowed up the enemy ninja. Excellent job, Ryuno. Now hurry and save me. Kanna was still running away from the ninja woman. It appeared as if she would be caught up to at any moment. But, actually, the ninja woman had been chasing her for quite a while already. If the ninja woman still had her intelligence, perhaps she would have been angered to death by Kanna's antics already. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, We Are Creating History. Chapter 663, We Are Creating History. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Just as Izawa was rushing over to support Kanna, Shika got close to the Special Ops large man and created a seal. Destruction Curse, Ice Pierce. Ice instantly formed and speedily spread along the ground. The large man moved to dodge the ice. However, the ice suddenly changed directions and caught up to him. The ice then formed a sharp icicle which viciously stabbed the target man. He was sent flying by the impact. Shika took this opportunity to speed up even more and gather a frigid chill on her demon blade Muramasa. She jumped into midair and sliced at the special ops man with a tremendous icy blade. Whoosh, her attack didn't land. The man suddenly released a great amount of black mist as he backflipped and dodged the attack while counterattacking with his twin swords. He clashed with Shika in midair. They had a fierce exchange of blows for several seconds before they split apart and both landed on the ground. Right after that, they jumped up and clashed in midair yet again. Shika gradually gained the upper hand in this battle. She wanted to deal with this enemy as quickly as possible so that she could go back and help Seiji in his battle. For this purpose, she used a highly aggressive fighting style. It seemed as if Shika became the living personification of a blizzard as she destroyed the enemy's personal protective barrier. However, the price for her own high-powered attack was that her personal barrier was also weakened to the point of almost collapsing. The fight ended. Shika used Snow Freeze to freeze the large man, and then followed up with Ice Shatter to finish him off. However, boom. Star. The black mist around the man suddenly exploded, breaking the ice around the man and releasing a tremendous shock wave. Shika was blown away by this unexpected counterattack. Right after that, something tightly bound her and her personal protective barrier was shattered. Not good. That was the only thought Shika had time for before she felt a fierce impact and her head started hurting enormously. Demon Suppression Bell. Together with the loud clang of a bell, Seiji's gigantic golden bell appeared and covered the two jacketed men that he was fighting with. The bell also happened to destroy a nearby house. Gah! Pitiful strange screams came from within the bell. Although it seemed like Seiji had won, he still didn't let down his guard. What happened next proved that he had been correct to be so cautious. A dense black mist suddenly erupted, breaking his bell and speedily trying to envelop him. Seiji swiftly dodged by backing up. He blocked the black mist with a barrier spell. One jacketed man swiftly broke through his barrier but was greeted with an evolved mana bullet to the face. The other jacketed man ambushed him from the side at almost the exact same time. Seiji countered with a shadow cut and separated the man's head from his body. You're going to have to practice for at least another 10 years if you think you can successfully counterattack from the brink of defeat against me like that. Seiji then followed up with a fast series of sword attacks and finished with another shadow cut, which sliced the second jacketed man in two. This had used quite a bit of Seiji's energy and mana. However, at least he finally won. Seiji immediately turned around to go check on everyone else. What he saw was a scene that made him feel like he was about to collapse from a heart attack. Shika was collapsed on the roadside. Shika-chan! Seiji shouted loudly while running over to check his adopted younger sister's condition. He discovered that she appeared to be uninjured. Shika woke up after Seiji called out to her. Brother Seiji. Shika-chan, how are you feeling? My head is a little dizzy, Shika spoke in a weak voice. Why would your head feel dizzy? What happened to you just now? Didn't you save me, brother? I just finished my own fight and rushed over immediately when I saw you already collapsed on the ground, Seiji explained. Then, did Izawa-san save me? Shika looked all around her. But right after she said this, there was the sound of a loud explosion. Izawa-kun and Kanna are still fighting more enemies over there. Seiji looked in the direction of the explosion. Shika fell silent as something flashed in her eyes. I was careless just now, and my barrier was shattered. I fell unconscious. I think that Yuki-Rai must have protected me, because she's asleep now. Yuki-Rai was the name of Shika's bonded snowgirl spirit. I see. I'm truly grateful to her, Seiji said happily as he hugged his adopted younger sister tightly. I'm sorry, brother. Yuki-Rai is asleep now, and I'm now weaker without her assistance. Shika was truly regretful. No need to apologize. It's fine as long as you're alright. At this moment, the sounds of fighting finally stopped. Sometime later, Kanna and Izawa appeared again. It would seem that both of them were fine. Everyone was safe. That was the best result that Seiji could possibly hope for. Daikowa Rota was currently greatly enjoying himself. The 7 major yin-yang master families, the 3 major samurai families, the 2 major ninja factions, and the Himiki judging clan, the tournament participants from these top-level factions and their subordinate families had all been defeated, but the 7321 faction members had all been defeated by Daikowa Rota and his Revenge Alliance members. The 7321 faction members were all as strong as expected due to their family backgrounds. No ordinary spiritual ability users could possibly compare to their level. If the Revenge Alliance members had fought with only their original power levels, then there was zero doubt that the Revenge Alliance would have been totally annihilated. However, the Revenge Alliance possessed the power of the new generation. This power was just as strong as Rota had expected. It was strong enough to defeat the old order and develop a new future. This battle was only the beginning, as well as the first proof. We are creating history. After establishing a new order, this battle will be recorded in history, while I, and all my companions will be renowned in history. No, it doesn't matter even if none of us are recorded in history. None of us are fighting for the sake of fame. We're fighting to correct the wrongs of the world. We're fighting for justice, for the new generation. This is the worthiest achievement of my entire life. It has nothing to do with personal fame or benefits. Rota-san, everything is now ready. Just as Rota felt as if he was about to achieve nirvana, one of his underlings gave him a report. Then let's begin. More than 10 people from the Blood War Alliance of the 7321 faction were currently tied up tightly and forced to kneel in a large clearing. The Blood War Alliance members all knew what was likely to happen next to them. Some of them had grim expressions, some of them had expressions of despair, some cursed the Revenge Alliance loudly and angrily, some were snot-nosed and crying rivers, and some begged for their lives. Natsuki Shurin was the type that was in utter despair. Her spirit-branded retainer partner had died while trying to protect her and give her an opportunity to escape. Yet, she had still been unable to escape and was captured alive. When she was captured alive, she still hoped that the Revenge Alliance wouldn't dare to actually kill her due to her status of being from the Shurin family, one of the 7 major Yin-Yang master families. But now, she understood what was about to happen to her upon seeing this scene. These maniacs. They're actually performing public executions. They're all insane, completely insane. Natsuki could only think this numbly to herself as she saw how all the men and women of the Revenge Alliance had such delighted and fanatical expressions. On her left, Masao Yanagi of the Yanagi samurai family was cursing out loudly to the point where his throat had gotten hoarse. To her right, Shunto Haruta was crying endlessly and hysterically. So noisy, Natsuki really wanted some quiet right now. She was incredibly annoyed by the maniac's fanatical expressions and the unbecoming behavior of the people next to her. She was annoyed to the point where she even slightly forgot about her despair. The person who seemed to be in charge of these insane maniacs was currently giving a speech, something about revolution, old order, new generation, creating history, blah blah blah. The maniacs all reveled and cheered in joy at his speech. They seemed like nothing more than a bunch of monkeys to Natsuki. Natsuki watched all of this coldly and calmly, as if she was simply a spectator watching a boring TV show from behind a screen. However, this was no TV show at all. Natsuki was cruelly pulled back to reality when Shunto Haruta next to her was suddenly kicked into the middle of the clearing. He could only wretchedly roll around on the ground due to his restraints. Rota looked down from above at this Haruta family member and spoke in a cold and calm voice, "Haruta-san. Do you have any last words to say?" Rota couldn't help but recall the time when he was playing cards against someone else who also claimed to be Shunto Haruta. Rota deeply felt that he was now far different from himself at that time. "Wah! Don't kill me. I'm begging you, please don't kill me. Wah! I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Shunto Haruta had completely mentally collapsed. He was sobbing uncontrollably. Countless, endless numbers of people have cried and begged your family in the same way for their lives. Yet your family has never spared a single person, so you won't be spared, either. Rota made a judgment. And then, a shiny sharp blade was lifted and then swung down. Shunto Haruta's loud sobs suddenly stopped. At this moment when Shunto Haruta's head was cut off, the cluster amaryllis flowers blooming everywhere suddenly appeared to become even brighter in color. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664. Chapter 664, I'm sorry that I can't protect you anymore. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Deep despair and high spirits. Shigeru Tendo was currently feeling these two emotions. These two emotions were as opposite and contradictory as could be. Yet, he indeed felt both these emotions at this location and this point in time. It was a wondrous and subtle sensation. Shigeru wasn't afraid of his impending death at all as he watched his companions in the Blood War Alliance being executed and his enemies being whipped up into more and more of a fervor. Instead, Shigeru immersed himself in this subtle sensation, entering an indescribable realm. And then, it was time for his and Kimi Umatani's executions. Tendo-san. Do you have any last words to say? Although Rota appeared calm on the surface as he asked this, he was actually highly on guard inside. That was because Shigeru Tendo had succeeded in killing a total of 7 Revenge Alliance members before being defeated. The 7 Revenge Alliance members had all been slain in melee combat. Even with their great new power, they were unable to resist against Shigeru Tendo's sword techniques. He was by far the single most powerful member of the 7321 faction that they captured. However, the Tendo family was clearly one of the 7 major yin-yang master families. Why did Shigeru Tendo possess such amazing sword techniques, to the point where his sword techniques far surpassed the skill level of the disciples and descendants of the 3 major samurai families? Rota was quite confused about this. After Rota finally defeated Shigeru with long-distance attacks, he captured and asked Shigeru about this before the executions. However, the only answer that Rota received was, "I don't know." When he said this, the Tendo family son had an incredibly calm expression, or perhaps he could be called expressionless. He didn't have any evident emotions of resistance, unwillingness, anger, hatred, or any other negative emotions at all. His behavior was completely different from that of all the other captured 7,321 faction members. He didn't show any fear or despair at all. Shigeru remained like this even up until his turn to be executed. Although he had been restrained and was kneeling on the ground, watching the other 7,321 faction members being executed, he still retained such a calm and distant expression. Could it be that Shigeru Tendo had some mental retardation or physical problems that made him emotionless? Well, it didn't matter to Rota if Shigeru had any mental issues, or that should have been the case, but Rota still sensed danger. He felt as if this Tendo family son was still hiding something, so he remained highly vigilant during all this time. Although the other Revenge Alliance members were all reveling in their fervor, Rota still remained calm. "Omatani-san," Shigeru looked at the girl yin-yang master next to him. "My lord Shigeru," Kimi was trembling all over and tears could be seen in her eyes. "I'm sorry that I can't protect you anymore." "Please don't apologize, my lord Shigeru. Although our time together was short, I'm truly blessed to have served someone like you." Kimi smiled through her tears. Shigeru had kept his earlier promise and protected her to the fullest of his abilities. He didn't act like other 7,321 faction members such as Natsuki Shurin, who had ordered her spirit-branded retainer subordinate to act as her shield in an effort so that only she could escape. Although Kimi felt extreme despair at having to die in such a place when she was still so young, at least she wasn't alone, because she had someone like Shigeru by her side. Rota was somewhat rendered speechless by the scene. He had already executed the great majority of the 7,321 faction members. These children of the top-level factions all showed unbecoming behavior as they met their ends, so in comparison, Shigeru's last words before being executed seemed greatly moving. The crowd of Revenge Alliance members who were in a frenzy even somewhat calmed down upon seeing such a scene. Just as everyone thought that Shigeru Tendo would say something else and leave behind something like a deeply emotional love confession before his death, they saw that Shigeru instead closed his eyes. Everyone misunderstood what Shigeru meant, including Kimi Yomatani. When Shigeru said that "I can't protect you anymore," he didn't mean that he and Kimi would be dying here at all. What he was actually trying to express but couldn't due to his low intelligence was that "I'm about to use power that's even greater than my full power, so I won't be able to watch out for you anymore." Rota was the first to detect that something was wrong. Then, everyone witnessed all the black hands that were tightly restraining Shigeru being vaporized into black mist. While everyone was busy being astonished, Rota was the first to react and use his power to suppress Shigeru. However, the black mist around Shigeru's body suddenly explosively increased with great density and dispelled Rota's power. What was going on? Rota didn't have the time to think as he then turned to wielding his sword with all his strength. However, with a clang against the mist, his sword became stuck and unable to move. "Kill him!" Rota sensed great danger and shouted loudly, immediately giving up on his sword and trying to retreat. However, a silver flash shot out of the black mist and directly aimed for his heart. *Clang. Star. Rhoda backpedaled at full speed and barely managed to block this attack with his personal barrier also helping to mitigate the impact. A cold sweat broke out down his spine. The Revenge Alliance members listened to his order and immediately started attacking Shigeru Tendo. A thick array of mana bullets and other spells shot into the black mist surrounding him. However, there was no effect nor even any reaction, as if every spell had been devoured. This patch of Shigeru's black mist then started moving and suddenly approached the crowd of Revenge Alliance members. The black mist entwined around a person and then sounds of screaming and cutting could be heard. After that, two halves of a body flew out of the black mist surrounding Shigeru. "Don't get close to him!" Rhoda shouted out to his Revenge Alliance members. The Revenge Alliance members swiftly spread out. However, Shigeru's black mist was even quicker and succeeded in chasing down and killing several more people. "Stop! Otherwise, I'll kill her." Rhoda prepared a spell and aimed it at Kimi Umatani, who had fainted and was now unconscious on the ground. However, Shigeru's black mist didn't even slow down. Rhoda shouted the same threat to kill Kimi even louder. But, the result was still the same. Shigeru ignored Rhoda. Ranged attacks seemed to be completely ineffective now against Shigeru and his black mist. And, anyone that got anywhere close to him would be instantly killed. It was impossible to fight him at melee distance. The Revenge Alliance members now felt fear for the first time. They started doing their best to run and hide. Some even ran inside the empty houses on the island, but they were still hunted down. That was because Shigeru and his black mist were beginning to increase in speed. He was even capable of shooting out black hands that could obstruct people's movements. Rhoda didn't dare to fire his spell that he kept aimed at the unconscious Kimi. That was because he instinctively sensed that if he really killed her, he himself would definitely be killed with zero chance at escaping. What the hell was going on with this Tendo family's son's current condition? How was the Revenge Alliance supposed to defeat him again? Rhoda didn't have any ideas. He had to contact the Revenge Alliance leader. Fight or run? Rhoda was now faced with a choice. He heard many Revenge Alliance members' death screams. Just a moment ago, the Revenge Alliance had been the side performing the executions. After capturing the 7,321 faction members, they then executed almost all of the children of the powerful factions who were now powerless to resist. The Revenge Alliance never expected that in the very next moment, they'd become the prey instead of the predator. The Revenge Alliance members were now powerless to resist as they were hunted down one by one. When Shigeru's black mist turned around and started approaching him, Rhoda instinctively made his choice. He cancelled his spell aimed at Kimi, turned around, and fled at top speed. He completely ignored the screams and pleas for help from the other Revenge Alliance members. He only wanted to escape as quickly as possible and get away from that terrifying existence named Shigeru Tendo. He felt that it would be the wisest to counterattack after asking the Revenge Alliance leader about how to deal with Shigeru Tendo. Whoosh, after running for a while, he suddenly tripped over something and lost his balance. Rhoda was astonished by this unexpected obstacle. He crashed wretchedly into the ground and rolled around and around many times before finally stopping when he crashed into a defunct electricity pole. I tripped over at the critical moment. Such a terrible joke of a cliché actually happened to me. For an instant, Rhoda sunk into self-doubt. But he instantly discovered that he hadn't tripped over at all. Instead, his feet had stiffened. Why? Rhoda did his best to tell his legs and feet to move. However, they wouldn't obey him. Right after that, his arms and legs began to stiffen as well, followed by his shoulders, neck, and head. Soon, his entire body was unable to move. He couldn't even make any sounds. Why is this happening to me? He wanted to ask out loud, but was unable to do so. He could only watch as Shigeru's cloud of black mist chased after him and speedily approached. Rhoda's fear reached the breaking point in his mind. Various memories flashed past his eyes as he furiously tried to struggle. However, he only succeeded in causing his body to tremble, and tears began streaming out of his eyes, causing his vision to go hazy. Impossible. Why are things like this? Don't come over. I don't want to die. Daiko personally witnessed his impending doom. He now experienced the exact same feelings as the 7321 faction members he had just executed. And then, Daiko died. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, He killed his teammates. Chapter 665, He killed his teammates. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Let's surrender, Master. Izawa's words caused everyone in Seiji's party to fall silent for a moment. Earlier, you used such underhanded means to prevent me from surrendering. Why are you suddenly saying this now? Kanna looked at her spirit-branded retainer. That's because earlier, I believed that it was a bad idea to surrender without even trying. But now, I believe that it will be too dangerous to remain here. For Master's safety, we should surrender now and leave here immediately, Izawa spoke seriously. It was quite evident why Kanna's loyal spirit-branded retainer suddenly changed his mind. It was due to the way that the enemies who attacked them had died. The enemies had all become nothing more than withered corpses that were frightening to behold. It was only natural to think that continuing to participate in this tournament would be extremely dangerous. I'm happy that you've finally come to my way of thinking. But, Kanna sighed. I think it's too late now. I agree, Seiji added. In the current situation, it would be far too foolish to think that it was still possible to leave safely just by surrendering in the tournament. Ever since the black mist appeared everywhere, the tournament rule where one could leave safely after surrendering was probably completely useless. The Bloodwine spirit which acts as the judge of the tournament is able to use magically enforced contracts to prevent tournament participants from attacking others who are defeated or surrender in the tournament. However, it's unable to stop non-tournament participants, such as the Black Mist or all those ghostly figures. My guess is that anyone who surrenders will instantly be swarmed and attacked by a large number of ghostly spirits, or something even worse. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. In other words, we're currently in a highly dangerous location. The only reason why we're still alright is because of the Bloodwine spirit, or perhaps I should call it the ritual tournament contract's existence. This entire island is currently under the effects of the Bloodwine ritual tournament to drain spiritual blood from the losers and finally create a powerful Bloodwine to be awarded to the victorious team. The tournament contract should have a preceding effect over the spirit world creation ceremony that the Revenge Alliance is probably trying to perform here. That's why this black mist is unable to directly harm the tournament participants. Only if a ghostly spirit invades a tournament participant, or when some tournament participant is defeated or surrenders, will the black mist be able to absorb energy from them. Basically, this black mist is stealing their physical bodies and souls as sacrifices to create a spirit world. Surrendering now and canceling the tournament contract is equal to directly exposing oneself to extreme danger. Unless you're powerful enough to directly resist the full powers of this current ritual realm we're in, it'll be impossible to leave. All of the above is merely my hypothesis. However, I don't wish to experiment to see if I'm on the mark. Nor do I wish to see any of you experiment. Do you see now, Ryuno? Kanna sighed. Izawa nodded. I'm sorry, Master. Let's not waste words here. The most important thing right now is how to survive. One possibility is to win and become the final overall victors of the tournament, Seiji stated. However, I think that's a really low probability. Even if that works, if only one team can survive this entire tournament. I don't think that Izawa and myself are capable of defeating you and Kagura-san, so we're still going to die. Kanna shrugged. If I sacrifice myself, it should be possible to defeat Haruta-kun, Izawa spoke seriously. Even if it's a joke, I don't want to hear it. I want to hear it even less if you're being serious, Izawa-kun. Seiji smiled bitterly. "Shut up, Ryuno," Kanna ordered, displeased. Izawa fell silent. However, he secretly resolved himself. If he and Kanna were forced to fight with Seiji Haruta in the end, he would sacrifice his very life if need be to make sure that his master Kanna would become the final victor. Another possibility is that we follow the request of that mysterious voice and go to stop a certain person, Seiji continued. The person this voice wants us to stop is highly likely to be the creator of the spirit world creation ceremony here on this island. Only by stopping this person will we be able to dispel this realm of black mist and let all of us survive. But the problem with this is that we currently have no idea who this person is. And even if we find out who this person is, if he or she isn't on the enemy red team, it'll be difficult to discover them. In the first round group stage of the tournament, the Bloodwine Spirit only provided the tournament participants with the magical mini-map ability to sense the names and locations of tournament participants on the other team. Since Seiji and his group were all on blue team, they were unable to sense the other blue team tournament participants. Of course, they were also unable to sense anyone who wasn't a tournament participant. Even if we find out who this person is and find them, the next problem is whether or not we can stop them, Kanna added. Are we really strong enough to deal with someone who's powerful enough to create an entire blood sacrifice ceremony to create a spirit world? That's right, that is indeed the final and most important question. Seiji sighed. If that person was extremely powerful to the extent of being undefeatable, then it would be useless even if Seiji and his group discovered this person. That was because reality was no game. There was no guarantee that the hero would be able to defeat the Demon King. But if we don't try anything at all, we'll never learn anything, and we can't just sit around here and do nothing, Seiji spoke in a heavy tone. I want to find out who this person is. Although I don't know who he or she is, there's still a few clues. Seiji felt that there was an over 80% probability that the person behind the strange black mist on the island was the leader of the Revenge Alliance. There would definitely be someone in the Revenge Alliance who knew the leader's real identity. And there was one person that almost certainly knew the leader's identity and seemed to have a high rank within the Revenge Alliance, Daiko Arota. And in order to find the Revenge Alliance members, Seiji would have to go find their targets, the 7,321 faction members. Seiji really hadn't wanted to get involved with the battle between the Revenge Alliance and the 7,321 faction members. But, for the sake of himself and his companion's safety, he absolutely had to go check out the situation. He then checked the enemy team minimap, senses that he had been too busy to check on with all the earlier fighting. Seiji and his companions all checked and sensed the names and locations of all remaining enemy red team members. There were far fewer people than when the tournament started. It would seem that some major battling had occurred. Even the 7,321 faction members had been greatly reduced. Seiji already had information on the 7,321 members' names and identities from Hana. But, right now, he could only sense that Natsuki Shurin, Nobuhiko Kurosaki, and Shigeru Tendo were still in the tournament. All the other names, including his never-before-met relative Shuntu Haruta's, were no longer active on the minimap. Wait a moment, something was strange about Shigeru Tendo's existence on the minimap senses. He seemed rather hazy. To use a game analogy, if everyone else on the minimap was a clear human-shaped mark, then Shigeru Tendo was currently a blurred mosaic. Had Shigeru been invaded and possessed by ghosts? No, those possessed wouldn't be sensed anymore on the minimap, because they would be judged by the Bloodwine Spirit to have been defeated. Then why was it that Shigeru's appearance on the minimap was so strange? It was as if there was some signal interference. Just as they were being confused about this, Seiji and his companions sensed Shigeru Tendo approaching Natsuki Shurin on the minimap. Right after that, Natsuki Shurin's dot was eliminated from the minimap, judged to be defeated from the tournament. Did Shigeru Tendo just kill his companion? Still, Seiji figured that the 7,321 faction members weren't exactly friends to begin with. They were likely only a temporary team, so it wouldn't be strange if they had internal fighting amongst themselves. Did the 7321 faction defeat the Revenge Alliance and then start fighting amongst themselves? However, Seiji then sensed on the minimap that Shigeru Tendo was now rapidly approaching other Red Team members and kill his teammates that should have been nominal allies of his in this tournament group stage. Seiji felt that this was truly abnormal. That was because Shigeru Tendo was too fast. Even if Shigeru Tendo was ridiculously strong, his speed in killing his fellow Red Team members was far too fast. He used only an instant to kill every single person that he approached. It was as if the others couldn't even resist and were just waiting there for him to kill them. Was this a legendary one-hit kill technique? Rather than that, Seiji preferred to believe that it was connected to the strange sense he got from Shigeru's existence on the minimap. Perhaps the hazy way he appeared on the minimap was because Shigeru was currently in a unique condition that even the Bloodwine spirit had difficulty keeping a connection with. This condition gave Shigeru tremendous combat strength, but also made him lose the ability to separate friend from foe. The next event to occur only reinforced Seiji's inference. On the minimap, he saw Shigeru Tendo's existence stop in front of a Red Team member by the name of Kini Umatani. Shigeru's existence on the minimap suddenly became much clearer before going hazy again. This process repeated itself several times. Seiji knew from Hana's information that Kimi Umatani was Shigeru Tendo's partner in the tournament. He must be trying to struggle and control himself from not killing his partner in the tournament. That was what Seiji thought of this situation. Seiji imagined as if he could even see the current situation. Shigeru Tendo, who was currently in a unique condition, similar to being possessed by ghosts, was currently facing the girl who was his partner, and trying his best to stop himself from going berserk. However, he failed. Kini Umatani was judged to be defeated from the tournament and her dot disappeared from the minimap. Shigeru Tendo's existence then became even hazier on the minimap. He stopped where he was for a while before swiftly starting to move again. He was heading in Seiji's direction. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666. Chapter 666. This isn't something that the current you can handle. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. An existence similar to a powerful berserker was approaching them. Should they fight him or avoid him? Seiji felt that it would be greatly unwise to face a powerful enemy who was currently in a strange and unknown condition and also in peak combat form head-on. He instantly decided to avoid the fight if at all possible. We need to hurry and leave here. Let's avoid this Shigeru Tendo. Seiji, Shika, Kanna, and Izawa immediately started moving. However, they all sensed that Shigeru Tendo increased his speed and continued chasing after them. Seiji had a feeling that things would turn really bad if Shigeru caught up to them. He told his companions to increase their speed to the maximum. However, they were interrupted by some ghost-possessed individuals. Two people that were enveloped in black mist suddenly ambushed them from the overall black mist surrounding the entire island. Seiji's party was forced into a fight. These two possessed individuals were also much stronger than the larger party of ghost-possessed individuals from earlier. It was difficult to dispatch these two enemies in a short amount of time. Shigeru Tendo continued approaching at an ever-increasing speed. Seiji's ominous premonition became worse as he sensed Shigeru's rapid approach. Should they try to use a round of ultimate abilities and defeat the two enemies before them as quickly as possible and continue running, or... After swiftly thinking through the possibilities, Seiji made a decision. Shika, I'm going to go deal with Shigeru Tendo. Brother? Shika looked at him. I'll judge based on the situation regarding what I should do. After you guys defeat these two, don't go looking for me. Continue southwards. Seiji made verbal arrangements as he continued fighting the two ghost-possessed enemies. He then glanced over at Izawa. Izawa-kun, I'm leaving the rest up to you. Haruta-kun? Kanna, help me take care of Shika-chan. What's the matter, Seiji? I'm going to go deal with that Shigeru Tendo fellow. Right after saying that, Seiji took advantage of an opening to fire off a powerful mana bullet to knock away an enemy before he turned around and started to leave. Brother, don't worry about me, Shika-chan. I won't force myself to do anything that I'm not capable of. Seiji speedily left his companions and headed back in the direction that he just came from. He saw on the mini-map that Shigeru changed directions and headed directly for him rather than the ongoing fight. As I expected, his target is me. After Shigeru defeated all his enemies and teammates, was it now time for him to defeat the younger brother of the mortal enemy who killed his older brother? Shigeru Tendo, just what type of condition are you in right now? Seiji prepared himself as he returned to the earlier street where he and his companions had just battled the previous group of ghost-possessed enemies. When he sensed that Shigeru was quite close, he also sensed that the black mist across from him seemed to be freezing up, as if some tremendously powerful and frightening existence was about to appear. This aura is quite a bad one, Seiji's bonded female spirit suddenly spoke up in his mind. Yomi. It resembles the aura of an awakened great demon. It's something of equal level, or even higher level than that. You shouldn't fight with it. Yomi gave Seiji a serious warning. I don't want to fight it, either. But I have to stall for time until his mini-map senses run out. The mini-map senses in this tournament were timed and would automatically turn on and off periodically. Before Seiji even finished speaking, a black figure appeared in his field of vision. This person was pitch black all over with chaotic silver and red runes all over his body. There were spiral-shaped runes on his eyes and forehead which were whirling with a dark red glow. He emanated a powerful, almost physical demonic aura. He was incredibly dangerous. Just by looking at him, Seiji was instinctively able to sense that Shigeru Tendo was highly dangerous. It was as if Seiji had just witnessed a tremendous titan which was 60 meters tall. Perhaps it wasn't the most appropriate situation to use an analogy from a manga in his previous world, but that was indeed Seiji's first impression at the time. There was no need for thinking or logic and reason here. It was easy enough to tell with only instincts. Hurry and escape. Yomi gave Seiji the most severe warning she had ever given. This isn't something that the current you can handle. The next instant, the demonic figure, or Shigeru Tendo, instantly charged toward Seiji. His movements left a trail of black mist behind in the air. The long sword in his right hand was glowing crimson. Demon Suppression Bell. Seiji cast one of his ultimate techniques that he had prepared before Shigeru arrived. A golden bell appeared and covered the demonic Shigeru. However, the bell was shattered into tiny pieces in less than 3 seconds. Whoosh, the demonic figure flashed right in front of Seiji, and stabbed directly towards his heart. Yanagi family sword technique, New Moon style, Heartseeker sword. Asterisk rumble. Boom, asterisk as Shigeru stabbed, the black mist around him transformed into a drill. A crevice appeared in the earth which headed directly for Seiji. Large holes suddenly appeared in the nearby houses and walls from the force of this technique. Seiji managed to activate his new, emergency flash, technique to dodge this attack. He knew that he would have likely been seriously injured or even dead if that attack had connected. Adrenaline rush. Seiji then unhesitatingly activated the first ability of his, Shinji Kamizaki character reward card. This caused all his physical attributes to greatly increase, improving all his stats such as attack, defense, reactions, speed, and senses. In combination with his evolved body strengthening technique, he would be able to even directly face a true titan for a short time. Whoosh, Shigeru flashed right in front of Seiji and once again swung his sword. Shigeru's movements were incredibly swift yet gave the impression of being slow. In fact, his movements could even be called abnormally beautiful. This was actually a visual miscue created by spiritually enhanced footwork. Anyone that was unable to see through it would likely be cut in half without even realizing what just happened. Asterisk clang, asterisk Seiji successfully blocked Shigeru's sword attack. Seiji's greatly improved physical abilities allowed him to barely follow Shigeru's movements. Their swords clashed over and over again as black mist shot everywhere. There were many loud sounds as new cracks kept appearing in the ground. The nearby cluster amaryllis flowers caught in the impact area all disappeared in flashes of light. Although the fight might appear to be even, Seiji was actually at a tremendously lopsided disadvantage. He was using all of his power just blocking each of Shigeru's attacks and couldn't even find a single opportunity to counterattack. And in just a few short exchanges of blows, Seiji felt his arm actually numbing from the impact of Shigeru's blows. Yanagi family sword technique, new moon style, wing dance. Shigeru continuously weaved his sword up and down with great speed yet tremendous force at the same time. Seiji barely managed to dodge the first attack and block the second. The third sword attack landed a direct hit on Seiji. Just this one hit instantly shattered Seiji's personal barrier spell in a single blow. Bullet time, activate. Seiji did his best to put distance between them and dodged the next attacks. Asterisk bang. Star. The last attack in Shigeru's series of attacks had tremendous might as it directly left a huge crevice in the ground from the shockwave which destroyed a house several dozen meters away. Overload, onto, overload, followed by, overloaded white calamity. Seiji grit his teeth and used the strongest spell in his entire arsenal. A pure white spiritual figure was formed by this spell. At this moment, Shigeru slightly paused for just an instant. He mysteriously reobtained some of his senses of logic and reason. His hazy consciousness became slightly clearer. Seiji. Haruta, Shigeru took this opportunity to speak. Seiji was astonished to hear his opponent, who remained quiet all this time, suddenly begin to speak. Seiji stopped in the middle of the process of having his summoned humanoid spiritual figure attached to himself. What is that? Shigeru pointed at the humanoid spiritual figure. This is my personal ultimate and secret summoning technique, Shigeru Tendo. Seiji decided to respond in such a manner. Summoning. Please. Help me. Help you? Help you with what? Break free from this egg. Shigeru started making a sound of pain as he clutched at his forehead. The black mist around his body started moving violently. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. How should I help you? This is useful, give it to me. Give him the white calamity, spirit? Seiji instantly furrowed his eyebrows. You almost managed to kill me. What benefit is there for me to give my most important summoned spirit to my enemy? I won't kill you. I'll help you to win. So, you mean that you're willing to abandon trying to take revenge for your older brother, and you're also willing to help me achieve victory in this tournament? Is that right? Yes. Aghh. Shigeru trembled all over as he made sounds of incredible pain. The runes on his body were now glowing abnormally. Seiji was now facing a dilemma. Should he trust Shigeru? This was an incredibly important decision. Yomi, what do you think? I think that you should listen to his request. That's because you won't be able to defeat him if this battle continues. You might as well take a gamble, his bonded female spirit gave her opinion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667. Chapter 667, You have no idea how many sins your family has committed. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It appeared that Shigeru Tendo wouldn't be able to last much longer. There wasn't much time for Seiji to consider. Seiji decided to control his white calamity spirit to move closer to Shigeru and try touching him. The pure white spirit moved in front of the pitch-black demonic figure. It reached out with both hands and touched the latter, which instantly caused a large amount of black mist to begin erupting. Rag! Shigeru screamed pitifully while the 3 spiral runes on his forehead and eyes glowed with a blinding red. Seiji blocked the black mist with a barrier and cautiously watched what happened. Suddenly, all the sounds stopped. The demonic figure stopped in its movements. The next instant, a tremendous number of black hands shot out of the black mist behind him, and dragged Shigeru's entire body into the black mist. What? Seiji was astonished by this scene. He then saw an immense amount of dense black mist rushing directly at him. This black mist didn't only come from the front. Left, right, above, below, behind, black mist poured in from every direction and enveloped Seiji entirely. Seiji's vision was filled with darkness as his personal barrier was instantly shattered. Bullet time, activated to slow everything down. Yomi was shouting something, and he was filled with an immense sense of danger and tremendous, irresistible terror. Load. Seiji used his true ultimate technique when faced with this sudden unexpected threat of death where he didn't even have the time to think. The world around him darkened as everything vanished. Seiji returned to the passenger ship heading to Momozu Island. Just sitting around like this is rather boring. I want to play cards with somebody. Is anyone interested in playing with me? A man who wore a bright and colorful t-shirt and shorts scratched his hair as he spoke up in a loud voice. Seiji calmly watched this scene that he had experienced already. He had previously made a save file at this point in time when deciding whether to play cards or not. Once again, he raised his hand and indicated that he would like to join. Brother, it's fine for you to just stay here, but... This time, he had Shika stay where she was and entered the card game by himself. Yuma Saito, Daikowa Rota, Mitsuko Kitajima, and Yuzu Yoshihara. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he faced these people again, particularly Rota. At this point in time, it would seem that Rota hadn't joined the Revenge Alliance, as Rota hadn't talked about the Revenge Alliance at all in Seiji's first meeting with him in the previous timeline. Basically, Rota only met the Revenge Alliance leader and joined their faction while on this ship. If the Revenge Alliance leader's real identity was one of the people in this card game, then Yuzu Yoshihara was probably the most likely suspect. He was a well-known assassin who had the nickname of Judge. Perhaps he was the messenger of revenge who wanted to kill all the 7,321 factions participants and start an entire revolution. This all sounded quite plausible. However, Mitsuko Kitajima seemed suspicious to Seiji as well. And from another standpoint, perhaps Saito, who was the first to draw everyone's attention but then was mysteriously forgotten about afterwards, might be the true culprit. Well, guessing seemed meaningless to Seiji. He was no detective, so he decided to use the simplest and most direct method. Everything happened exactly the same as in the previous timeline. Rota proposed the idea of betting half-truthful information, and everyone accepted. Seiji then lost the first round to Rota. Seiji answered Rota's first and second questions about his name and his free time hobbies in the same way, claiming to be Shunto Haruta once again and telling the truth about his manga, anime, and light novel hobbies. My third question. I'd like to ask, why did Haruta-san ride this boat, instead of taking a personal boat to the island? Because I want to get in touch with the Revenge Alliance. When Seiji made such a statement, it felt as if the entire atmosphere in the ship's dining hall had frozen over. Due to my personal experiences, I'm quite interested in this alliance. I'd like to talk to one of its members. Of course, it would be best if I can meet the person who created it. Seiji smiled. Spying on Rota on this ship would be one possible method, but Seiji didn't feel that this method would be the most successful. If Seiji wanted to truly be able to meet the hidden boss character, then directly expressing interest in the Revenge Alliance in public seemed like the fastest and easiest path to meeting this hidden person. The rest of the card game was completely unimportant. After all, if the hidden boss behind the scenes didn't want to expose him or herself, then obtaining half-truthful information in the card game would be a complete waste of time. After the card game ended, Seiji and Shika walked out of the dining hall together. They approached Saito and Rota, who were smoking together on the deck of the ship just like last time. "Saito-san, could I ask if you're a member of the Revenge Alliance? You're being so direct, why didn't you ask me earlier during the card game?" Seiji looked directly at Saito and spoke seriously, "Because I want to hear the real answer." Rota also looked at Saito. Something flashed in Shika's eyes. Saito fell silent for a moment and then took a deep breath of his cigarette. He then slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "What would you like to discuss, Haruta-san?" Sato's tone had entirely changed. Just a change in the tone seemed to change the entire aura around the person known as Yuma Saito. His demeanor now faintly seemed accustomed to being authoritative. "Looks like I won the big prize." Seiji's cheeks twitched. "Are you the creator of the Revenge Alliance, Saito-san?" "No, I'm only an agent." "Agent?" Upon hearing this word, Seiji instantly thought of the Messengers faction and the way they were named. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Agent actually meant that Saito was a vessel for the creator of the Revenge Alliance, the Alliance leader. The Revenge Alliance leader was capable of possessing his vessel and acting through the vessel's body. Would that be possible? This seemed highly likely. There was also the possibility that the Revenge Alliance leader could directly control the agent rather than possess him. Basically, the agent was just like a puppet. No matter which method it was, a member from the Messengers faction, or more accurately speaking, this Revenge Alliance leader was likely to be one of the highest-ranked members of the Messengers faction. This person or even all the highest leaders in the Messengers faction all had the ability to act in other people's bodies. This would be an excellent explanation for why they called themselves the Messengers, or at least a partial explanation. It would also explain why Yuma Sato's aura and behavior were so contradictory to the way he previously acted. Honestly, Seiji had been completely fooled in the previous timeline. To what extent is your power to decide things as an agent? Seiji spoke in a deeply meaningful tone after all those thoughts flashed through his mind. "There's no need for you to know that," Saito responded. "Why don't you talk more about yourself, Haruta-san?" "My real name is Seiji Haruta, not Shunto Haruta. I'm currently exiled from my family," Seiji stated truthfully. "I want to prove my own power in this tournament. Basically, I want to win." "You wish to join us for that purpose?" "I'm more interested in cooperation rather than joining you, because I'm unable to trust your Revenge Alliance with knowing so little about you. After all, the ambitions that you've shown to harbor are a bit too grand for me." "It's not ambition at all," Saito said in a low voice. "It's conviction." He didn't utter the word conviction in a particularly emphasized manner at all. However, both Seiji and Rota felt as if the word had turned physical, with something heavy landing on the ground. "Haruta-san, you have no idea how many sins your family has committed. Nor do you have any idea how many people have been harmed by your family. That's because the Haruta family, as well as the other major families in Sakura Island's spiritual society, never treat the sins they commit as sins at all. Nor do they care one bit about how many people suffer because of their actions. You all are considered innocent because nobody is capable of judging you to be guilty. You all ignore everyone else because nobody else is worthy of your attention. However, sins won't simply disappear just because nobody will judge them. Nor will pain disappear because you don't pay any attention. It's always been accumulating, 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 accumulating. From long, long ago all the way until now, forming into a tremendously tall tower of sin. All of the major spiritual families are at the top of the tower, high up above, enjoying their glory and stepping on their wondrously powerful foundations, yet forgetting about the material that their foundations are constructed out of. Every person that's become part of the material for their foundations is cursing them. Every soul that can't rest in peace is screaming. They all desire for this tower that's now overly tall to hurry and collapse. And now, it's time. A sharp glint appeared in Sato's eyes. The new generation has arrived. We don't intend to climb to the top of the tower. Instead, we intend to break it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, Kanzaki. Chapter 668, Kanzaki. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Saito had a dominating presence. He had an indescribable aura which awed Seiji. Saito had a low tone of voice which wasn't fierce sounding at all. In fact, there wasn't even any crest of emotions as he calmly stated his beliefs. However, what was contained within his beliefs? If Seiji had to forcefully describe things, this was like the maw of a volcano that you couldn't see the bottom of. It was pitch black and endlessly deep, possessing unimaginably great power, as if it would be capable of exploding and destroying everything at any moment. Not only was Seiji awed, even Shika and Rota were awed by the forceful conviction in Seida's words. And Rota seemed to be far more impacted by Seida's words than either Seiji or Shika was. Rota showed an expression of being obviously moved. You're not Seida-san," Rota muttered. "May I ask who you are?" This detective by trade also noticed that the person who spoke couldn't have possibly been Saito. Those words must have come from someone who possessed or controlled Saito. "You can call me Kanzaki," Saito responded. "Kanzaki." Seiji almost wanted to shout out loud, "Finally, I've met the secret boss. The Revenge Alliance leader, and the person who created that Black Mist realm on the Tournament Island." Seiji greatly suspected that the person behind the incident which forced him to load was this individual. Although Seiji didn't know why this ultimate boss suddenly took action at that time, Kanzaki had attacked without holding back right from the very start. Seiji was basically overwhelmed in just an instant, with no way to resist. Well, this was the best proof that demon kings would only give grand speeches before attacking in games, manga, movies, and so on. Real people as major antagonists wouldn't possibly be that idiotic. If they wanted to kill someone, they would simply kill. Not only did the major antagonist not say any wasteful words, he didn't even reveal himself. "Kanzaki-san, indeed, I'm ignorant of my family's actions. I apologize if my family has affronted you," Seiji spoke calmly. "I have no intentions of trying to whitewash my family's crimes, because I have no idea what crimes they've committed. I don't have the right to try and cover for their sins. However, I'm still a member of the Haruta family. Even if I've been exiled, I still bear the family name, and there are relatives I view as important among them. At any rate, if Kanzaki-san believes that someone as half-rate as me can be useful in some way, why don't you consider cooperating with me? Due to a certain matter, I really want to win this tournament. That's why, I want to make use of any power that I can borrow." Everyone fell silent for a moment. Kanzaki closed his eyes and then took another deep whiff of his cigarette. He opened his eyes again after puffing all the smoke. "That personage is considering your usefulness." His tone changed yet again. He had returned to being Saito. "Saito-san. Don't ask me anything about Kanzaki-sama, because I don't know anything at all." Saito littered by flicking the cigarette into the sea, just like last time. "I'm merely doing my job, but." "Are you the only one who's doing such a job?" Seiji inquired. "I don't know." Saito chuckled. "Haruta-san, you're really courageous." "Why do you say that? Isn't that obvious? You're from the Haruta family, yet you want to take advantage of the Revenge Alliance, and you even told your intentions directly to Kanzaki-sama. You're outrageously reckless and suicidal." That was what Saito meant with his expression. "Of course, I know that this is suicidal." Seiji had a calm expression. Technically speaking, he had basically died once already. It was just like reaching a bad end in a video game for mysterious and unknown reasons. Seiji absolutely had to learn the identity of the Revenge Alliance leader so that he wouldn't meet a bad end again in this second timeline without even knowing why. Seiji had already learned the important information that he was after. Everything would be worth it even if he was forced into loading back to the card game on the ship before the tournaments start yet again. But right now, it seemed that it would still be possible to continue in this timeline, so Seiji decided to stick around and continue and gather as much information as he could. Stop. Once again, he heard that same mysterious voice. Another unsolved mystery was who this unknown woman calling out to him was. You want me to stop Kanzaki, is that right? Seiji faced the sea and spoke in a low voice, I apologize. I'm incapable of doing so. After witnessing that black mist domain and its terrifying power, Seiji realized just how truly weak he was in the mystical society. Fight the Demon King until the end? That was something that didn't exist in real life. When he met Kanna and Izawa on the island, Seiji intended to convince the two of them not to join this tournament at all. He would recommend them to surrender immediately and leave the tournament before it began. Even if they faced severe consequences for surrendering without even fighting, that would still be better than the upcoming danger. And after he convinced Kanna and Izawa to surrender from the tournament, Seiji would only have to worry about protecting Shika and himself and do his best to obtain final victory in the tournament. As long as he could achieve this goal, what did it matter if he worked together with the Demon King? As for the other tournament participants, even if all of them died, it wouldn't directly be because of him. Was this cold-blooded? Indeed. But that was something he could do as the weak. Seiji was no hero. Although he had some powers, he was still only a weakling compared to a powerful spiritual ability user like Kanzaki. Seiji could only protect himself and the people around him. He didn't have the powers to protect people he didn't even know. There was a saying in his previous world called, "Heaven destroys those who do not look out for themselves." Simplified, it was every man for himself. This was actually a deeply meaningful phrase which wasn't as easily understood as telling people to be selfish. Careful consideration was required to understand the deep meanings contained within. However, the surface meaning of this phrase was too easily apparent and misunderstood, which was why this phrase became a classical negative phrase. Seiji had his own personal understanding of this phrase which was quite difficult to explain. But at any rate, he believed that this was one of the maxims of the world, in both a positive and negative way. That was why he wouldn't save everyone that he possibly could. However, this didn't mean that he felt good about it. Brother? Shika noticed that something was off with Seiji. She couldn't help but worry. Seiji looked towards her. I'm sorry, Shika-chan. Even though I clearly know that continuing here will be incredibly dangerous, I still want to take this risk. I've brought you into danger all so that I can be together with Natsuya. I apologize, Seiji apologized sincerely. Brother Seiji, something flashed in Shika's eyes. Don't say that. No, I have to apologize. Although you've resolved yourself for battle, I know that things are going to become worse, terribly worse up ahead. Yet, I'm still choosing to remain in the tournament and brave danger. This is unfair to you, Seiji spoke seriously. If he was fighting by himself, then it wouldn't matter no matter how recklessly he behaved, as he had save and load. However, he had a partner with him. He absolutely couldn't allow himself to ignore her. It doesn't matter, because I'm Brother's spirit-branded retainer, Shika spoke in a gentle voice. Thank you. Seiji was truly grateful. Ding dong. At this moment, a sonorous sound of a bell rang out. Seiji was astonished to suddenly hear this. This was the sound that he heard in the previous timeline right when his soul was attacked. However, in this timeline, he already made preliminary negotiations with Kanzaki, the hidden boss, so why? Ding dong, the second sound was even clearer. But instead of his body stiffening and black mist appearing together with undead specters from his past, only a large amount of cluster amaryllis flowers appeared and bloomed. A hazy gray-white figure appeared, floating on top of the bright flowers. She appeared to be a woman wearing a one-piece dress. Please, stop that person, otherwise, everyone will die. She spoke the same words in broken succession that he heard in the previous timeline. Who are you? I already said that I'm incapable of doing it. Yuzu. Yoshihara. Yoshihara, the assassin known as Judge. Seiji was astonished to hear this. Stop Yoshihara from doing what? It's not Kanzaki who will cause the terrible tragedy. Could it be that Kanzaki is actually Yuzu Yoshihara? Please, the gray-white figure floated over to him and reached out her hands. Seiji reflexively lifted his hands and held her hands in his own. At this moment, he suddenly felt a fire in his palm as some type of energy was injected into him, but before he could ask what this was, the gray-white ghost disappeared. Ding-dong, the sound faded into the distance. The cluster amaryllis flowers disappeared and Seiji heard the sound of the sea wind once again. He looked at the palm of his right hand, where a gray-white rune was slowly fading into his flesh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669. Chapter 669. Suppose that the person the most important to you died because of you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. What's the matter, brother? I'm fine. He just received a wondrous ability. Did he just obtain the holy sword which could defeat the Demon King? Nah, no matter how he looked at it, this newly obtained power didn't seem like it could possibly stand up to Kanzaki's power. It would probably be impossible to fight against Kanzaki head-on. Perhaps this power had other uses, Seiji surmised. By the way, why did things happen like this? In the previous timeline, someone sent a soul attack against him, but he obtained a mysterious power in this timeline? What happened to create such a difference? Was it all because he had a direct discussion with the Demon King? Yuzu Yoshihara. Why did this mysterious female voice want Seiji to stop the assassin known as the Judge? Was Yoshihara's real identity Kanzaki? Or was Yoshihara actually Kanzaki's main agent in the tournament? At this moment, Seiji suddenly recalled the incident from Thunderbolt Literature's Newcomer Award ceremony. At that time, the Soul Realm incident were caused by Shotaro Rinura, but Rinura wasn't the person who cast the spell that caused the entire incident. Could it be that Yuzu Yoshihara was just like Shotaro Rinura? Was Yoshihara the creator of the Black Mist Realm on the island who accepted such a spell being cast on him? Seiji felt that this was highly possible. Creating such a realm would require a spellcaster and a host creator. In this event, Kanzaki was without a doubt the main spellcaster, while Yoshihara was probably the host who created the realm. This assassin would pay a heavy price for this, his very life and soul. And, the mysterious woman, whom Seiji suspected to be Risa Kobayakawa, wanted to prevent him from doing so. An assassin who had a connection to a gentle girl. Was this a real-life version of Leon, the professional from Seiji's previous life? Seiji couldn't help but imagine what connection Yoshihara had to Risa Kobayakawa, the third and final member of the Story of 100 Demons incident that involved Mayuzumi as well as Ryo's mother. At any rate, Seiji felt that his inferences were quite reasonable. Although there were many things he still didn't know, he felt that was a very likely framework. So, what should he do if his guess was on the mark? Seiji's first idea was to have a discussion with the not-so-cold-after-all assassin. But how should he talk to Yoshihara? It seemed obviously suicidal to directly tell Yoshihara that a mysterious female voice told Seiji to stop him. Stopping Yoshihara from becoming the host to create the Black Mist Realm spell would be directly opposing and antagonizing the Demon King. It would certainly lead to a bad end if Seiji was discovered. So, Seiji would have to discuss with Yoshihara in secret. However, Seiji felt that Kanzaki would be secretly surveilling a chess piece as important as the host creator of the Black Mist Realm spell. Would it be possible for Seiji to have a secret discussion with Yoshihara while avoiding the Demon King's attention? Perhaps he could try to talk to Yoshihara after reaching a cooperative agreement with the Revenge Alliance. Just like the previous timeline, the card game didn't resume after everyone's break. Seiji stayed in the dining hall for a while. He then noticed that Yoshihara walked out of the dining hall by himself. This was a chance. Should Seiji wait for Kanzaki to reply to the offer of cooperation, or should he risk things now by talking to Yoshihara? After swiftly weighing the pros and cons, Seiji decided to follow and try and talk to Yoshihara. Although this was quite risky, Seiji felt that there were too many possible unknown factors if he stalled. He might as well just try and learn what more he could. And so, he and Shika left the dining hall yet again. After Yoshihara left the dining hall, he lit a cigarette. He noticed someone's presence before he could even take a puff. Yoshihara turned around to see the Haruta and his female partner. This caused Yoshihara's gaze to sharpen. "Yoshihara-san, are you taking a walk as well?" Seiji smiled. "If so, how about walking together? I'd like to chat more with you about Legend of the Heavenly Divine Sword." Legend of the Heavenly Divine Sword was a classical hard-boiled fighting manga that they had chatted about previously during the card game. This was a sword-fighting manga set in an alternate history setting. Just the name of the manga alone seemed to reflect the older generation that it came from. "I'm sorry, Haruta-san. I would like to smoke by myself." Yoshihara smiled and refused politely. "I see. I won't bother you anymore, then." Seiji looked straight at Yoshihara. "Although, I just have one little question I'd like to ask. Do you know a female character named Risa in Legend of the Heavenly Divine Sword?" Yoshihara's smiling expression instantly froze over for a moment. "Aha! Right on the mark." Seiji noticed that Yoshihara's expression had flickered. "Risa. I think there was indeed such a character," Yoshihara spoke slowly while taking another puff on his cigarette. "About her storyline, did she get acquainted with an assassin swordsman, and then get involved in his battle and die because of it? I don't remember too well. I think that might have been the case. My memories are rather hazy. I want to recall, but I'm unable to do so. It's nagging me at the back of my mind. That's such an awful feeling, which is why I want to ask more about it from Yoshihara-san," Seiji spoke in a sincere tone. Yoshihara fell silent. He then puffed some more smoke before speaking again. "If Haruta-san and your companion don't mind the smell of smoke, we can walk together for a little while. There was no character named Risa at all in Legend of the Heavenly Divine Sword." Yoshihara was quite mystified as to why this Haruta knew the name of Risa and brought it up in such a manner. Meanwhile, Seiji confirmed his previous inference: the mysterious woman must definitely be Risa Kobayakawa. Yuzu Yoshihara having such a reaction to the name of Risa was the best evidence of this. Did the world really work on 6 degrees of separation? Seiji could only exclaim over how all of this was actually connected to Mayuzumi and Ryo's incident. It seemed likely to him that because he'd experienced that incident, he was able to hear Risa Kobayakawa's voice and even see her. "I really can't remember the specific storyline." "How much can you remember, Yoshihara-san?" "I don't recall much either." "It probably happened the way you said," Yoshihara said in a low voice. "What happened to that assassin swordsman after Rika died?" "He continued to do what he always did. I think that there's more to the story after that. The swordsman assassin then accepted a job that he knew he would absolutely die in." "Why's that?" Seiji continued to talk in a coded manner. "Probably in order to atone." "To atone for Risa?" Yoshihara fell silent. "Risa died because of the swordsman, so the swordsman wants to die for her as well. Perhaps that sounds reasonable, but that's probably not what she wants to see." Seiji looked directly at Yoshihara. "Indeed, it's quite idiotic for the swordsman to do so. However, he won't regret it," Yoshihara spoke slowly. "Because the thing he regrets most in his life is causing Risa's death." His calm words contained an endless amount of heaviness. Seiji fell silent. Haruta-san, suppose that the person most important to you died because of you. However, there's a chance to revive her at the cost of your own life. How would you choose? Yoshihara inquired. This was a question without an answer. That was because everyone would have their own answer. Yoshihara didn't ask this question to hear Seiji's answer. He wanted Seiji to know that he had already answered this question. Even if the already dead Risa didn't want him to do this, he wouldn't retreat or regret. Is the swordsman truly certain that the dead can be revived? That he's not being scammed? That he's not sacrificing yourself for nothing? Seiji asked a flurry of questions. And even if she's able to revive, is he certain that she won't have any negative side effects? That she won't be in pain or even have a fate worse than death? Yoshihara fell silent. If the swordsman isn't certain that she can revive and have a normal life again, then this sacrifice can't be called anything other than idiotic. Seiji spoke in a sharp tone. Still, he has no other choice. Yoshihara revealed a heavy expression. Besides, his life is now meaningless. A chilly sea breeze blew past them. This is nothing more than wanting to die, Seiji spoke in a heavy voice. Perhaps so, Yoshihara stated calmly. Saving her is only an excuse. He only wants to use the excuse of saving her to have a glorious death. Perhaps so. Just how idiotic can such a person be? Disgusting. Perhaps so. Doing something that might harm someone in the name of helping them is nothing more than utter insanity. Seiji frowned. You're not a man who truly wants to save his lover. You're nothing more than a suicidal maniac who's claiming to love her, Yuzu Yoshihara. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670. Chapter 670, I shall fight for the sake of being able to remain an otaku forever. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Yoshihara took another puff on his cigarette before flicking his cigarette ash away. Perhaps, as you just said, I'm already insane, but why are you telling me all this? He wasn't shaken at all. Seiji noticed that Yoshihara wasn't shaken by his words in the slightest. This made Seiji feel as if he was facing against a tremendous iron-solid cliff. Someone requested me to, Seiji replied. Who? Who else would care about your life or death? Yoshihara widened his eyes slightly. You can also hear her? Just a little. Seiji sighed. She worked very hard to ask me, a total stranger, to stop you. You truly can't reconsider, Yoshihara-san? Only now did Yoshihara show his first sign of being shaken. I don't know the story between you and Risa. Nor do I know what Kanzaki told you that made you stubborn to such an extent. All I know is that she wants to stop you and doesn't want you to die like this. Seiji continued. Even if you feel like your life is meaningless, is her wish meaningless as well? Yoshihara's expression darkened. No matter why you're able to hear her, I'm thankful that you brought me her message, Haruta-san. Still, let's stop things here. Please don't tell me anything else. Otherwise, you might suffer serious harm. Yoshihara paused for a moment. You should withdraw from this tournament for the sake of you and your partner. This is the only well-intentioned warning I can give you. The assassin turned around and left right after saying that. Seiji watched him leave, then suddenly noticed something behind him. Seiji turned around to see Saito appearing around a corner. Another bad end. Seiji immediately prepared himself to load at any moment. Haruta-san, it would seem that you didn't want to truly cooperate at all. Saito walked over and spoke in his own tone of voice rather than Kanzaki's. I'm truly amazed by your courage. You dared to be insincere with that personage. Seiji silently remained vigilant as he sensed an aura of danger. Shika also prepared herself for combat. Originally, there should have been a punishment for your actions. However, Kanzaki-sama is the magnanimous type who shall allow your foolish transgression. Saito walked up to them and continued speaking in a light tone. Cooperation will be impossible. In fact, the two of you shall be listed as the Revenge Alliance's targets in the tournament. Please don't tell anyone else about unnecessary matters. Forgiving your transgression is only for this one time, but. After saying that, Saito left with an expression of behave yourselves as he walked off. Seiji had thought that he would need to start this timeline over for the third time. However, the Demon King was unexpectedly magnanimous. Of course, Seiji didn't believe that Kanzaki was magnanimous at all. Was Kanzaki sparing Seiji for the time being because of something related to Yoshihara? Or would dealing with Seiji on this ship be rather troublesome? Or, no matter what the reason was, it would seem that Seiji would be able to continue down this second timeline. Should he continue in this timeline where he had confronted Kanzaki directly, or should he load right now? Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he slowly clenched his right hand into a fist. He decided to remain in this timeline to see how things would turn out. Ryuno Izawa and his master Kanna Fujihara arrived on Momozu Island. Although his master was under too much pressure, caving in to become an idle fish, Izawa believed that she would be able to energize herself. Soon, they met up with their only expected allies in this tournament, Seiji Haruta and Shika Kagura. However, to their surprise, Seiji immediately tried to seriously convince them to abandon this tournament and withdraw immediately. Believe me, this tournament will be incredibly dangerous. You should withdraw now while you still can, Seiji spoke in a serious tone. Once this tournament begins, it'll be impossible to surrender even if you want to. Surrendering from the tournament without even fighting is strictly forbidden by the tournament rules. Izawa furrowed his eyebrows. Even if there's a severe punishment, that's still better than facing the threat of death. It's not only the tournament contract's punishment. If Master surrenders from the tournament without even fighting, her situation in her family will become much worse than it already is. But this tournament is truly dangerous. Why? If you know something that we don't, please tell us. Just take a look at the current situation and carefully think about it. You should be able to sense that this tournament isn't nearly as simple as it appears on the surface. Seiji sighed. It's not that I don't want to explain, it's that, it's inconvenient for me to explain right now. Seiji could sense that he was being spied upon. Having Kanna and Izawa retreat from the tournament before it started might provoke a reaction from Kanzaki. Still, Seiji had to try. He was basically testing the limits of what it would take to achieve a bad end. Something flashed in Izawa's eyes. Kanna also left her state of being an idle fish as she looked towards Seiji. What about yourself? Kanna spoke up. You're telling us to withdraw, but you haven't mentioned anything about yourself withdrawing from this tournament. I won't withdraw. Why's that? Didn't you say that this tournament will be incredibly dangerous? Even if it's incredibly dangerous, I still absolutely have to win. Seiji clenched his right hand. There's also something else. What else? I can't say. Kanna looked directly at him. What will happen to you if we withdraw from this tournament right now? Seiji remained silent. Since this is regarding something secret, you telling us to withdraw from the tournament is basically like revealing the secret, and you'll pay a price, won't you? Kanna continued asking. Probably not, if it's only something to such an extent. I don't want to be the type who runs away while abandoning my friends. And, things are just as Ryuno just stated. My family won't forgive me if I surrender this tournament without even attempting to fight. You'll regret it if you join this tournament, Seiji told her in a low voice. Perhaps, but I'll also regret it if I surrender right now without even trying. Since both outcomes are the same, then I'd rather regret facing danger instead of regretting the fact that I abandoned my friend. Kanna placed both her hands on her hips. If it's you, you'd probably choose the same thing. No, you've already chosen, haven't you? Even if there was the risk of a bad end, Seiji still chose to try and convince Kanna and Izawa to withdraw rather than wanting to watch them get into danger. However, this had a slightly different meaning from the choice that Kanna made. Seiji could only smile wryly at the Fujihara family daughter who slightly misunderstood his intentions. I support my master. Your attempt to convince us to surrender won't work. Izawa also expressed his opinion. You guys, why don't you consider for a little more? The danger of dying in this tournament is quite high. Even an otaku like you dares to take the risk. How could a fellow otaku like me possibly back down? Kanna arched her head proudly. If you die, you won't be able to remain an otaku anymore. You won't be able to read any more manga or watch any more anime. Nor will you be able to play any more video games. Master, please don't be shaken just because of words like these. Shush. The scariest thing in life is to be unable to read manga, watch anime, and play video games. If Master surrenders from the tournament without even fighting, this terrifying event will still happen if you return to your family. That's true. Kanna instantly regained her conviction. That's why we absolutely must fight. I shall fight for the sake of being able to remain an otaku forever. Seiji was rendered speechless. Whatever happened to her earlier speech about fighting for the sake of friendship? There's still some time before the tournament begins. Think things over carefully until then. That was all that he could tell them. After the 7,321 faction tournament participants arrived, they were surrounded by additional tournament participants from their families and factions' subordinate families. Seiji glanced over at them from a distance as something flashed in his eyes. Should he go over there to talk with them, proposing an alliance against the Revenge Alliance? If he went over there to talk to them, forget about Shunto Haruta and the others' attitudes. The most important one among them was Shigeru Tendo. In the previous timeline, Shigeru had gone into a berserk state. He likely killed off all his enemies and teammates before coming to attack Seiji. Why did this happen? Seiji didn't know. But judging from this event, Shigeru Tendo was highly likely to be the strongest individual in the 7,321 faction tournament participants. The strongest individual in the 7321 faction had a direct blood-related grudge against him. That would make things difficult to negotiate. But in the previous timeline, Shigeru Tendo had indicated that he was willing to abandon the grudge in order to break free from the black mist controlling him. HRM. It was difficult to analyze whether it would be beneficial or a detriment to go talk to the 7321 faction right now. Plus, Seiji had to worry about Kanzaki spying on him. After further consideration, Seiji made up his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, This is such a classical hero's journey. Chapter 671, This is such a classical hero's journey. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji decided against contacting the 7321 faction. Although Shigeru Tendo's grudge against him was an important factor, the main deciding reason was that there was no concrete or known way to defeat the Revenge Alliance right now. Although Seiji obtained a new ability, the rune from Risa Kobayakawa, which might be useful against the Revenge Alliance, he still had no clue how to use it yet. In such a situation, it would be quite difficult to discuss specifics on how to cooperate with the 7321 faction. Plus, this also might elicit a response from Kanzaki. Time passed just like that. In the end, Kanna and Izawa refused to surrender without even fighting. They were determined to remain. Seiji didn't say anything else regarding their choice. It was now time for the tournament to begin with the contract ceremony. After all the tournament participants had their equipment inspected, they were then led to the contract ceremony building in succession. Everyone, please take note. The tournament contract ceremony is about to begin, a clear male voice spoke in an announcement that everyone could hear. All the runes and spell formations in the room instantly lit up in unison. A red light swiftly streaked through the runes and spell formations. Seiji sensed a powerful energy welling up within the room, along with his palms starting to heat up. The tournament contract rune appeared on Seiji and Shika's palms. So far, all of this was identical to the previous timeline. The next moment, both Seiji and Shika placed their right palms on the spiritual pillar in front of them. When they injected mana, Seiji suddenly felt the hidden mysterious power in his right hand becoming active. The spiritual pillar started glowing and his right hand began to burn up to a greatly uncomfortable degree. Seiji gritted his teeth and withstood it. The mysterious power was doing something. What would its effects be? Seiji had no idea. However, he chose to believe in this power and trust Risa Kobayakawa. Seiji heard the sounds of many men and women incanting. He then sensed the existences of all the other tournament participants. The mysterious power continued pulsing within him, causing Seiji's brain to heat up. He felt the other tournament participants' existence much clearer than before, as if he could simultaneously see each person's figure. Next, Seiji and Shika confirmed the tournament contract and stated their names. There was a brilliant glow as the blood wine spirit was formed. Contract signing complete, the male voice announced. A small plate suddenly emerged from the right wall together with a beep sound. 2 red and black talismans were on the plate, and silver crystals were notched on the talismans. Please put on the life-saving talismans. Finally, may all of you be blessed with luck. The energy in the room rapidly diminished. The heat on Seiji's right hand faded as well, and the mini-map senses were deactivated. Was that it? Seiji was rather confused as the mysterious power seemed to calm down just like that. The mysterious power simply caused his hand and then head to heat up for a moment. Was there any meaning to that? What's the matter, brother? It's nothing. Perhaps it'll only take effect when I'm in that black mist realm, Seiji thought to himself. He accepted the life-saving talisman that Shika handed to him and injected his mana into it. Right after he connected himself to the life-saving talisman, the mysterious power within his right hand activated again. Once again, Seiji was able to clearly sense the presences of all the other tournament participants. Seiji had a look of astonishment. He waved his right hand and tried to control it. The power immediately calmed down and he stopped sensing the other tournament participants on the minimap. Seiji then tried to activate the power according to his will. The entire minimap was turned on again. Was this a map hack? Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he looked at the life-saving talisman in his hand. The life-saving talisman had the ability to track the tournament participants' location. It was normal for the tournament hosts to add such a function in order to rescue any tournament participant that needed it. The strange part was that the mysterious power could actually use this function of the life-saving talisman and use it as a server to establish a map hack. What exactly happened just now? Why did this power act like this? Risa Kobayakawa, Yoshihara, Kanzaki, the Messenger's faction, the tournament hosts. Seiji swiftly thought things over. Brother? Shika was confused as she once again noticed that something was off with her adopted older brother's expression. Let's talk later. Seiji didn't want to think too much on this right now. He cautiously deactivated the mini-map senses. Seiji then contacted Kanna and Izawa, met up with them, and headed towards Blue Team's starting district. After the tournament formally began, he no longer needed to keep his analysis a secret. Seiji fully explained the situation to Kanna and Izawa. He then activated his mini-map senses again. Seiji was able to clearly sense the names and locations of every single tournament participant on both Red and Blue Team. Not only that, Seiji was also able to sense that Yoshihara and Sato's condition was currently changing, but Yoshihara's existence gradually became hazy on the minimap. Seiji surmised that Yoshihara had probably become the host to create the Black Mist Realm spell. Seiji's condition, to use an analogy, his existence seemed to darken from gray to black, becoming incredibly powerful and dangerous. Seiji surmised that Kanzaki must have taken over Seiji's body to a great degree. Black mist started appearing and soon grew rather dense. Brilliant cluster amaryllis flowers grew everywhere from the ground and bloomed. Seiji sensed that the mysterious power in his right hand was reacting to all of this. As he expected, this power was connected to the Black Mist realm. As for why it was able to create a map hack for him, it must also have been because either the Messenger's faction tampered with the life-saving talismans or the tournament hosts even directly cooperated with the Messenger's faction in secret so that a new spirit world could be created here. Right after that, Seiji then sensed Daiko Arota and many others' condition suddenly changing. It was as if their existences changed from white to gray, becoming much stronger than before. However, the quality of their existence was far weaker than Seiji's. Then, with Rota as their leader, many Revenge Alliance members began heading towards the enemy Red Team starting district. Meanwhile on the Red Team, a tournament participant's condition was changing as he was then judged to be defeated from the tournament. Then, his condition changed yet again. He became an existence similar to Rota and the Revenge Alliance members but also different. If Seiji had to use a color analogy, it was as if this person became dark gray. This person had probably been possessed by ghosts. Judging from the fact that this person's existence felt similar to the Revenge Alliance's existences, perhaps Rota and the others' condition was something akin to being possessed by ghosts but being able to retain their intelligence. After thinking of this, Seiji suddenly sensed something at his feet. Asterisk crackle 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 asterisk. Numerous black hands suddenly broke out of the floorboards and viciously grabbed onto him. Seiji reflexively opened up his right hand, which was now glowing silver white from his palm. The black hands that were illuminated by the silver white glow instantly collapsed. The black hands then transformed into a mist that was absorbed by his palm. This was quite similar to how the awakened absorbed mist from defeated spiritual creatures in inner worlds. Sheikah created an ice blade and cut through all the black hands surrounding her. These black hands also transformed into a mist that Seiji absorbed as well. Seiji continued using the silver white glow to illuminate all the black hands tangled on Kanna and Izawa, absorbing all of them. After Kanna and Izawa broke free, they didn't collapse on the ground while having nightmares like in the previous timeline. Instead, they woke up immediately. What are these things? We can talk later. There's still more. A low sighing voice sounded inside the room. Several hazy figures with black mist swirling around them appeared. These ghosts had unclear appearance and kept emitting strange sounds. Seiji once again used the silver white glow against these ghosts and increased the illumination's intensity. Asterisk gaga gaga. Star. The ghosts all screamed pitifully as they collapsed into black mist, which was absorbed by Seiji's right hand. Their hazy figures became much clearer and they gained the appearances of normal humans. After the black mist was completely absorbed, the ghosts fully returned to having human forms and their screams quieted down. Their faces revealed relieved expressions as they disappeared. Seiji felt that the power in his right hand had somewhat increased after absorbing so much black mist. I see, Seiji understood what was going on. This was indeed a holy sword that could defeat the Demon King. However, it wouldn't be able to do so right away. It needed to become stronger first. How would one become stronger? Of course, defeat monsters. What were the monsters here? That would be the ghosts, the tournament participants that became possessed, and Rota and the Revenge Alliance. He would defeat all the monsters, maximize his level, and finally fight the Demon King, just like that. It was a classical hero's journey. His team had 4 people, a hero, himself, knight, Izawa, assassin, Sheikah, and mage, Kanna. Although they lacked a healer, and the mage's abilities were rather worrisome, it was still a balanced party. He shouldn't be getting sidetracked. Now, it was time to hurry. Seiji planned on rushing over to the Revenge Alliance and 7,321 factions battle as quickly as possible and making a major wave there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672. Chapter 672, I'll destroy that screwed up illusion of yours. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Being attacked by ghosts, fighting with the ghost-possessed, and witnessing those who surrendered end up dying pitifully. The Blood War Alliance and its subordinates were quite shaken and afraid. At this exact moment, their enemy arrived, the Revenge Alliance. With Rhoda leading them, the numerous Revenge Alliance members all had black mist twirling around them just like the ghost-possessed. However, they still had their intelligence. This allowed them to wield great power. Although the Blood War Alliance had made some defensive preparations, they were suddenly attacked by a faction that was far more powerful than expected in a moment when morale was low and everyone was shaken. The Blood War Alliance's defenses were shattered in just a moment. Some of the tournament participants were directly killed. Others were seriously injured to the point of having their life-saving talismans activated, which meant that the Bloodwine spirit judged them to have lost in the tournament. These people were then devoured by black mist that suddenly swarmed them, dying pitifully. Surrendering equaled death. Being defeated in the tournament equaled death. And of course, being directly killed equaled death. The Blood War Alliance members became even more afraid and shaken than earlier. Yet, they didn't have the time to feel despair. Under the threat of death, they instinctively counterattacked and fought to their fullest. Both sides entered a fierce battle. The scene became highly chaotic. All sorts of spiritual guns were violently spraying bullets everywhere. All sorts of flashy spells, runes, and spell formations were lighting up and exploding. Numerous figures were clashing against each other while instantaneously teleporting or moving. Slashing, bashing, slicing, crushing, explosions, screams, and all sorts of other sounds could be heard in unison. Cracks spread throughout the ground, houses exploded, the road itself was shattered into little pieces. The destruction of the environment far succeeded the damage that a battle between tanks could have wrought. If ordinary people had still lived here, a huge number of casualties would have definitely occurred. It's impossible to win. Natsuki Shurin reached a mortifying conclusion. The enemy was far too strong. Or, more accurately, the power of the black mist that the enemy possessed was far too strong. They were incredibly difficult to defeat. If the tournament had still been going on like normal, she would have surrendered already. However, she couldn't win, but she also couldn't surrender as that would lead to certain death. In that case, she could only escape. It was quite humiliating for her to be forced into escaping. But, the more humiliating part was that she wasn't even able to escape. She and her spirit-branded retainer Yuki Seikine kept retreating as they fought, trying their best to break free from the enemies and run away. They were unable to help or care about any other Blood War Alliance member right now. Natsuki could only hope that some still remained alive as a distraction for the enemy forces. However, the worst-case scenario for her happened instead. More and more enemies were surrounding her. At this rate, she would be completely surrounded soon. There was only one final method left to them. Natsuki looked at her spirit-branded retainer. At this moment, Seikine also looked at her. They exchanged knowing glances. "Go and escape, milady." Her tall spirit-branded retainer sent her a mental message through a communication spell. "I'm sorry, Seikine. Protecting milady is my responsibility. Still, please listen to my final request. If you're able to survive this incident, please stop acting so willfully in the future." Natsuki recalled various scenes from the past of her times together with this loyal and reliable albeit somewhat dull spirit-branded retainer of hers. She almost cried out loud. Why are things like this? Why did such a thing happen to me? Why did such a thing happen to Seiji? Pain, anger, despair, helplessness. Wrath. As if he was venting, Seiji shouted out as loudly as he could. Demon form, Ocean's Wrath Demon. The loyal Seiji overloaded his limits and used up the final bits of his energy. A dark blue glow surrounded his body as he transformed into a giant blue monster. He used a glowing battle hammer to sweep away several enemies in one go. Natsuki withstood the pain in her heart and took the opportunity to escape at top speed. She didn't have the time to think about anything else. She didn't have any time for sadness at all. She could only escape, running for her very life. She achieved the fastest speed she had ever sprinted in her life with tears in her eyes. However, an even faster figure soon reached her. This person released a large amount of black mist in an AoE attack that stopped her in her tracks. Killing Curse, Vicious Bite. Natsuki used one of her few remaining talismans to help her speedcast a powerful spell. She created a gigantic distorted demon head, which opened up its mouth filled with sharp fangs and bit down viciously on the enemy. Natsuki then didn't even stop to watch the results to see if the attack was effective or not as she continued running. However, another enemy caught up to her, followed by a second and a third. Natsuki did her very best to resist, but was unable to defeat so many enemies. Her personal protective barrier was shattered, and then she was roughly beaten down into the ground. Terror regarding her imminent death and despair filled her heart. She felt like she was sinking into an abyss. At this moment, a tall figure appeared and rushed the enemy facing her. This tall figure sliced at the Revenge Alliance man who wore armor as his combat outfit. The armored man blocked with his long sword, but the ambusher shattered his personal barrier in just a few exchanges of blows. The ambusher then reached out with his right hand that glowed silver gray, grabbing onto the armored man's neck, and lifted him off the ground. Arg! The armored man made pain sounds as the black mist surrounding his body speedily diminished. At this moment, the other Revenge Alliance members present were also ambushed. Although they saw the armored man's condition, they were too busy to help him. Natsuki saw the armored man struggling helplessly as the black mist surrounding him vanished. No, wait. The ambusher was absorbing the black mist. This person wore runic armor and heavy armlets. Natsuki recognized this equipment as the Haruta family's signature combat outfit, yet the Haruta family crest wasn't on his equipment. Seiji Haruta, Natsuki was able to identify the person who this had to be. Seiji Haruta, the garbage of the Haruta family, the exiled, and Shigeru Tendo's revenge target as the younger brother of the person who killed Shigeru Tendo's older brother. Previously, when Shigeru asked for everyone's assistance in dealing with Seiji Haruta in exchange for him giving up the leadership right of the Blood War Alliance, Shunto Haruta was the only one who concretely said that he wouldn't help Shigeru at all due to being a Haruta. The other Blood War Alliance members hadn't said anything specific, not refusing nor promising to help. Shigeru had given over the leadership position quite easily, so it was rather awkward to directly refuse. However, Natsuki knew that it would also be a bad idea to directly promise to help with Shigeru's grudge. The garbage Seiji Haruta had an amazingly powerful older sister. Yui Haruta, the single most outstanding talent of the young generation of yin-yang masters who had already killed Shigeru Tendo's older brother. Who knew what consequences there might be if someone killed her younger brother? Nobody in the Blood War Alliance was idiotic enough to enrage such a person just for the sake of a temporary leadership position. Shing. After absorbing all the black mist from the armored man, Seiji then tossed him onto the ground and stabbed him. The armored man was seriously injured by this attack. His life-saving talisman was activated and he was judged to have lost in the tournament. More dense black mist appeared, which Seiji absorbed with his right hand. Natsuki widened her eyes at seeing such a scene. Why do you have such an ability? She couldn't help but ask out loud. Seiji looked at her, then suddenly rushed over and stabbed her with his sword. Wah! Natsuki was stabbed right through by the icy cold blade. The next instant, Seiji removed his sword and Natsuki's life-saving talisman was activated. The Bloodwine spirit judged her to have lost in the tournament and drained some spiritual blood from her. More dangerous black mist appeared which Seiji absorbed with his right hand. He then left Natsuki on the ground as he went to fight more Revenge Alliance members. Natsuki covered her injury with her hand. Although it really hurt, the life-saving talisman was now using a powerful healing magic on her, so it wouldn't be too much of a hindrance. She lost in the tournament, but she didn't die, she had survived. She wasn't killed. She wasn't sucked dry by the black mist. She felt delight at having managed to survive. Thank you, tears poured out of Natsuki's eyes. Seiji was able to easily defeat the Revenge Alliance members powered up by black mist due to his right hand's power. Shika, Kanna, and Izawa only needed to provide cover fire and backup support for him. The four of them soon drew much attention after entering the battle. Haruta-san, why do you have such a power? Daiko Arota appeared in front of Seiji and loudly asked such a question. Why, that's a business secret, Rota-san. Seiji rushed right towards Rota. Killing curse, tiger's roar. Boom! Rota cast a powerful black mist-powered shockwave attack which faintly formed itself into the shape of a roaring tiger. Its might spread everywhere in a wide AoE. Defense spell, Turtle Armor. Seiji lifted his armlet and cast the overlapping barrier spell contained within. While mitigating the impact, he also swiftly absorbed as much black mist as he could with his right hand. Rota sensed that something was wrong and speedily retreated. Seiji continued chasing after Rota. Rota and the other Revenge Alliance members used spiritual guns and all sorts of spells to gang up on him. However, Seiji blocked every single attack with his Turtle Armor barrier spell and his right hand absorbing the black mist. Seiji remained completely uninjured. This mysterious power was an absolute counter to the black mist. In fact, this battle would have been a lot more difficult for Seiji if Rota and the other Revenge Alliance members were in their normal condition. I'll destroy that screwed up illusion of yours with my right hand. Seiji copied a classical quote from the user of Imagine Breaker while he approached Rota and viciously broke through the latter's personal barrier with a right hook that landed right on Rota's abdomen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, What are you calculating? Chapter 673, What are you calculating? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Rota was pained to the point of almost vomiting by the powerful impact that shook his insides. However, he didn't need to worry about vomiting at all, because Seiji grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Wag! Rota had difficulties breathing as he felt the new power within him swiftly leaving. This caused his body to feel icy cold, numb, and pained. Why? As his consciousness went hazy, Rota felt something icy cold and sharp piercing through his body. The pain surpassed what he could handle and he fell unconscious. As Seiji defeated the members of the Revenge Alliance, he also went around defeating the weakened members of the 7321 faction. What about leaving the 7,321 faction members alone to all fight against Kanzaki together? While everyone banding up joyfully and fighting the Demon King together seemed like a wonderful scenario, even if the 7,321 faction members were willing to do so, what could the tournament participants that had been weakened to the point of barely being able to fight do? Would they be of any use at all? Seiji preferred to simply remove them from the tournament by defeating them. This would allow him to absorb more black mist to power up his mysterious power. He left the 7,321 faction members that still had power to defend themselves alone. And out of the remaining 7,321 faction members, of course Shigeru Tendo was the one he needed to pay the most attention to. Seiji had no intentions of trying to defeat and remove Shigeru from the tournament right now regardless. Who knew if Shigeru would go berserk and enter that ridiculously powerful form from the previous timeline? Although the mysterious power might help Seiji to defeat the Berserk Shigure, that would definitely put a great strain upon him. Seiji preferred to keep as much of his power in reserve as possible to deal with Kanzaki. Thanks to Shika, Kanna, and Izawa's support, Seiji defeated a great number of tournament participants from both sides. Some remaining Revenge Alliance members realized that they couldn't win and escaped. The remaining 7321 faction members also left this location and gathered themselves in the rear. Seiji figured that they were reorganizing themselves. Seiji could keep track of everyone's movements with his map hack. He chose to take a rest together with his companions. Now then, would Kanzaki directly act after this? If so, then that would basically be the final boss battle. But if Kanzaki was mystified by Seiji's new mysterious power and preferred to test things out first, then Seiji would still have some time. If he had the time, Seiji wanted to talk to the remaining 7,321 faction members after they reorganized themselves in an effort to ally against the Demon King. If they could reach an accord and ally themselves with each other, that would be excellent. Even if the 7,321 faction members only provided a minor amount of assistance, that would still be better than nothing. And if they wouldn't help him, then forget about it. There was also the matter of the tournament participants that were judged to have lost in the tournament. Seiji didn't know what would happen to them afterwards or if they would be able to successfully leave this realm of black mist. The ghost's attacks and the black mist's envelopment all appeared to be connected to the tournament participants' life-saving talismans. After the first wave of attacks, when an individual's life-saving talisman was consumed, they probably shouldn't meet with such danger anymore. But it was still difficult to say. Seiji hoped that they would be able to safely leave. Although Seiji hoped for this, he actually felt that it was highly unlikely. Unless he eliminated this black mist realm entirely, nobody would be able to leave. That seemed far more likely. As for the tournament non-participants outside, perhaps they weren't able to enter, or perhaps they could enter but had no intention to, preferring to remain outside and allow the spirit world to be created. There was no way to count on reinforcements from outside. In the end, the current situation was probably acceptable and even what the 7,321 faction tournament hosts wanted to see. Kanzaki brought a tremendous amount of death upon this tournament. However, the tournament hosts and the relevant 7,321 faction members were the ones who allowed Kanzaki to enact his plans upon this tournament. Who knew just how deep the swamp ran here? Seiji knew that he himself was likely also nothing more than a chess piece. Previously, when Yui gave him the tournament participation card, she had mentioned that it was because she had benefits to gain. Now that he thought back on it, perhaps she had a deep connection to this tournament that he didn't know about. Just what are you calculating, Yui? The night breeze blew past and lifted a few strands of the stunningly beautiful Yui Haruta's hair. She stood there quietly with her black hair and black clothes, watching the events unfold beneath her. She blended in with the night, although there was a sharp glint in her eyes. There are many major tremors in the surveillance data wavelengths. It would seem that things are about to escalate to the next stage, a blonde-haired boy reported to her. Yep, Yui responded lightly. Should we enter and investigate? No. Wait a bit longer. That will mean that he will have greatly increased risk of danger. Is that all right? It's fine. This wasn't heartlessness, but rather trust. The blonde-haired boy could tell that his master trusted in Seiji Haruta's power. She trusted that Seiji wouldn't meet with a terrible fate just because of this degree of danger. Just how much time had it been? Seiji Haruta's growth rate was astonishingly fast. Should he say that it should be expected of his master's younger brother? He recalled the first time that he met Seiji and could only exclaim before concentrating again on his work. Seiji suddenly sensed that all the remaining Revenge Alliance members' condition changed. They were all judged to be defeated in the tournament, and transformed into dark gray existences on his minimap. Basically, they were completely taken over by the ghosts possessing them, with their souls and lives being drained. It would seem that Kanzaki judged them to be useless after having been defeated. Kanzaki must have transformed all the remaining Revenge Alliance members into complete puppets. Should it be said that it was to be expected of the Messenger's faction style? Right after that, the black mist in the environment became even thicker, to the point where it became impossible to see more than 20 meters ahead even with astral vision. The cluster amaryllis flowers popping out of the ground also greatly increased in number, creating some blood-red flower patches. The most noticeable change was that a blood-red moon also appeared in the sky. Although it was impossible to see for more than 20 meters, such a red moon was visible in the sky. It was quite obvious that this moon wasn't the real moon at all. Seiji recalled the Blood Moon Mountain dungeon that he and the national idol Miyuki Sakuraku had previously conquered together. He felt that the current atmosphere resembled what was in that inner world. If this spirit world was allowed to fully develop, would it become similar to that type of inner world? If it really became a high-level spirit world similar to the Blood Moon Mountain, that would doubtlessly be highly dangerous. I think that things are getting really bad, Kanna commented after looking at the blood moon and then glancing back at the endless darkness. This is just like watching a horror movie. I feel as if something scary will appear out of the black mist at any moment. I agree, Izawa added. This false red moon and the mist that's hiding unknown things both feel quite ominous. Just as Izawa finished speaking, faint strange sounds could be heard from within the mist. In this situation, people would instinctively not want to leave the house they were in at all. However, this was no scary game, and staying in the house couldn't be considered safe at all. Instead, it might be safer to take action as quickly as possible. Let's go, Seiji told everyone. Go where? Go to find survivors. He was referring to the remaining tournament participants from the 7321 faction. Seiji had a feeling that it would be too late for the 7321 faction if he didn't go to find them soon. Seiji and his party set out and traveled through the deep, dense mist. Not long after, they once again heard strange sounds that sounded both like howling and sighing. This time, the sound was much clearer, as if it came from right beside them. Be careful. Seiji reminded his companions to be vigilant. Right after he said that, several dark red ghostly figures suddenly swooped down from above. Asterisk bang, asterisk Seiji punched and crushed one with his right fist and absorbed it. Shika dodged the attack and counterattacked, slicing through a ghost. However, she was unable to cut through it. Izawa protected Kanna and they both managed to avoid this ambush as well. These ghosts then hid in the surrounding mist right after their attack failed. The next moment, several more ambushed Seiji's party from the right. Then, the ghosts came from the left, then the left again, then above, then the front, then the back. The ghosts kept swiftly attacking Seiji's party from various directions. This was quite dangerous to deal with. The power in Seiji's right hand easily destroyed the ghosts that attacked him. However, Shika, Izawa, and Kanna's attacks were all relatively ineffective against the ghosts. Not only that, the ghosts seemed to be incredibly numerous. They kept up an unending stream of attacks. We need to hurry. Don't let them stall us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, Go Find Seiji Haruta. Chapter 674, Go Find Seiji Haruta. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Let's turn back time slightly. What should we do next? The Blood War Alliance faced this question as they reorganized themselves. Nobuhiko Kurosaki had taken over Natsuki Shirin's position of team leader as the latter had already been eliminated from the tournament. On the surface, he was considering this issue, but he actually had no more fighting spirit left in him. Many people had died in the earlier battle. Even he himself had almost died. If it wasn't for Seiji Haruta's party suddenly entering the battle, it was doubtless that the Blood War Alliance would have been completely destroyed to the point where even all the members would have died. However, Seiji Haruta wasn't an ally of the Blood War Alliance. All the Blood War Alliance members were on the blue team in the tournament. Although Seiji Haruta focused primarily on dealing with the Revenge Alliance members when he entered the battle, he still made sure to take out the weakened Red Team Blood War Alliance members as well. Nobody knew why Seiji Haruta possessed a power that countered the Black Mist. Judging from the results, all the survivors in the 7321 faction had lived solely because he saved their lives. If one viewed it with great importance, it would be a life debt owed to him. Even if one viewed it with less importance, it was still a favor that would be difficult to forget about. At the very least, Nobuhiko Kurosaki was extremely grateful to Seiji Haruta. Right when Nobuhiko was despairing at the brink, the Revenge Alliance enemies were suddenly defeated by a third party which showed up unexpectedly. At that moment, Nobuhiko basically felt like Seiji was an angel. However, there were also others that felt like Seiji Haruta was no different, perhaps even the same as the people in the Revenge Alliance. Masao Yanagi was one who thought in such a manner. Seiji's mysterious power had an unknown origin. Although he didn't kill anyone, he was foundationally no different from the Revenge Alliance bastards. They were all borrowing abnormal outside powers to win, that was what Masao Yanagi believed. It couldn't be said that Masao was entirely wrong. Since this was the group stage of the tournament, Seiji Haruta was someone that the Blood War Alliance was required to defeat. It might even be more beneficial for the Blood War Alliance to adopt such a viewpoint. But before any of that, they would first have to deal with the threat of the Revenge Alliance. Seiji Haruta and his power were a direct counter to the Revenge Alliance's Black Mist power. However, just Seiji alone would be unable to defeat the entire Revenge Alliance, as people knew how to run away. If the Blood War Alliance wanted to defeat the Revenge Alliance, they would have to borrow Seiji Haruta's power. However, Seiji wouldn't be trying his best to defeat the entire Revenge Alliance, but would rather want to see the Blood War Alliance and Revenge Alliance injuring and killing each other as much as possible so that he could achieve final victory more easily. That was Masao Yanagi's analysis. What should the Blood War Alliance do in the current situation? Reach a cooperative agreement with Seiji Haruta and fight against the Revenge Alliance together? Or avoid fighting as much as possible, stalling for time and making Seiji Haruta fight against the Revenge Alliance by himself? Nobuhiko Kurosaki didn't want to choose either option. All he wanted right now was to surrender from the tournament and leave this damned place as quickly as possible. Previously, surrendering equaled certain death. But now, he knew that as long as Seiji Haruta was nearby, any person who surrendered or was defeated wouldn't end up getting sucked dry by the Black Mist. So if he wanted to surrender safely, all he had to do was find Seiji. But, would it really be possible to leave this island safely even after surrendering? The Bloodwine Spirit forbade tournament participants from communicating with those who lost in the tournament. That was why it was unknown whether or not the people who lost already had made it out safely. Nobuhiko really just wanted to make it out safe and alive. However, his logic, or, more accurately, his traumatizing despair told him that it wouldn't be possible. This abnormal black mist, cruel enemies, terrible deaths, and blooming blood-red cluster amaryllis flowers everywhere. It wouldn't be overboard to describe this place as a living hell. Nobuhiko found it difficult to imagine that it would be easy to leave safely. Everyone in the Blood War Alliance was fatigued and fell silent. The few that were still energetic and spirited were arguing amongst themselves about what actions to take next. The atmosphere was terrible. And then, the black mist thickened. More cluster amaryllis flowers started blooming, and a blood-red moon appeared in the sky. Scary sounds could be heard, and a large number of ghosts suddenly ambushed them. The Blood War Alliance was unable to stop this vicious ambush. The scene soon became chaotic. Shigeru Tendo protected Kimi Umatani with his sword. Although everyone else had difficulty dealing with these dark red ghosts, he was capable of slicing through every ghost with just a single slice. He repeated this an endless number of times, no matter how many ghosts came at him. Shigeru displayed a supreme level of skill in swordsmanship. However, humans would always eventually become fatigued. Meanwhile, these ghosts seemed endless. At this moment, the mini-map senses were activated. "Let's go, Omatani-san," Shigeru spoke up. "Go where, milord Shigeru?" Kimi asked him. "To find Seiji Haruta." "To fight with him?" "No, to cooperate with him." Kimi obediently complied with Shigeru's wishes. Shigeru had saved her life and protected her. No matter what he chose, she would follow. The two of them then left the other 7,321 faction members and entered the dense black mist. "Where are you going, Tendo-san?" Nobuhiko Kurosaki sent a magical message after them. Shigeru told him that they were going to look for Seiji Haruta, which caused Nobuhiko to fall silent for a moment as he pondered. It was unknown what else might happen with the situation already like this. Hurrying to locate Seiji Haruta and cooperate with him as quickly as possible seemed like the wisest decision to Nobuhiko. "Please wait for me, I'm coming as well." Nobuhiko arrived at this conclusion very quickly and was determined to go together under Shigeru's protection. At this moment, someone was invaded by the ghosts and possessed. The scene became even more chaotic. The team leader Nobuhiko abandoned all thoughts of calming the situation. It was obviously impossible to calm regardless, and if he waited any longer, he would place himself in more danger. "Everyone, go look for Seiji Haruta." Nobuhiko sent everyone this magical message and then stopped caring about them. Together with his spirit-branded retainer, he chased after Shigeru Tendo. Nobuhiko saw on his mental minimap that Seiji Haruta wasn't far from them. In fact, Seiji was even approaching. What had he come here to do? Did he want to fight or to cooperate? Nobuhiko truly hoped that Seiji was here for the latter purpose. Shigeru Tendo silently proceeded forward. His long sword glowed white in the darkness. Every time a ghost attacked him, he instantly sliced it to pieces, giving him an imposing aura. Shigeru's father had ordered him to kill Seiji Haruta. However, Shigeru didn't really care about this order at all. He would carry it out if he could, but abandon it instantly if he couldn't. To be honest, he didn't really feel anything at all regarding the fact that his older brother was killed by Seiji's older sister. Shigeru felt that people would always die regardless, and that his brother simply died slightly earlier than everyone expected. That was all there was to it. He would need to cooperate with Seiji Haruta in order to protect Kimi Umatani to the greatest of his abilities. Shigeru had no personal grudge against Seiji at all. Shigeru had promised to protect Kimi to the fullest of his abilities. All he was doing was carrying out his promise. He gradually approached Seiji Haruta's location. Shigeru then saw a faint silver-white barrier in front of him. Seiji and his three companions were within this barrier. Shigeru and Nobuhiko witnessed a ghost instantly vanish upon touching Seiji's barrier. It was safe within that barrier. Nobuhiko became absolutely determined to cooperate with Seiji. The problem was how to discuss that with him. Just as Nobuhiko Kurosaki was considering how to talk to Seiji, Shigeru spoke up first. "Seiji Haruta. Please protect us." Such a direct request. "What benefits will that bring me, Shigeru Tendo?" Seiji responded. "We shall fight for you. We shall assist you in obtaining victory if you protect our lives," Shigeru stated. Shigeru's tone was calm and light as if he wasn't negotiating at all. It sounded as if he was talking about something insignificant. "I can't guarantee your survival. I can only promise to try my best." "That's fine. Deal, then, . After reaching an agreement, Shigeru then unhesitatingly took Kimi with him and entered the silver-white barrier. That was a successful negotiation. Nobuhiko was unable to even say anything out loud after witnessing this scene. He wanted to comment, but didn't know how. "I shall fight for you as well and promise to help you achieve victory in the tournament." After he regained his senses, he made the same promise to Seiji as Shigeru. Seiji also allowed the Kurosaki family son and his spirit-branded retainer to enter his silvery white barrier. Seiji then announced to all the other 7,321 faction members that had made their way here that he would protect anyone willing to make such a promise. He would make no guarantees to those who weren't willing to promise. Very few doubted Seiji's offer of protection. The endless number of ghosts attacking from the mist and the insane possessed individuals were highly difficult to deal with. It would be impossible to defend against them for much longer. The most important thing right now was simply to survive. Winning the tournament was truly insignificant compared to that. And so, Seiji successfully obtained a group of underlings. He was quite grateful to Shigeru Tendo for setting an example for the others. No matter if the 7,321 faction members were being sincere with their promises or not, Seiji would next take them with him to fight the Demon King. The blood-red moon glowed brilliantly in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, You Wouldn't Understand. Chapter 675, You Wouldn't Understand. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After spending some time on defeating all the possessed individuals, who then withered and dried up afterwards, Seiji led his new team onwards. Seiji gave a very summarized explanation of the situation to his new teammates, that perhaps this black mist realm would be dispelled if they were able to defeat Kanzaki, or his host, Yuma Saito. This fight isn't only for my sake. It's for all of your sakes as well. If we don't defeat that person, it's highly likely that there's only death for all of us. Is it even possible? Nobuhiko Kurosaki muttered. No matter if it's possible or not, we still have to try. Oof. Can anything prove what you say is true? Masao Yanagi spoke with a sneer. I don't have any evidence. If you don't believe me, then feel free to get out from my barrier. You? Seiji only had cold words for someone like Masao Yanagi who wanted protection but still doubted him. Seiji didn't have the time nor mood to give a detailed explanation right now. I'll say this for only one last time. If you don't want to fight for me, please leave this team, Seiji spoke in a severe tone. Perhaps if you defend for a little longer, this black mist will dissipate by itself and the tournament hosts will mount a rescue operation and cancel the tournament, allowing everyone to safely return home. However, I don't believe in such a good ending at all. If we don't do anything, the only fate that awaits us is death. I hope to obtain assistance from all of you. But even if you don't help us, I and my companions will still do the same thing, fight for our own lives rather than waiting to be slaughtered like livestock. Seiji didn't speak these words in a fierce tone at all. Still, everyone present felt an authoritative aura which almost seemed physical from him. Masao Yanagi didn't dare to say anything else. Everyone else also fell silent. The so-called garbage of the Haruta family, just like the low ability of the Tendo family, he doesn't live up to his reputation at all. Nobuhiko sighed in his mind. Seiji's team pressed onward. Suddenly, Seiji noticed with his map hack that Saito had started moving in their direction. He's coming. Everyone, on guard. Demon Kings would only obediently stay within their castle in games. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up. Some people activated their personal defensive barriers, while others arranged themselves into defensive formations. Seiji increased the amount of mana he injected into his right hand's rune, creating an even stronger defensive barrier. Not long after, an incredibly dense black mist enveloped all of them. This was basically the exact same ability that Kanzaki had used on Seiji in the previous timeline. But this time, Seiji possessed the power given to him by Risa Kobayakawa. He also had many more companions and helpers. With so many personal barriers, and the power in his right hand, Seiji was able to resist this torrential torrent of black mist. Seiji immediately felt a great amount of pressure. This wasn't limited to only him. Everyone felt a tremendous amount of pressure. Although they collectively managed to block out this frightening black mist, invisible power kept pressuring their barriers. Everyone felt as if they were slowly being crushed to death within a giant's palm. "Everyone, do your best," Seiji barely managed to shout with all the pressure he was under. "Never give up. There would only be hope if they managed to withstand this attack." Yet before long, someone made a sound of pain as if their bones were being crushed. That person was suddenly devoured by the black mist and instantly vanished. This was followed by the second, the third, the fourth person. People kept being devoured by the black mist as if a dam had ruptured, leading to an unstoppable flood. They were all dragged into the darkness. "No. I don't want to die. Save me. Mom. Dad. Let me go. I'm begging you. Damn. sh*t. f*ck. Wah. Begging, screaming, anger, crying, various pitiful ways to face death were shown here. Seiji tightly grit his teeth. All he could do was continue maintaining his barrier. He was unable to save those who couldn't maintain their barriers anymore. Fortunately, Shika, who was next to him, Kanna, and Izawa were all able to withstand the pressure. None of them seemed shaken. Shigeru Tendo was also unshaken. Kini Umatani next to him showed signs of succumbing to the pressure. However, Shigeru then held onto her hand and whispered something to her, causing her to stabilize. "Believe in yourself. Believe in your partner. We can make it through this," Seiji shouted again as he also held on to Shika's hand. Seiji figured that the best method to fight against fear and despair would of course be to rely on trust and connectivity. How long passed like this? 10 minutes? Half an hour? Or even longer? Under the severe pressure, everyone lost the sensation of time. Their consciousnesses became hazy and their bodies became numb. "I gave you a well-intentioned warning that you should withdraw from this tournament." Seiji suddenly heard a voice speaking to him. "Yoshihara-san? Just why did you join this tournament?" Yoshihara asked him. "In order to be together with a certain someone," Seiji answered. "Is that worth gambling your and your partner's lives for?" "I know for myself whether it's worth it or not." "I doubt that you actually want to hear my answer." Seiji paused for a moment. "Rather, I'd like to ask you, Yoshihara-san. You're paying with your own life and taking so many lives with you. Are you satisfied?" Seiji didn't ask if it was worth it. He asked if Yoshihara was satisfied. Yoshihara fell silent. "I know that you work as an assassin," Seiji continued. "You don't even care about your own life anymore. I realize that of course you wouldn't care about others' lives. But, are you truly such an insane maniac? Is the Yuzu Yoshihara that Risa-san treasured such a scumbag? You wouldn't understand." "Of course I wouldn't understand." Seiji was now roaring at the top of his lungs. "All I want is to win this tournament so that I can be together with the person I love. I don't have a clue, nor do I want to know what a suicidal assassin is thinking about. By the way, I really wanted to beat you up back on the ship, did you know that?" Yoshihara was rendered speechless. "Once upon a time, I met a little girl who created a great deal of trouble all because she wanted to see her deceased mother. I ended up giving her a severe scolding," Seiji continued. "You're an adult. Yet, you're acting just like a little child and causing even worse consequences for everybody. Aren't you embarrassed in the least? Does someone have to console you like you're a young child in order to satisfy you? Wake up from your dream, Yoshihara-san. Just what are you doing? Just why are you doing this? Are you really valuing the person that's most important to you? Could you please see and think that for yourself?" Dead silence. It was as if the entire world had stopped with how silent it was. And then, the black mist retreated and the sensation of pressure vanished. Seiji's consciousness became perfectly clear. His vision was restored. Seiji saw a person who wore a spiritual combat outfit standing in front of him. Saito, no, Kanzaki. Kanzaki was simply standing there quietly. Yet, he emanated a domineering aura of strength. The black mist had receded because of Yoshihara's assistance. The assassin had given Seiji a chance to directly challenge the Demon King. As for whether Seiji could defeat the Demon King and survive, that would depend on this upcoming battle. Seiji's breathing quickened as he tightly gripped onto his sword. Kanzaki was empty-handed. However, black and silver armlets were on his arms. Just as Seiji was considering whether he should rush forward or use a ranged spell, the figure before him instantly vanished. Bang. Star. There was a sound that resembled an explosion. One of the 7,321 faction members was sent flying. His body distorted in midair as a giant spurt of red blood gushed out. Right after that, there was another successive series of hitting sounds. This was followed by a loud crack. Someone else had their neck broken. Yanagi family sword technique, new moon style, water cut. Adrenaline rush. Shigeru used a martial arts technique at almost the exact same time that Seiji used one of his system's given abilities. Only then did they manage to force Kanzaki to stop killing members of the Blood War Alliance. Swords flashed in midair as Kanzaki swung his arms and blocked with his armlets. The three of them battled at high speed. Pound. Smack. Star. Shigeru and Seiji were simultaneously knocked away. Kanzaki rushed forward once again and killed a third person with another powerful round of attacks. Everyone, split up. Don't let him anywhere near you. Seiji warned everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Get Behind Me. Chapter 676, Get Behind Me. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Shika shot out sharp ice blades, while Izawa released a green fireball. Kanzaki lifted his hand and drew a circle in order to deal with this attack of ice and fire. Counter Curse, Reverse Cycle of Life. A silver circular spell formation suddenly appeared and released a glow which absorbed the ice blades and fireball. The ice blades and fireball then reversed direction and shot right back at Shika and Izawa. The two were forced to block or dodge their own spells. The other 7,321 faction members also attacked Kanzaki with their spells or spiritual guns. However, he dodged, blocked, or countered every single attack. Not a single attack was effective against him. Wind Slash. Yanagi family sword technique, new moon style, Heartseeker sword. Seiji and Shigeru attacked Kanzaki simultaneously. They had excellent tacit cooperation as Seiji used a burning slash together with Shigeru's piercing stab. Kanzaki blocked these attacks with his left and right armlets. The three of them once again fought at a high speed to the point where nobody else was able to see them clearly. They only saw flashing swords, armlets, and figures exchanging places so quickly as if they were dancing a ridiculously fast and furious dance. Masao Yanagi was someone who was able to see clearer than others as he was from the Yanagi samurai family. He knew that Shigeru Tendo was amazing already, but that was it. He only knew but never truly admitted it in his heart. Masao had also believed that Seiji Haruta had only been acting high and mighty due to the strange power he possessed. Masao felt that Seiji wouldn't be anything at all without the special power to counter the black mist. Yet, the current scene forced him to face the undisputable reality. Shigeru Tendo was incredibly strong. Seiji Haruta was also incredibly strong. They were both far stronger than himself, Masao Yanagi. The facts were right before his eyes. No matter how much he didn't want to accept, he could only accept them. Seiji didn't see a single opening in Kanzaki's defenses. Although this battle seemed even, Seiji couldn't find a single opening in Kanzaki's defenses after all this time. In fact, Kanzaki seemed to be controlling the flow of battle. Shigeru sensed this as well. He wanted to take a risk by using a high-powered martial arts technique to break the stalemate. However, Kanzaki saw through this. He took advantage of this opportunity to land a critical blow against Shigeru while Seiji did his best to prevent Kanzaki. Boom. Star dot. Seiji was unable to completely prevent Kanzaki's attack. Shigeru was still hit and his personal barrier collapsed as he was sent flying backwards from the impact. Seiji was also sent flying backwards due to being off balance. Luckily, he didn't take a direct hit. Killing Curse, Tornado Rush. Kanna took this chance to cast a powerful spell that she had been preparing for a while. 3 spell formations appeared and started spewing fierce winds that gathered into a powerful whirlwind that charged towards Kanzaki. The small tornado gathered dust, dirt, sand, and rocks as it charged, making it seem almost like a roaring dragon. Kanzaki lifted his hand and drew 2 circles. Under the illuminating light from these 2 silver spell formations, the tornado was absorbed. Killing Curse, 5 Thunder Strikes. Nobuhiko Kurosaki also released a major attack spell. A gigantic hexagonal spell formation appeared in the air and released powerful thunderbolts at Kanzaki. Kanzaki drew another 2 circles which also absorbed them. Everyone also started using their strongest attack spells. Yet, these spells were all absorbed by Kanzaki's silver spell formations. And then, Kanzaki waved his hands in the air, combining all the silver circles that he had drawn so far. They expanded into a tremendous silver circle. High energy alert, everyone prepare for impact. Seiji couldn't help but recall such a classical line from EVA. There was no need for him to shout anything or warn everyone, because everyone could sense that this was dangerous. Rumble, 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 star. A tremendous sound resembling a volcanic explosion shook the skies and earth. The giant silver spell formation shot out all the spells that were absorbed, forming a mega-powerful chaotic swirl that headed towards everyone. Get behind me! Seiji activated his turtle armor, and then, heroic guard, lights protection, and began using his system's consumable items. He raised his defense to the max as he stood in front of everyone. The chaotic swirl, which seemed like it possessed boundless destruction, rushed over towards him. Its speed was such that it was impossible to dodge or escape from. However, the tall figure in front stood resolute and firm, forcefully blocking this chaotic swirl all by himself. He was able to form a small safe area behind him. Brother! Seiji! Haruta Kuon! All words were drowned out by the thunderous explosion as the chaotic swirl enveloped Seiji. After the chaotic swirl disappeared, the entire environment in the nearby area was destroyed. Not bad, Haruta-san, Kanzaki spoke up after seeing how Seiji had heroically protected everyone. Out of respect for your courage, I can allow you to leave. As long as you surrender right here and now, you and your partner shall be allowed to leave safely. Why thank you, Kanzaki-san, Seiji replied. But I'm sorry. I refuse. Why? Because my goal is victory. Seiji's words contained an ironclad will. Kanzaki fell silent for a moment. My patience has its limits. You're certain that you want me to kill you? His tone became much icier. Just as Seiji was about to respond, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from behind him. Before he could turn around and look, he saw a figure charging towards Kanzaki. This person left golden red sparks in his trail. This was Shigeru Tendo. Golden red flames were whirling around him now. His sword was also glowing in the same color. It was as if he had transformed into a demon as he was emanating an abnormally powerful aura. Shigeru had transformed. Had he gone berserk again? Boom! Shigeru slashed and released a patch of flames. Kanzaki blocked this attack. However, it seemed that his reaction this time was somewhat rigid. Seiji's eyes lit up at seeing this. Although it was only a small sign, this type of reaction from Kanzaki meant that he wasn't having such an easy time anymore. Could it be that Kanzaki's counterattack magic just now had a significant price to it? Or was Shigeru in his strongest form an actual threat to him? No matter what the case was, the Demon King was now showing signs of weakness. Boom. 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 Every sword attack Shigeru used was wreathed in flames. This made his attacks seem extravagantly beautiful. Soon, flames started burning up all around him, enveloping Kanzaki in flames. Seiji was unable to provide support or use any spells in such a situation. He could only watch from the sidelines. The flames continued burning fiercely. It was only possible to see two faint figures vigorously fighting within. Sizzle. Star. A wave of fire suddenly shot out, causing Seiji and the others to hurriedly dodge. And then another wave of fire shot out again. Apparently, these were all shot out from Shigeru's sword. The flames started burning a larger and larger radius with ever more power, astonishing everyone. Just what exactly is he? Masao Yanagi muttered to himself. Earth-shattering sounds were suddenly heard. These sounds repeated for a second, third, and then fourth time. These sounds were constantly heard and then started overlapping, deafening everyone's ears and shaking the ground. Boom. Star dot. There was an earthquake-like explosion as the flames suddenly erupted, releasing a heat wave that formed into brilliant flames that rose upward. This scene appeared as if a nuclear explosion had gone off. Was everything over? After the light subsided, Seiji and the others saw tiny cracks everywhere on the ground with everything reduced to rubble. There were also two figures. One figure was standing and one figure had collapsed. Shigeru Tendo had collapsed. Although Kanzaki was still standing, he appeared in wretched condition. His combat uniform was severely damaged and there were severe injuries all over his body. His left hand was burned and half of his right armlet had been destroyed. However, he was still standing. My Lord Shigeru, Kimi rushed over towards Shigeru. Seiji wanted to rush at Kanzaki. However, Izawa stopped him. Your objective is to win the overall tournament, so you should stay behind and conserve your strength, Izawa told Seiji. Izawa then looked at everyone else. Haruta-kun kept his promise to protect all of us. It's time for us to keep our promise and fight for him. Right after saying this, Izawa rushed forward and attacked Kanzaki with all his power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677. Chapter 677, you think you're cool just because you have a transformation? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Ryuno. Kanna chased after Izawa to support him. Shika rushed to attack Kanzaki as well. Seiji glanced at everyone, then followed up. Although he logically knew that Izawa's advice was correct, Seiji wasn't the type who could simply sit back while his companions were fighting. Although Kanzaki was injured, he was still incredibly powerful. He managed to kick Izawa away in just a few exchanges of blows. Kanzaki then speedily retreated and aimed his right hand at Seiji, at the people still behind Seiji. Whoosh! Thick black mist suddenly erupted, engulfing Masao Yanagi, Nobuhiko Kurosaki, and the others. The black mist had reappeared. Had Yoshihara's assistance in suppressing the black mist finally ended? There were sounds of pitiful screams. Seiji wasn't able to save these people in time. Besides, rather than these 7,321 faction members that he didn't know, he cared more about Shika and his friend's safety. Get close to me. Kanna and Izawa hurriedly got over next to him. Shika stopped her charge and returned to his side. Kini also carried Shigeru on her back and ran over to Seiji. The black mist attacked explosively yet again. Seiji output more mana through his right hand, creating a silvery white barrier to block the black mist. Although he felt some pressure, the pressure wasn't particularly heavy. This meant that Kanzaki's black mist ability hadn't fully recovered. Perhaps Yoshihara's assistance was still effective. But it was likely that the black mist would continue to strengthen again as time went on. Just as Seiji was thinking about what to do, the black mist suddenly vanished. Seiji saw Kanzaki suddenly becoming pitch black with gray runes appearing all over his body. Two dark red spirals appeared in Kanzaki's eyes, and he was emitting a powerful demonic aura. This was really similar to how Shigeru Tendo had entered a berserk state in the previous timeline. So, this was the Demon King's transformation? What was with Shigeru Tendo possessing this same transformation in the previous timeline? Seiji didn't have the time to think about this, because the transformed Kanzaki already started charging over at high speed. You think you're cool just because you have a transformation? I'm sorry, I have an ace that can counter you. Seiji activated his abilities. Double Overload, followed by White Calamity. A pure white spiritual figure was formed. Izawa and the others were awed by this sight. Kanzaki also slowed down somewhat. Seiji stepped forward, absorbing the white spirit into himself. He then rushed towards Kanzaki and sliced with his sword. Bang. Star. Seiji's attack landed a direct hit, causing a spurt of black mist to erupt from Kanzaki's body. Why? I don't care about what you think. No matter what Kanzaki wanted to say, Seiji simply swung his sword in a flurry of attacks. Bang. 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 Bang! Each time that Kanzaki blocked a sword blow, more black mist erupted from his body. Kanzaki's movements were becoming obviously stiffer as this went on. Kanzaki tried to retreat, but Seiji followed him closely, slicing him as they ran past several hundred meters. Kanzaki released a large amount of black mist which Seiji blocked with the power in his right hand. Seiji then continued his vicious flurry of blows. Kanzaki counterattacked with a powerful spell. However, Seiji dodged this attack with Bullet Time and Emergency Flash, while continuing the vicious flurry of blows. No matter what he did, Seiji chased him endlessly, attacking. Kanzaki never expected that he would be forced into such a situation. Although Yuma Saito was a relatively low-quality host, Seita's body should have been more than sufficient to deal with the equally low-level tournament participants. Seita's body should have been more than enough to defeat and kill everyone else in the tournament even without having to rely on the Black Mist domain. Kanzaki had believed that at the beginning. Yet, reality had exceeded his expectations. Shigeru Tendo. Seiji Haruta, the famous low ability and garbage of their families. What a joke! Kanzaki started laughing loudly, feeling that things were truly amusing. The two individuals judged to be of the lowest ability in the 7 major Yin-Yang master families were the ones who had forced him to such a brink. What would have happened if these two people fought if the tournament had happened normally? Kanzaki suddenly became curious about this. Well, he figured that he would have future opportunities to see these two fighting each other, especially with the well-known grudge between their families. If Kanzaki fought here seriously, it would probably be possible to kill these little brats here. But there was no need for that. Let's just leave things at this, then. I've already completed everything I need to. The rest is only some small things. Anti-demon / Dujigiri. Seiji took advantage of Kanzaki's distraction to use his strongest martial arts technique. As Seiji's sword flashed, there was a cutting sound that was as imperceptible as falling snow. The pitch-black figure's body was cut apart. The black mist suddenly exploded, covering such a wide area of effect that Shika and all the others who had backed far away were still forced to retreat. Was the battle over? Shika nervously watched until the black mist dissipated. Once again, there were two figures, with one figure standing and one collapsed. The collapsed figure was the now headless Kanzaki. Seiji was still standing. Brother, Shika was the first to run over. Izawa and Kanna also started running towards Seiji. Kimi, who was still carrying Shigeru on her back, also obediently ran after them. Seiji's hands were currently trembling. Although he gained the advantage in the battle against Kanzaki, he was still injured. Kanzaki was still incredibly powerful despite Seiji's right hand's power countering his black mist. Although Seiji succeeded in dodging every fatal attack with bullet time and emergency flash, his personal barrier had been shattered a total of 5 times. This caused Seiji to receive some unavoidable damage. Right now, his arm was rather numb and in pain. His body wasn't doing too great either. Seiji couldn't restrain himself anymore as his legs felt soft. He kneeled on the ground and spat out some blood. Brother! Shika rushed over and supported him. Master, Izawa looked towards Kanna. She immediately cast a healing magic spell on Seiji. Seiji heaved a sigh of relief as he received this healing magic. It indeed made him feel a lot better. Shika gently wiped away the blood at his mouth. She felt pained and blamed herself for not being strong enough to protect her adopted older brother. Seiji smiled and took her hand. Kanna was rendered speechless. Izawa cautiously inspected Kanzaki's condition and confirmed that he was now 100% dead. Yuma's Saito is the one who died. Kanzaki is he's definitely still alive, Seiji told him. Only the host and not the spellcaster himself had died. Kanzaki's real body was definitely somewhere else. After all this effort, all that Kanzaki lost was an incarnation. Just an incarnation was so powerful already. Just how powerful would Kanzaki be if he fought using his real body? Seiji had antagonized such a powerful individual who might take revenge on him in the future. How should he deal with this? He could only talk it over with Yui. Well, let's think about future things later. Seiji looked around him. The black mist in the environment hadn't receded just because of Kanzaki's host Saito dying. The cluster amaryllis flowers were still blooming brilliantly. The red moon in the sky was still shining. This black mist realm still hadn't been cancelled. Seiji supposed that he could only try and go looking for Yoshihara again. Wait a moment, was that red moon growing larger? Seiji looked carefully and determined that the red moon was indeed growing larger. The moon was also becoming brighter and a fast invisible pace. Whoosh, wah, ah, ha. The mist suddenly started making indescribably strange sounds as it rapidly expanded. Large amounts of dark red ghosts popped out from the mist. The Kurosaki family's personal combat squadron started firing their weapons that were magically buffed by the spiritual ability users. This was able to easily destroy the ghosts. Yet, the ghosts rapidly started multiplying. Soon, they reached an uncountable number of thousands. This far surpassed the ability of what just one combat squadron could handle. Anyone who was invaded by the ghosts would go insane and begin to attack or even kill their teammates and friends. They would even infect their former teammates. The spiritual ability users present were unable to suppress this from happening. Soon, the entire combat squadron reached nearly total collapse. Everyone in the spectators section for the tournament hurriedly retreated. The flying UFO-like object swiftly rose into the air in an effort to leave. However, it wouldn't be that easy to leave with a torrential flood of ghosts chasing after it. The warship on the sea started firing its cannons at the central portion of the mist on the island. Cannon shots enchanted with large-scale AoE spells continuously landed among the ghost hordes, creating brilliant explosions that were majestic to behold. However, this still wasn't enough. Although each cannon shot successfully destroyed large numbers of ghosts, many ghosts still remained. Not only that, the ghosts were constantly increasing in number. The warship's captain sent out an emergency request for reinforcements. The situation was now far beyond the scale of what just one naval ship could handle. Ghosts covered the skies as they flew over the sea and surrounded the warship. It was as if countless ants had surrounded an elephant. The ship was forced into retreating as it fired more cannon shots. This made it seem rather wretched. The mist's strange sounds became even higher pitched. Then, a tremendous black shadow slowly rose up from within the mist. The top of this figure then split up to form into something that resembled a hand. No, that was indeed a hand. An incomparably large hand had just reached out from the mist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Nice to see you again. Chapter 678, Nice to see you again. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Mist spread everywhere and darkened the forest. The atmosphere seemed like demons or other such monsters might emerge and attack at any moment. Seiji and the others remained on guard as they proceeded through the forest. This forest hadn't existed just one moment ago. It was formed just like the black mist and cluster amaryllis flowers as a byproduct of the black mist realm. Seiji felt that this place was resembling the Blood Moon Mountain even more as he trekked through the forest. Although Kanzaki had already been defeated, this realm wasn't dispelled at all. It was still expanding. The only apparent benefit was that no more ghosts appeared to attack Seiji and his party. However, it seemed quite possible that the ghosts or something even worse would appear if this realm was allowed to continue developing. While maintaining their guard, everyone proceeded as quickly as possible to Yoshihara's location on the minimap. More and more cluster amaryllis flowers became visible along the way. Finally, everyone witnessed a tremendous patch of flowers the color of bright red blood, along with a strange large gray tree in the center of the cluster amaryllis flower patch. This tree didn't have a single leaf. Its surface was covered with black runes, and its dense branches resembled countless hands reaching out towards the sky. This tree appeared quite demonic under the red moonlight. Yoshihara's location was the same as this tree. Either Yoshihara was within this tree, or the tree itself was Yoshihara. Yoshihara-san, Seiji walked up to the large tree and tried calling out. There was no reaction. Seiji walked over to the tree and placed his right hand on the tree bark. His arm immediately started glowing silvery white while the tree glowed red. The runes on the tree began to glow as well. Seiji instantly felt his entire right hand heating up, similar to what he'd experienced during the tournament contract ceremony. However, this time the heat kept increasing to the point where it was difficult to withstand. He did his best to grit his teeth and not make any sounds of pain. Ding dong Seiji heard the previous familiar clear sound that resembled a bell ringing. His consciousness started to become hazy. Ding dong, the sound rang out for a second time. Seiji hazily saw two figures floating before him. One was male and one was female, one was black and one was white. Yuzu Yoshihara. Risa Kobayakawa. Although Seiji was unable to see these figures clearly, he felt that they were these two people. Just as he felt like he was about to witness a touching scene, he suddenly saw the white female figure viciously kicking the black male figure in the crotch. Ouch, she really used a lot of force in that kick. As a man, Seiji felt a chill run down his crotch from witnessing such a scene. He could only imagine what it must feel like. Yoshihara grabbed onto his crotch and kneeled on the ground. It was evident that he was in great pain. Risa lifted her foot again and viciously stomped down on his body. How powerful! Seiji's mental image of a gentle woman, similar to Mayuzumi Amami, immediately collapsed after seeing such a scene. Still, he felt that Yoshihara deserved the beating. One could only vent by delivering such a beating to someone as foolish as Yoshihara. Risa continued her stomping for quite a while before she finally stopped. She then crouched down next to Yoshihara and said something to him. Yoshihara slowly lifted his head. Tears were streaming down his face. Risa turned to look in Seiji's direction. Although Seiji was unable to see her face, he could sense that she was smiling. "Thank you, Dot." He also heard her speaking faintly. "No need for thanks." Seiji smiled at her as well. Ding dong, the sounds faded. Seiji's vision suddenly returned to normal. The heat in his arm receded as the silver-white glow disappeared. The glowing runes on the tree transformed into specks that resembled stars. These stars gradually rose up into the air and disappeared in the red moonlight, giving off a sorrowful beauty. Was that it? What about the Black Mist Realm? Did that still remain? Seiji's cheeks twitched as he looked up at the red moon which remained in the sky. The spellcaster Kanzaki had been defeated. The host creator for the spell, Yoshihara, had died and moved on to the next world. Yet, this Black Mist Realm still remained. Was it the type of spell that was unstoppable once it was activated? Was it only a matter of time before this island was completely transformed into a spiritual world? No wonder it seemed like Kanzaki had allowed himself to die a little too easily. Had he already finished everything he needed to? Seiji felt helpless as he returned to his companions. Yoshihara is gone now. But as you can see, the Black Mist Realm still remains, Seiji explained. All we can do now is determine the final victor of the tournament. There were only 6 remaining people that hadn't been judged to have lost from the tournament yet. Everyone else together with Seiji had already lost the tournament. Shigeru and Kimi remained from Red Team, while Seiji, Shika, Kanna, and Izawa remained on Blue Team. According to the tournament regulations, the group stage of the tournament would end after all members of one team were defeated. The individual team stage would immediately commence after that. I'm willing to surrender, Kimi expressed directly. However, will there still be any danger in surrendering at this time? Kanzaki and Yoshihara are both gone now. There should be no more danger, Seiji told her. Kimi glanced at him for a moment. She then formally surrendered for both herself and Shigeru. The red light glowing from her palm's tournament contract confirmed this with the bloodwine spirit. No black mist or other strange creatures appeared. Seiji, Shika, Kanna, and Izawa soon all received a message from the bloodwine spirit that it was now the final round of the tournament. Since only their 2 teams remained, they obviously became each other's opponents for this final round. Master, Izawa looked at Kanna. Of course we're going to surrender, Kanna stated. It's impossible for us to defeat Seiji and Kagura-san. Haruta-kun has expended a great deal of mana and energy. We have a chance at winning. Ryuno, are you such an underhanded person? I'm willing to be underhanded if my master requires it. I don't want to become such an antagonist. I feel like I'll have a pitiful death if I start acting like one. Then let us surrender, master. There would be a severe punishment according to the tournament's rules if one surrendered without even attempting to fight. However, Kanna and Izawa didn't hesitate. The bloodwine spirit thus drained a large amount of spiritual blood from both of them, causing damage to their bodies and souls. Both Kanna and Izawa kneeled on the ground and spat blood. Kanna, Izawa-kun. Seiji hurriedly checked their condition. At this moment, the bloodwine spirit declared Seiji and Shika to be the final victors. Both their hands immediately started glowing a bright red as a complex mystical dark red spell formation appeared in midair. This spell formation started glowing. A bright red liquid materialized within, which was crystal clear as if it was the liquid form of a ruby. This liquid glittered brilliantly as if it was ethereal. Seiji and everyone's attention were attracted to this liquid. So beautiful, Kimi couldn't help but praise it. This liquid was indeed beautiful. Everyone could sense that it contained great power. This was the challenger's blood wine. Seiji didn't know what the best red wine in the world was like. However, he felt that the beauty of this spiritual blood wine probably surpassed that of any mundane red wine in the world. He wondered what this blood wine would taste like, would it taste like regular wine? The bright red liquid condensed itself into a smaller ball. The spell formation then transformed itself into the shape of 2 goblets to hold all the liquid. The goblets then started floating towards Seiji and Shika. The 2 of them were just about to reach out and grasp the goblets when black mist suddenly appeared. Get away! Everyone vigilantly avoided the black mist. This suddenly appearing black mist enveloped the 2 goblets of spiritual wine, combining together and then speedily forming to become a human-shaped figure. Incomparably dense mist soon materialized into something physical. Bright red runes covered this figure as it soon formed a tremendous body with buff limbs, a vicious-appearing face, sharp claws, blood-red long hair, and dark red horns. Seiji's cheeks began to violently twitch after seeing this great demon. He then began to curse inside once a large wine gourd and blood-red axe appeared. Now, he received proof that this black mist realm would indeed develop into another copy of the Blood Moon Mountain. Should he say something like "nice to see you again"? It was almost like this bastard was becoming an old acquaintance. Shitendaji, the king of 100 demons. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Are you having fun with me right now? Chapter 679, Are you having fun with me right now? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. *Gra. Star. A deafening roar sounded as dark red mist suddenly appeared. Large amounts of vicious ghosts appeared from the mist. Seiji had recently witnessed a similar scene at the Blood Moon Mountain. Miyuki Sakuraku had been by his side at that time. It was only thanks to the veteran singer controlling the entire situation that he had been able to face Shitendaji back there. And now, the situation wasn't going well. Although all of Seiji's strongest ultimate abilities were currently on cooldown, he had system cards that would reset his cooldowns. He could still fight. However, the Shitendaji before him gave him a feeling of extreme danger, just like the Berserk Shigeru Tendo from the previous timeline. All of Seiji's instincts were warning him. It was unknown whether he would be able to deal with this final boss one-on-one. Plus, Shitendaji currently had the home field advantage, being able to summon large numbers of vicious demons and ghosts with a single roar. He was literally the king of 100 demons. Who would be able to deal with such a large number of evil demons? Kanna and Izawa were just injured due to the surrendering punishment. Shigeru was unconscious. Shika and Kimi were the only ones who were still in healthy fighting condition. Seiji didn't get a chance to think anymore as the demons suddenly attacked. Shika had a calm expression as she faced such a crisis. Kimi felt fear, Kanna's body stiffened, and Izawa resolved himself. Boom. Star. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky, exploding in a white flash of electricity on Shitendaji's body. Seiji and the others were all astonished by this sudden occurrence. Warg! Shitendaji roared once again, but this time in pain. He had been nailed to the ground. A golden rune spear had pierced through his body and into the ground. This spear continuously released white electricity that completely suppressed his movements. There was another boom as countless thunderbolts flew down and struck the demons. They all instantly evaporated and the dark red mist was dispelled. Many trees were destroyed as well as large patches of cluster amaryllis flowers were blown away. In just a short instant, the large group of demons that Seiji and the others were so pressured by had been completely destroyed. Such powerful spells, what person would be capable of such? A single figure descended before them. She wore a normal jacket as her combat attire together with a full helmet that didn't reveal her face. It could only be seen that she was female. However, Seiji recognized her instantly, or identified who she was. She's incredibly talented, considered the most outstanding of our generation. She's highly skilled at using fire and thunder magic, which is why she obtained the name. Hana's words echoed in his mind. Shilin girl. Seiji smiled at the figure before him. Now he had witnessed what it meant to be as far apart as Earth from Mars. Brother, no need to be worried. She's not an enemy. Seiji indicated to Shika and the others that they didn't need to worry. This powerful individual wasn't someone who would likely attack them. Yui walked over to the Shitendaji that was restrained by thunder. She cast a seal and sent a puff of white fire towards him. Shitendaji uttered even more pained and furious shouts and struggled with all his might. However, he wasn't able to move at all and could only watch as he was devoured by the flames and became nothing more than a fireball. Yui waved her hand, causing her spear to fly out from the fire and land in her hand. She walked up to the large gray tree and lifted her spear. The spear gradually gathered energy as bolts of electricity flashed all around it, seemingly distorting the surrounding space. The tip of the spear began burning with a powerful flame. Shing. Star. Yui stabbed the spear into the gray tree. The gray tree instantly began glowing bright red as its black runes lit up with bloody red as if it was bleeding. Large amounts of dense black mist appeared around the tree. Crackle, crackle, the spear released electricity that dispelled the black mist. Something that sounded like countless people sighing and screaming could be heard. The darkness contained within this sound sent chills down everyone's spines. The black mist continuously appeared together with more ghosts. The electricity continued dispelling the mist and tearing the ghosts to pieces. Seiji and the other observers didn't know what exactly was happening. However, they could all feel that two very powerful energy forces were violently clashing against each other, as if two invisible giants were currently fighting. Anyone affected by the residual waves would die. Due to such a fear, Kimi was the first to retreat. Seiji and the others all retreated as well and observed from a greater distance. Then, the black mist and electricity's fight's area of effect became greater and greater. This forced everyone to retreat even further to watch this safely. Haruta-kun, may I ask who that person is? Izawa asked a question that everyone wanted to know the answer to. Seiji fell silent for a moment. My apologies. Please allow me to keep that a secret. I don't know if she's willing to publicize her involvement or not. Yui's appearance here was undoubtedly a direct intervention in this affair. Seiji didn't know if his older sister was acting secretly or if she didn't care if others knew about what she was doing. Besides, the Haruta family had a mortal enemy here. Seiji glanced over at Shigeru and Kimi. Seiji chose to keep her identity a secret in order to err on the side of caution. Izawa understood and didn't pry any further. Boom. Star. There was a frightening sound which made it seem like the sky itself was falling. White flames erupted with a brilliant dazzle, yet no heat emanated from the fire at all. It all seemed as beautiful as fireworks. After the light finally faded, everyone saw nothing except a large crater where the gray tree had originally been located. The entire tree had disappeared. Yui walked over to the large fireball that remained and cast another seal. The flames suddenly burned even fiercer as pitiful screams came from within the fire. The fireball then gradually became smaller and smaller, and the screams also came to a stop. When the fireball shrunk down to the size of a person's hand, the flames disappeared to reveal only a ball of bright red blood. Come over by yourself. Yui sent Seiji a magical message that only he could hear. Seiji blinked before turning around to Shika and the others. I'm going over for a bit. Everyone, wait here for me. Brother. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Seiji walked over to Yui by himself and stood before her. Excellent job, Yui praised him. Thanks to you. Seiji smiled. This is the Challenger's blood wine that belongs to you and your teammate. I've already cleansed it of all impurities from earlier. It's now a spiritual wine that has no negative side effects. Drinking it will greatly improve your power level. Yui looked directly at Seiji. You now have 3 choices. First, you can directly drink this. Second, you can combine this spiritual wine with the remaining energy from this location and then drink it. This will be highly risky, but you'll obtain much greater power. It'll even be possible to directly become a top-level spiritual ability user and become one of the top-ranked spiritual ability users in all of Sakura Island. That powerful? Seiji raised his eyebrows. Third, you can combine this spiritual wine with the residual energy here but choose not to drink it. Instead, you can use it to save all the people that died here. Seiji was astonished to hear this. All those dead people are still savable? He asked in his astonishment. Their souls have yet to leave this island. Perhaps it will be possible to revive them using this spiritual wine, but the odds of success are unknown, Yui told him. It might succeed and it might fail. It's also possible that only a portion of people will be revived. So, you're saying that it's only a possibility with zero guarantee? Indeed. Seiji fell silent. At this moment, conversation options appeared before him. A. I choose the first option. B. I choose the second option. C. I choose the third option. Are you having fun with me right now, system of mine? Seiji felt rather helpless and wanted to beat up his imaginary system fairy at seeing how incredibly simplistic these conversation options were. Although the options were incredibly simplistic, at least this was still an important hint from his system that this was a highly important choice. The first option was the safe option, which would bring him certain benefits. The second option was risky but would bring him greater benefits. The third option was to abandon his own chances at gaining anything, all for the sake of an unknown chance to revive others. The great majority of dead tournament participants had no connection to Seiji whatsoever. He felt that he had no need to save those who had died. As promised, he had already tried his very best to protect those who came to him for protection. It was so difficult for him to finally win. Logically, he should take what he deserved, rather than sacrificing it for the sake of others. Not to mention, those others weren't any friends or family of his. They were his competitors. Some were even his enemies. Seiji knew that the most logical choice would be to choose the first option. Drinking this spiritual wine together with Shika and improving both their power levels would be the safest bet. Although the second option was rather attractive, when considering the risk, or the price for the potential power, the risk didn't seem worthwhile. The third option was nothing more than a distraction that he shouldn't focus on. And yet, Seiji found it difficult to come to a decision as he recalled the pitiful appearance of all the corpses he saw during this tournament. Yui silently watched him. What will you choose, Seiji? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, Cheers. Chapter 680, Cheers. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The world needed kindness. It was precisely because of kindness that humanity had survived until today. No, it should be said that humanity's very birth, and the source of life for all living beings, was due to the kindness of nature, a miracle of the universe. But, there was also another phrase, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. This was actually a warning. Not all good intentions would actually be good. Sometimes, acting kindly wouldn't bring about the best results. Sometimes, acting evilly wouldn't bring about bad consequences. This was true for both the person acting in such a manner and the receiver. Good deeds would be rewarded and evil deeds would be punished. That was what people wished for. Yet, that wasn't how reality worked. Kindness didn't equal justice. Kindness wasn't absolutely correct. It was the same for sacrificing oneself in order to save others. Even if it was only sacrificing one's personal benefits rather than one's own life in order to save others, it would still be the same. This would be considered a noble action, one that others would praise, but it wouldn't equal being correct. In that case, what was being correct? Being selfish and abandoning kindness, viewing others' lives as worthless, was considered incorrect. Being completely unselfish and as kind as possible, sacrificing one's own personal benefits for the sake of others, was also considered incorrect. In that case, just what was correct? Seiji asked himself and probed his heart as he deeply considered this question. He wanted to value his own personal benefits. He also wanted to be a good person to others. Finally, he arrived at the most mundane conclusion possible. Only by doing both would be the most correct answer. I'd like to ask a question, Seiji finally spoke up after a long silence. If I choose the second option, is it possible to strengthen myself and also simultaneously use the residual energy to save those who died? Yui widened her eyes slightly. It might be possible. But, it'll be incredibly difficult and dangerous, she spoke in a serious tone. It will already be difficult to remain conscious after drinking the spiritual wine that's been combined with the residual energy. Plus, you want to cast a spell to revive everyone on top of that. Even if you're able to follow my instructions in casting the spell, using an unstable power will greatly increase the risk. You'll definitely receive serious injuries or even die if anything goes wrong. And even if your spellcasting is perfect, the possibility of saving the dead will still be much lower than directly using the spiritual wine to save them. I don't think that it's possible for you. Although she didn't say this directly, Seiji could sense what she meant. Having the Chilan girl say that this was an incredibly difficult and dangerous idea probably meant that it would be as difficult as creating a miracle. Logically speaking, he shouldn't do something so stupid, yet. I choose the second option, Seiji spoke resolutely. As long as it was possible, he would try. As for difficulties? Danger? He had his system's greatest power of all, the ability to save and load. What did he possibly have to be afraid of? At this moment, Seiji emanated an incredibly imposing aura. Even Yui was stunned by his aura, sending a ripple through her heart. However, she soon calmed herself down. Are you certain? She asked for confirmation. I'm certain. If anything goes wrong, it's unlikely that I'll be able to save you. You really will die. I won't die, Seiji replied confidently and fearlessly. Yui took a long look at him. She then had him walk away a short distance. Then, she lifted her spear and gathered energy upon it. The spear began to glow a hazy white as fierce flames ignited on the spear's tip. Yui stabbed the spear straight into the ground. She then let go of the spear and speedily created a seal using both her hands while uttering an incantation. The spear then glowed even more blindingly as a golden white glow spread along the ground in a circle. This glow gradually formed a giant complex spell formation. The spell formation started glowing a dark red as the ground itself began to rumble. A blood-red glow transferred from the spell formation to the spear, before transferring to the spiritual wine hanging from the end of the spear. The spiritual wine started increasing in quantity, gradually turning black. Seiji and the others then saw the forest's trees starting to disappear. The cluster amaryllis flowers also started vanishing as the environment around them slowly returned back to the normal island environment. Everyone then saw the red moon in the sky beginning to burn up with white flames. Soon, it became a fireball that burned fiercely before gradually beginning to shrink in size. The process continued for quite a while. Finally, the cluster amaryllis flowers, red moon, and forest all disappeared completely. The spiritual wine floating in midair had multiplied in quantity by approximately 3 times. Its color was almost pure black now and it also appeared rather sticky. The wine now gave off an ominous impression. I think I'll go into a dark form if I drink that, Seiji couldn't help but comment in his mind as he saw how this liquid had mysteriously changed its form. Yui's spell ended and she sent the spiritual wine to float in front of Seiji. Should I drink it just like this? Is there anything I should pay attention to? Just drink it as quickly as possible. Alright then. Cheers. Seiji approached the sticky black liquid. "Brother!" At this moment, someone shouted out to him. Shika was unable to watch this for any longer as she ran over. "What is this liquid?" she asked Seiji. "This is the Challenger's blood wine, after some modifications," Seiji told her. "I'm sorry, Shika-chan. I used up your portion as well." "Brother is going to drink this?" Shika didn't care about her portion of the blood wine. She cared about what her adopted older brother was about to do. "Yeah." Seiji nodded. "Will this be dangerous?" "Yes, a little." "Please tell me the truth, Brother Seiji." Shika found it difficult to believe that this would only be a little dangerous as this sticky black fluid appeared quite ominous. "I'll be fine. She'll be watching over me." Seiji pointed at Yui. He decided to use her as an excuse. Something flashed in Shika's eyes as she glanced over at Yui. "This modified blood wine doesn't look very good, I know. But please don't worry, it'll be fine," Seiji consoled her again. However, Shika still had an ominous premonition. This black and sticky fluid truly seemed completely unnatural. "If Seiji drank this, I want to drink it as well," Shika stated. "You said that my portion is in it as well. I want to drink this together with brother." "That's no good." "Why?" "Because, if we split this up and drink it separately, the effect will be much weaker," Seiji told her. "I'll give you something else in the future to make up for this. Please let me have this portion of blood wine, Shika-chan." Shika's ominous premonition became even stronger. She wanted to say something else, when Yui suddenly spoke up beside her. "Let's not waste any more time. The longer you wait, the more unstable the spiritual wine will become." Seiji turned to look at the black sticky wine again when he heard Yui say this. "Brother," Shika wanted to stop him. However, Yui suddenly appeared next to Shika and placed her right hand on Shika's shoulder. This sealed Shika's movements. Then, Yui lifted her left hand and pointed at Izawa and the others who were running over. She also sealed all of their movements. Seiji took a sip of the black spiritual wine. It was rather cool and slippery. The taste was like a bitter red wine. Seiji swallowed this mouthful and immediately felt a subtle chill spreading throughout his entire body. He started drinking more of the wine, causing his body to become chillier and chillier. Yet, he also felt a faint heat starting to move within his body, giving his body an indescribable subtle sensation. Then, he suddenly passed a certain boundary and Seiji heard something like an explosion as he sunk into an unknown world. Pain. A lot of pain. An incredible amount of pain. Tremendous, countless, endless, existing, clashing, intersecting, overlapping, combining. Seiji was within this, being hit, smashed, thrown around, torn, combined. He felt an incredible amount of pain, pain that no human would be able to withstand, over and over again, countless times, repeated endlessly. Seiji resisted, struggled, raged, collapsed, went berserk, cursed, and hated, but everything was returned to silence. This was a pitiful state that no living human would be able to imagine. Not a single existing word would be sufficient to describe this state. Everything was meaningless. The entire world was the void. So-called beauty was nothing more than a minor impurity. Only death and silence were eternal. No. Even though he was in incredible pain and such a pitiful state, he would still deny any attempts to reject everything. Although he was quite an insignificant and tiny existence, he still existed. Just like the only visible speck of starlight in a dark, long night. He would wake up again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, You Seem Just Like a God. Chapter 681, You Seem Just Like a God. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. What felt like an eternity finally passed. Seiji's petrified body began to crack open, as the dark and icy outer shell slowly fell off. Something heavy, deep, and serene gradually disappeared, only to be replaced by light which slowly expanded, along with the bright and warm world. Seiji slowly opened his eyes. His body hurt, his head hurt, he felt heavy all over. This light was so blinding. Where am I? What's happened to me? Brother! Seiji heard Shika's voice next to him. Seiji did his best to see what was around him and then saw his adopted younger sister's face. Sure, Ka. Brother, wonderful, you've finally woken up. She showed off a delighted expression, yet tears were also dripping down her eyes. Finally, Have I been sleeping for that long? Seiji wanted to ask out loud, but found it difficult to speak right now. He was in such a terrible condition, just why was his body in such a state? He recalled his final memory, he had just drunk the modified blood wine. For the time being, he couldn't recall what happened after that. A while later, when his body's condition improved, Seiji finally recalled what happened. After he drank the spiritual wine, he followed Yui's spellcasting instructions and successfully revived some of the tournament participants. He collapsed right after that. His memories were extremely hazy. Seiji faintly recalled that he had used the save and load function during this process. However, he was completely unable to recall how often he had loaded, or how many times he had to try before he finally succeeded. It was the same for the spellcasting process. He was unable to recall anything specific at all. Only a few hazy scenes remained in his mind. What Seiji had a deeper impression of was that he had apparently seen all the souls of the dead during the revival process. He had seen their life memories and felt their way of thinking. Seiji had used this to judge whether or not to revive them. His power was limited. Seiji abandoned trying to revive those with terrible past deeds or wicked personalities. He did his best to save those he felt were worthy of saving. Still, that was all he could recall. He could no longer remember the specifics about each dead individual. It was as if this was an anime that he had watched when he was young. He only remembered the overall storyline, and rather vaguely at that. As Seiji rested, he learned from Shika, as well as Kanna and Izawa who came to visit him, that his appearance at the time was rather majestic. Seiji, you seem just like a god, Kanna exclaimed. You were floating in midair and had your hands wide open. Black, white, and silver halos were circling all around your body. 3 identically colored complex and large spell formations were in the air above your head. This gave you an incredible aura. Kana Fujihara even made various hand gestures as she told this story to add to the impact. Those 3 spell formations glowed so bright that they illuminated everything. You sounded like you were singing a holy song as you uttered your incantation. It also sounded like many people were talking at once, and every time you moved your hand, the ground, no, the entire area would tremble. Honestly, I was so shocked at the time, feeling like you had already surpassed humanity to become a godlike existence. I almost wanted to kneel to you. Master indeed ended up kneeling because she was so shocked that her legs became unsteady. Izawa unhesitatingly revealed this. Ryuno. Kanna became angered as she smacked her overly talkative spirit-branded retainer. It would seem that I got to look really cool, it's a pity that I don't remember. Seiji could only sigh. Kanna and Izawa had been shocked and awed. Shika felt more worry than shock or awe. Her adopted older brother had been asleep for more than 10 days. She had stayed in his hospital room for almost all this time. More accurately, it was for 13.5 days. Many people came to visit Seiji while he was sleeping on a hospital bed for these 2 weeks. Natsuya, the members of Seiji's Night Order group, editor Yoshizawa, and the Miyamoto sisters all came to visit him. Seiji's classmates such as Koji Hashihara also came to visit. Not only that, some tournament participants that had died but were revived also came to visit, such as Nobuhiko Kurosaki and Masao Yanagi. They knew that Seiji had revived them from the state of death. They had come to visit out of gratitude, and left behind a plethora of gifts. Some gave checks that Seiji could cash. Some gave spiritual weapons. Some gave medicine and other supplements. Some gave expensive gifts, and all of them left their phone numbers, indicating that Seiji could contact them at any time that he needed help. Seiji was quite happy to receive their gratitude. Still, Kanna pointed out to him that these people were trying to suck up to him. You're the person who revived them. No matter how you did it, it means for certain that you're someone highly worth their time to get close to. Even an idiot would know to keep in contact with you. That sounded quite logical. Seiji had expended a great deal of the spiritual wine in reviving the dead. However, he still managed to increase significantly in strength thanks to the blood wine's effects. First of all, his spiritual power stat massively increased. It was now over 1200. His spiritual power stat had been less than 400 before the tournament. According to the hospital's precise measurements, Seiji was now a lower rank level 7 spiritual ability user. Level 7 spiritual ability users were already considered among the highest rank of spiritual ability users in Sakura Island. They would all be the veterans of each faction. They would either be the bosses or high-ranked in each faction. Basically, just Seiji's spiritual power alone now classified him as a high-ranked powerful individual. Although spiritual power wasn't the same as combat strength, just the aura he could now release would be more than enough to intimidate lower-level spiritual ability users. Seiji also gained new abilities. Soul World Resurrection. Just this ability's name alone made it evident that it was a Soul World ability which could revive the dead. There were 3 prerequisites for using this ability. First, the target must have a connectivity rating of over 70 to him. Second, the dead individual must have died less than 1 hour ago. Third, Seiji must physically touch the body of the person he wanted to revive. The body also needed to be in relatively undamaged condition, especially the head. This ability would consume Seiji's mana, mental spirit, and more than 100 points of soul energy. How much soul energy was consumed would depend on the circumstances. Revival from the dead. This was doubtlessly a powerful ability, although it was also one that Seiji would prefer not to use if it wasn't necessary. Soul World Temporary Recharge. This was an ability that could transform Seiji's mana into soul energy. This ability would consume Seiji's mental spirit as well as 100% of his current mana. He would then obtain a corresponding amount of soul energy. However, this soul energy could only be used for the next 3 minutes. It would then disappear. Basically, using this ability would make Seiji's mana reserves instantly go to 0. He would have to use the soul energy obtained within the next 3 minutes. Otherwise, the energy would be wasted. Just as the ability's name suggested, it was only a temporary recharge. Seiji currently possessed a total of 287 soul energy. Before the tournament, Seiji had used extra-dimensional locator spell, a total of 3 times, putting his total soul energy at less than 10. Now, not only did he get recharged, his new maximum soul energy reserve had increased from 100 to 287. His 287 soul energy could be stored and saved, just like depositing an item into his warehouse. The soul energy obtained through temporary recharge was like a time-limited loan. Now that he had temporary recharge, Seiji wanted to try out his first ever obtained Soul World ability, Howling Gale Slash. Howling Gale Slash required 100 soul energy to use. Seiji had only obtained 100 soul energy at the very beginning. Ever since he used extra-dimensional locator spell to find Mika for the first time, he no longer had enough soul energy to use this legendary sword technique. Now, he had temporary recharge, so he was no longer as worried about using up his soul energy to experiment. Seiji wanted to see just how powerful this technique would be. I bet it's really strong. Seiji looked forward to trying it out. Still, he would have to wait until he had recovered enough to leave the hospital. Mika, Chiaki, Ryo, Kid, Nozomi, Natsuya, Hitaka, Rana, these girls that had all worried about him learned that he had finally woken up. They all arrived simultaneously, causing Seiji's hospital room to be ridiculously filled with beautiful women. Kanna was astonished at this horde of girls. Izawa commented, as expected of Haruta-kun. Seiji, are you actually the male lead of a harem story? Objectively speaking, I think I might be. What do you mean just might be? The Fujihara family daughter retorted vigorously. Everyone that came to see you is a beautiful girl. There's not a single man among them. This is a classical harem. I'm a man, Izawa interrupted. Shut up. You don't count. Izawa was rendered speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682 You're willing to do anything? Chapter 682 You're willing to do anything? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Kanna and Izawa left after leaving behind the comment, "We won't be interrupting your enjoyment of your harem." Natsuya and the others also confirmed that he was alright. They soon left him alone so that he could properly rest. Seiji lay back down on his bed, closed his eyes, and rested. Not long later, he suddenly felt someone softly holding his hand. Seiji opened his eyes slightly to see that Shika was holding his hand. Tears were silently dripping down her face. Brother is such a big idiot, crystal-clear teardrops slid down her cheeks. Seiji felt a strong sense of guilt at seeing his adopted younger sister like this. Although he already apologized to her when he woke up, it still wasn't enough to make up for how long she worried no matter how many times he apologized. He was able to save some people as well as greatly strengthen himself. This was basically the perfect outcome. However, he harmed Shika in the process. No, not only Shika, he also harmed Natsuya, Mika, Chiaki, and the others. It was so terrible of him to have so many people worry about him for so long. Seiji impulsively wanted to load back to the decision point regarding the blood wine. He shouldn't have thought too much into things, he shouldn't have cared about the fate of those who died, he should have just obediently chosen the first option. After those thoughts flashed through his mind, Seiji suddenly had an epiphany and forced down those thoughts. This result was only obtained after so much hard work. He shouldn't reject it so easily. Since he harmed the girls who cared about them, he should make it up to them, rather than taking the easy way out by loading. After coming to this realization, Seiji squeezed Shika's hand. Shika-chan. Brother. It's insufficient no matter how much I apologize for making you worry so much. That's why I won't say so many apologies. Seiji took a deep look into her eyes. I shall do my very best to make things up to you. I'm willing to do anything so that you can forgive me. Shika blinked as she received his heartfelt intentions. You're willing to do anything, you say? Yes, anything. Really? Really? Then, I want brother to sleep together with me. Seiji was rendered speechless. Why did she make such a request? This was just like cheating. His expression flickered as he didn't know how to respond. Shika kept looking directly at him. Tear streaks remained on her face. Seeing how calm she looked, Seiji felt that he had misinterpreted the phrase sleep together. He shouldn't have reacted so much to it. He figured that Shika simply wanted some intimate contact in order to feel reassured. That was all there was to it. Shika-chan, are you certain that's what you want? Yes. Okay, then let's sleep together for a little, or perhaps after I'm out of the hospital. Seiji didn't even get to finish his sentence when Shika climbed into his hospital bed, lay by his side, and gently hugged him. Does this hurt, brother? No. A soft touch, wonderful fragrance, and such a pure and beautiful face right before his eyes. Seiji recalled that he had experienced this before. Was it on the day that he bought the kotatsu? He and Shika had fallen asleep together by the kotatsu's side. It would seem that his adopted younger sister wanted to reenact what she felt at that time. That was probably why she made such a request. He really shouldn't think too much into it. It was quite normal for brother and sister with a good relationship to sleep together. Seiji decided to pretend that the last part was true. He did his very best to restrain any fantasies from going wild. Seiji adjusted his head's position and closed his eyes. Shika kept hugging her adopted older brother and watched him for a long while before she slowly closed her eyes as well. She slept incredibly well. The next morning, Natsuya arrived and saw to her surprise that Seiji had already gotten out of his hospital bed. He was performing simple exercises. "Good morning, Natsuya." Seiji smiled and greeted her. "Good morning. Are you alright, Seiji?" "Yep. I don't hurt anywhere at all now." After a complete inspection, it was determined that Seiji's body and soul were now in perfectly healthy condition. It was unknown why Seiji was in such pain right after he woke up yesterday. But when he woke up today, he wasn't in any more pain at all. Seiji felt that he didn't have any issues left at all apart from some mild discomfort from having lain in bed for too long. Still, it was evident that he wouldn't be able to leave the hospital just like this. He would at least have to rest for some time. Natsuya's eyes began to gradually moisten as she watched him moving around. "It's wonderful that you're all right." After learning that he had collapsed and remained unconscious, her heart had ached, she cried, had nightmares, blamed herself, became depressed. It felt like her entire world had dimmed. Finally, she forced herself to be more spirited, believing that he would return, telling herself to remain strong. Although she resolved herself that she would stay by his side no matter how long she had to wait, there was still a deep anxiety within her, as if she was standing on a frozen pond but not knowing when the ice would crack, sending her plunging into a frozen darkness. Luckily, he didn't make her wait for too long. After Seiji finished his exercises, he turned around to see that Natsuya was looking at him with tears brimming in her eyes. "Natsuya," Seiji walked over and hugged her. "Seiji," Natsuya also hugged him back, feeling his warmth. She closed her eyes and allowed her tears to flow. The two of them silently hugged each other without saying anything. They transmitted their feelings non-verbally. It was quite a while before they separated from each other. Seiji helped to wipe Natsuya's tears. He also took the chance to peck her on the cheek. Natsuya instantly started blushing as she revealed a moving smile. What the Yorihana family wanted from the tournament was an additional prize given to the tournament winner. This prize was called the Mirror of Mawataru. Shika had already given this mirror to Natsuya, who then gave it to her older brother Aorin. According to Seiji's agreement with the Yorihana family, if he won the tournament and gave this prize to the Yorihana family would then allow him to be together with Natsuya and wouldn't interfere with their relationship anymore. Natsuya hadn't been in any mood to formally discuss the issue of the Mirror of Mawataru with Aorin while Seiji was still unconscious. But now that he was awake, it was time to discuss this issue. The Yorihana family had promised to give Seiji something of equivalent value for the mirror rather than accepting it for free. "I don't know what I should ask for. I'll leave it up to you to decide. It's fine as long as it's a fair deal." Seiji left everything up to Natsuya. Natsuya was also taking care of all the valuable presents that the revived tournament participants had given to Seiji. The student council president was truly happy that her boyfriend trusted her so much. Seiji was now quite famous in Sakura Island's Spiritual Ability User Society. The incident at the tournament 2 weeks ago had been rather large. Not only did some of the tournament participants end up dying, almost all of the Kurosaki family's private combat squadron was killed at the island. There were also numerous injuries and even deaths among the tournament spectators. The situation was so serious that even the strongest ace at the scene, the Cloudwave naval ship, had almost been sunk there. Fortunately, the Cloudwave ship had been able to escape quickly enough and summon reinforcements. Otherwise, the tournament hosts would have dealt with the tremendous headache of how to cover up from normal society the loss of an entire warship. Such a major incident resulting in so much damage had happened at the tournament. It was impossible for the tournament victors Seiji and Shika not to become famous. Plus, Seiji even revived a portion of the tournament participants from death at the end. He became even more famous because of this. Seiji Haruta's reputation went from garbage to glorious victor. His life story sounded like a legend. As for Yui, when she left, she had requested Shika and the others present there to keep her involvement in this whole affair a secret. When Yui had appeared, the tournament already formally concluded. If her presence really needed explaining, she counted as helping to save the survivors rather than interfering with the tournament. Shika and the others all agreed to this request from the person who helped to save them. Seiji felt that most of the credit for reviving a portion of the tournament participants deserved to belong to his older sister, the Chilan girl. After all, his own and everyone else's safety would have been a problem if she hadn't appeared. Not to mention, he wouldn't have known how to revive the dead. She arrived right in the nick of time to save everyone and left just like that afterwards. She didn't want any payment or reputation. Wasn't that a classical example of a hero? That's pretty cool, sister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, It's so wonderful to have a girlfriend. Chapter 683, It's so wonderful to have a girlfriend. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. When Natsuya mentioned Seiji's newfound fame from having revived the dead, he almost wanted to tell her about Yui's involvement, but he resisted the urge. Since his cool older sister requested to keep her secret, he would keep it for her. Even if he didn't want to gain reputation that he didn't deserve with his power level, he would have to accept it. Still, there was one person he probably didn't need to hide the truth from: his younger sister Hana. Did Hana know about Yui's actions? And if Hana did, how much did she know? Let's contact her later and have a discussion, Seiji thought to himself. Shika silently observed him and Natsuya for a while before standing up. Brother, I'm going out shopping for some groceries. Eh? Seiji was surprised by this. I'll be back in 30 minutes. She then walked out of his hospital room right after saying this. Going out to buy groceries? Seiji's mind was filled with question marks as he watched his adopted younger sister leaving. This was a high-class hospital that provided equally high-class meals. There was no need for him or Shika to do any cooking. Keed was currently babysitting Ryo back at Seiji's apartment. There was no need for Shika to go shopping for their sake, was there? Seiji, a seductive voice soon sounded next to him. Seiji turned around to see that Natsuya was looking at him expectantly. He instantly understood what was going on. I'm going out to buy groceries was the same terrible excuse that he had once used. At the time, he had wanted to spend some time alone with Mika. He'd never expected that Shika would remember and use it here. She was going to give Natsuya and him 30 minutes of time alone. Seiji reached out his hand to his girlfriend that was acting so flirtatiously. Natsuya blushed as she leaped into his arms. She closed her eyes and puckered her lips. Seiji kissed her directly and enjoyed the sensation of the seductive girl's sweetness. He immersed himself in her taste. N. Natsuya first accepted, then responded, and gradually began to want more. She felt her body becoming so soft as if it was about to melt. Yet, her desire became even stronger as she became absorbed in this wondrously sweet and numb sensation, unable to let go. Not enough, this wasn't enough at all. She hadn't had any taste of Seiji for so long now. Seiji was almost overwhelmed by Natsuya's desire. When he felt her challenge, he passionately responded, hugging her tightly, gently stroking her back and silky hair. Yeah. Natsuya felt even more comfortable from this as her consciousness gradually floated upwards and upwards. Finally, she surpassed a certain limit and reached the peak of pleasure. She uttered extremely seductive sounds as she trembled in her boyfriend's embrace, enjoying a blissful feeling. Amazing! Seiji could tell that his girlfriend had just maxed from kissing alone. He could only exclaim about how ridiculously sexy she was. It was quite difficult for him to restrain himself as a man. Perhaps he should take out his lower body part and directly start. No, stop. No more thinking along these lines, hurry and stop. Just imagining things made Seiji's lower body part begin to harden and swell up to an uncomfortable degree. Natsuya sensed this. She slowly moved over and touched that body part. Seiji felt rather embarrassed about this. Does this part feel uncomfortable? Natsuya rubbed his member gently and asked. A little. It's feeling a lot more uncomfortable because you're touching it. Seiji was unable to say this part out loud. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes as her face flushed completely red. How about I help you with my hands? That is. I'll use my hands to help you release that. The seductive scion's face reddened to an extreme as she gave off an aura of embarrassment. Seiji pondered it over for a second before he realized what she was referring to. He instantly felt blood rushing to his brain as his face heated up. What should he say at such a time? Refuse. It was impossible to refuse. Plus, there was no reason to refuse, right? No matter what, Seiji was unable to restrain his desire anymore. If he still forcefully suppressed his desire, he felt like he would explode. Okay, Seiji responded passionately. In the end, Seiji achieved climax twice. Natsuya was highly unskilled at servicing his member. However, she tried her very best to service him. Not only did she use her hands as promised, she even used her mouth. Also, she swallowed just about everything that he ended up releasing. Seiji etched the entire process into his mind. He felt like he would remember this for the rest of his life. It was wonderful to have a girlfriend. It was wonderful to have such a beautiful and seductive girlfriend. It was the best thing ever to have such a beautiful, seductive girlfriend who was willing to try her best to service him. Seiji really wanted to shout this out loud to the entire world from his hospital room window. Actually, it was already a wonderful feeling that he got to climax once. But after that, Natsuya noticed that his member didn't seem to be softening at all, so she volunteered to help him a second time. To be honest, he still hadn't softened even after climaxing a second time. However, time was almost up, and Shika would be returning soon. They could only end things there. Both Seiji and Natsuya still had red faces even after they finished cleaning up. Natsuya. Why, yes. I felt really good just now. Thank you. You're welcome. What am I saying? Seiji really wanted to beat himself up. He had wanted to express his feelings. Yet, his words came out without any thought behind them. They sounded rather strange to him. Natsuya saw how awkward he was evidently feeling. Although she was feeling awkward as well, she really wanted to laugh, and so she did. You don't really need to feel so awkward, she said in a cute voice. I'm your girlfriend. And, my family has formally recognized our relationship now. Although that's the case, Seiji awkwardly scratched his face. He still didn't know how he should express himself. I'll do even more for you in the future. Natsuya's eyes were watery as she spoke softly. As long as you want it, anything is fine with me. She imagined certain scenes that caused her face to become even redder. What am I saying? Natsuya really wanted to roll around on the floor right now. Although this was truly what she thought, it was far too embarrassing to have said it out loud. Anything is fine with me? Didn't that make her sound like a girl who was too easy? I should be the one saying that. Seiji finally found what he wanted to say. I made you worry for so long. I need to make things up to you. Anything that you want is fine with me. Natsuya felt his sincerity as she looked into his eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt like all the torture her emotions had been through while he was unconscious had been worth it. Idiot, her eyes moistened again. I'm the one who should be making things up to you. You wouldn't have needed to fight in this tournament at all if it wasn't because of me. That's not how things are. Seiji clutched her hand. I was willing to fight for your sake. I could have returned long ago, but I ended up taking so long because of something completely unrelated to you. This caused you to feel pain and worry about me. It's all my fault. You didn't do anything wrong at all. Tears swarmed out of Natsuya's eyes. Idiot, idiot. Seiji, you're such an idiot. Natsuya felt her heart filled with warmth. Although she didn't want to cry, she was unable to stop her tears. Seiji brought her into his arms once again as he gently hugged her. Natsuya cried for a while before she calmed down. The two of them then silently hugged each other, all the way until Shika returned. Do I need to go out for another round of grocery shopping? Shika calmly glanced at the two of them after she entered Seiji's hospital room. There's no need, thank you, Kagura-chan. No need to be so polite, Yorahana-ne-san. Seiji blinked at how calm and peaceful their conversation seemed to be while also hiding something underneath. Had something happened between Natsuya and Shika in the 2 weeks that he was unconscious? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, Have you finally transmigrated back? Chapter 684, Have you finally transmigrated back? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji wanted to ask, but he felt that it would be best not to directly ask, at least for the time being. After Natsuya left, Seiji went online with his cell phone and contacted Hana. Have you finally transmigrated back? This was Hana's first greeting to him. Yeah, I finally returned after defeating the ruler of death. It was so much hard work, Seiji responded while adding on an injured emoticon. Just a mere ruler of death took you so much time? How weak. Hana sent an emoticon of condescension. That was no ordinary ruler of death. He had countless powerful individuals from various species and many fanatics protecting him. He was the most venerated of all rulers of death. Seiji pretended to be all serious. Just dealing with his insanely loyal subordinates was so troublesome. And, the ruler of death himself not only possessed supreme power, he also had countless treasures and was so sly and cautious. It was so difficult to win. He then sent an emoticon of an evilly chuckling demon king. Fortunately, I was able to obtain the assistance of the Blood Elves, allowing me to release my true power as the hero from another world. I overcame all the trials and fought in single combat against the death god known as the Bone God. The fight took 3 full days and nights before I finally defeated him. Seiji then sent an emoticon of a hero holding a sword in victory. Hana responded with a yawning emoticon. Seiji responded with a brightly smiling emoticon. Hana responded with an icy emoticon. How has our older sister been recently? Seiji asked. Why are you asking? I just met her right before my transmigration. Didn't you know? I didn't, Hana responded after remaining silent for a moment. I see, then let's talk about it after I leave the hospital. Yeah. Several seconds later, Hana sent him an emoticon of welcome back. Seiji smiled upon seeing this. He sent an emoticon of I've returned. Mika visited Seiji's hospital room, only to see that he was currently reading some manga. She was delighted to learn that he had made a full recovery. They naturally started talking about the manga he was reading. After chatting for a while, Mika mentioned Keiho. Keiho's become incredibly beautiful. Mika showed Seiji a picture of the recent Keiho on her cell phone. In this picture, a beautiful large-breasted girl was wearing her school uniform while looking at the camera. She was smiling faintly. Just as Seiji expected, Keiho Miyamoto's physical appearance had foundationally changed after she completely slimmed down. Her amazingly large breasts now became far more noticeable. She became a beautiful girl that would attract anyone's attention. She was just as beautiful as her older sister Karen, no, even more beautiful, but the two sisters had similar appearances but different hairstyles. Although they would appear similar, there shouldn't be much of a difference in their beauty levels. However, even though Seiji was only looking at Keiho's picture, he could feel that the current Keiho was more charismatic than Karen, or, more accurately, more alluring. Do you feel like her entire aura has changed? Mika asked him. Seiji nodded. You'll feel it even more if you see her in person. Although I don't want to say this, both Chiaki and I feel that. Mika paused for a moment. Not only has Keiho become more beautiful, she's also become more demonic. Demonic. Mika especially emphasized this word. Here, she was hinting that Keiho's beauty had something unnatural behind it. She was as beautiful as a devil. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. She hasn't done anything in particular. However, she's giving off such an alluring aura. Not only is she attracting boys, she's even attracting the girls, Mika continued telling Seiji. Both Chiaki and I feel that something's wrong, but when I asked her, she said that nothing's going on at all. Everyone fell silent for a moment. I got it. I'll talk with her about this later, Seiji stated. If the demon energy from previously had caused Keiho to become abnormal, then it should be dealt with as quickly as possible. Seiji and Mika then returned to discussing more relaxing topics. As the atmosphere became more passionate, Shika went out to buy groceries once again. Seiji got to have some intimate time alone with Mika. The twin-tailed girl was just as passionate as the seductive scion. However, Mika wasn't as proactive as the student council president. If I ask her to, Mika would probably be willing to, such a thought flashed through Seiji's mind, but he immediately restrained himself. He had already satisfied his desire once already. He shouldn't get lost in his desire. Seiji fixed his attitude and used a relatively pure mentality to dote on the girlfriend in his arms. She actually didn't do anything other than kissing? Mika is just too shy. This was clearly an excellent chance for her to progress the relationship. When Chiaki arrived to visit Seiji, she immediately sighed as she commented on her best friend's behavior. Even if she didn't go for home plate, she should have at least done it for you with her mouth. Otherwise, she probably won't be able to catch up to President Yorahana. Seiji was rendered speechless. Judging from your expression, could it be that President Yorahana has already done it with you? Chiaki noticed the change in his expression, causing her to widen her eyes. Seiji was rendered speechless. It would seem that you've really done it with her. Was it home plate or did she just use her mouth? How did it feel? Chiaki revealed a knowing expression. Seiji was rendered speechless. Don't only show me such a speechless expression, tell me no matter how you did it with such an excellent girl like the student council president, it probably felt really good, didn't it? Chiaki chuckled devilishly. Tell you, the hell. Seiji commented forcefully. Are you supposed to be my perverted male best friend or a girlfriend in my harem? Both. I'm both your best friend and your girlfriend. Don't think that it'll be acceptable just because you've combined them. Then call me your male girlfriend. There's no such thing. What about male-female dual friend? That's enough out of you. Every time he talked to her, the conversation would always end up like this. As he commented, Seiji concretely felt that this was indeed how Chiaki Wakaba was. Shika had imperceptibly left the room during their conversation. Seiji reached out and pulled Chiaki into his arms. You can't wait anymore? I only want to gag your mouth. Seiji didn't say anything else as he directly kissed her. The tomboy accepted his kiss as her body soon softened. Seiji deeply felt as he tasted her sweetness and hugged her soft body. No matter how much Chiaki acted and dressed like a boy, she was still a girl, a beautiful, seductive, and moving girl. After the first round of passionate kissing ended, Chiaki's eyes were seductive and watery. Her hand moved to Seiji's pants. What would you like to order off the menu today? Don't mess around, Dot. You've already done it with the president, so why are you still pretending to be so pure? You really want it, don't you? Seiji was unable to counter this. The student council president is still a scion from a major family. I doubt that she went all the way to home base with you. She probably just did it for you with her mouth, Chiaki spoke in a cute cat-like voice. And, Mika's overly shy, so even if she wants to do it with you, she probably can't work up the courage.